Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1101. Chapter 1101, 1101. Chapter 1101. Someone like Lin Moya was truly terrifying. The four-colored spirit fire gradually took shape in Lin Moya's eyes. Lin Moya witnessed the entire process, which was exactly as he had anticipated, and everything went smoothly. He was confident that he could nurture four-colored, five-colored, and even six-colored spirit fires. Lin Moya did not take action but softly said, "It's about time to make a move." As the four-colored spirit fire was about to form, he sensed that someone had arrived, and it wasn't just one person. So Lin Moya didn't act. He didn't want to be the clam, preferring to be the fisherman. Sure enough, just as the four-colored spirit fire fully formed, a giant tiger claw appeared in the starry sky without warning, grabbing at the four-colored spirit fire. The tiger claw stirred up a fierce wind, and the aura of laws permeated the starry sky. For a moment, the starry sky was filled with howling winds, like thousands of wind blades cutting through the space. Lin Moya retreated a distance to avoid the chaos, not worried that the four-colored spirit fire would be taken away. He wasn't the only one eyeing the spirit fire. Big Bug, courting death. With an angry shout, an arrow shot through the starry sky, accurately pinning the tiger claw. The tiger claw exploded, and the arrow continued its trajectory, flying towards a stellar spirit fire thousands of miles away. The stellar spirit fire was hit by the arrow and also shattered into pieces. A miserable cry echoed, and a giant white tiger appeared behind the stellar spirit fire. White Tiger Clan. Lin Moya observed, knowing that the White Tiger Clan was a powerful race in the Great World. The White Tiger Clan member in front of him was not weak, clearly at the peak of the true God realm. That claw just now had almost reached the Divine King realm. Unfortunately, the arrow that followed was even stronger, not only shattering the tiger claw but also injuring the White Tiger Clan member. The White Tiger Clan member roared, "Su Jianqing, how dare you ambush me?" Lin Moya was slightly surprised he actually called himself a king. It seemed his true strength should be at the Divine King level, coming here to seek the top-grade stellar spirit fire. Lin Moya looked to the other side, where a person holding a strong bow flew over from the starry sky. Su Jianqing, a human. Su Jianqing calmly drew another arrow and placed it on the bow. "Do I need to ambush you?" The last arrow was just a warning. Believe it or not, this arrow can take your life. Su Jianqing's voice was not loud, as if stating a fact, telling the other party that if this arrow was shot, he would die. The white tiger was clearly a bit scared, and his huge tiger body couldn't help but tremble. The white tiger stared at Su Jianqing with eyes full of anger. "Fine, I admit defeat this time. Don't let me see you outside, or I will tear you apart." Leaving a harsh word, the white tiger turned and left without any hesitation. Su Jianqing looked at the starry sky, his gaze becoming sharp. "Everyone, will you leave on your own, or do you want me to send you off?" In the starry sky, it wasn't just the white tiger, there were others hiding. But no one answered Su Jianqing's question. Su Jianqing shook his head and smiled. "Since that's the case, I apologize." He drew his bow fully, and powerful laws flowed through the bow and arrow. "This arrow is called Soul Shot, please receive it." An arrow shot out, exploding in the starry sky, turning into countless starlights. The starlights merged into the starry sky and disappeared. Immediately, miserable cries echoed, and those hiding were revealed, shot out by Su Jianqing's arrow. "Su Jianqing, just wait, I won't let you off. Don't think that just because you can fight across realms, you can do whatever you want. If we meet outside, I'll grind your bones to dust." "Su Jianqing, I will remember this arrow, and I will repay it in the future." One by one, the strong beings of different races left harsh words, but without exception, they all left quickly. Su Jianqing laughed loudly. "We will meet again, take care, I won't see you off." Su Jianqing's arrow drove away all the different races, showing immense strength, including those who could fight across realms at the peak of the true God realm and those whose realms were suppressed to the Divine King level. Lin Moya observed, knowing that Su Jianqing's arrow was truly powerful. The arrow lived up to its name, directly targeting the soul. Those who were hit by the arrow had their souls more or less injured. Su Jianqing's arrow split into many. If it targeted one person, it would likely be a sure kill. Su Jianqing turned to look at Lin Moya, his eyes slightly brightening. "Little brother, what is your name?" Lin Moya politely cupped his fists towards Su Jianqing. "Junior Lin Moya, greetings to senior." Su Jianqing laughed heartily. "No need for senior this and senior that. We humans are all disciples of the human emperor, just call me senior brother." Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and changed his address. "Senior brother Su, your arrow driving away the different races was truly domineering." Su Jianqing was modest, his smile hearty. "Junior brother Lin, you're joking. In fact, I can't shoot many arrows like that. If they didn't leave, we would be the ones running." Su Jianxing's words sounded sincere, but Lin Moya knew he was being modest. Such a person must have some tricks up his sleeve. Lin Moya politely said, Senior Brother Su is too modest. I believe that even if it came to a fight, Senior Brother Su could kill a few and leave calmly. Su Jianxing laughed heartily. Junior Brother Lin is right. That's why they didn't want to die and had to leave. Lin Moya smiled, so, it shows that Senior Brother Su is strong enough, and they are afraid of death. Su Jianxing continued, actually, the truly powerful one is Junior Brother Lin. Junior Brother Lin, at the second stage of the True God realm, coming here is enough to prove your strength. The fire rings outside are not something ordinary people can pass through. Su Jianxing was insightful. Seeing a divine king here was not scary, nor was seeing a peak true god who could fight across realms. The truly terrifying ones were people like Lin Moyo. Their realm was low, but their combat power was frightening. Such people were the real geniuses, and once they grew, they would be truly formidable opponents. All races wanted to eliminate such geniuses when they saw them. Otherwise, they could become a major threat. Lin Moya smiled, I was just lucky. Su Jianxing shook his head, Junior Brother Lin, no need to be overly modest. But be careful here, many have noticed you and want to eliminate you. Lin Moyo had already sensed killing intent more than once. He knew those people wanted to kill him, but was he that easy to kill? Even here, where everyone was just a true god, facing a real divine king, it was still uncertain who would win. Su Jianxing's concern was genuine, and Lin Moya felt it. Thank you, Senior Brother Su, I will be careful. Su Jianxing said, Junior Brother Lin, go absorb the spirit fire. I will guard you. Lin Moya was puzzled, Senior Brother Su doesn't want it. Su Jianxing shook his head, the four-colored spirit fire is useless to me. Lin Moyo understood, it seems Senior Brother Su's spells are very strong. The stronger the spells, the stronger the spirit fire needed. Not only Su Jianxing, but even Lin Moyo wasn't sure if the four-colored spirit fire would be useful to him. Suddenly, Su Jianxing shouted, courting death. He quickly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. As he did, a figure appeared next to the four-colored spirit fire. With a single hand, the figure grabbed the four-colored spirit fire. The 100-meter-long four-colored spirit fire rapidly shrank. At this moment, Su Jianxing's killing arrow shot out. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. The one who suddenly appeared to seize the spirit fire was none other than Yukindro. Facing Su Jianxing's arrow, Yukindro was fearless, also swinging her sword. Chapter 1102. Chapter 1102 1102. Chapter 1102 Beginning to cultivate the five-colored spirit fire. Suddenly, large cracks appeared in the starry sky, and space was torn apart. Yukindro's sword strike was incredibly powerful, even stronger than the one she used against Lin Moyo. She seems to have become stronger again. Lin Moya felt that Yukindro had grown stronger since their last encounter. The sword light intercepted Su Jianxing's arrow, and the sword light and arrow were locked in a stalemate in the starry sky. Yukindro had already grasped the four-colored spirit fire in her hand and laughed, your archery is good, but it still needs improvement. Su Jianxing chuckled, thank you for the compliment. Lin Moya saw him draw his bow again, but this time no arrow appeared. Instead, a phantom longbow suddenly appeared on the arrow that was locked in a stalemate with the sword light. As Su Jianxing drew his bow in the void, the phantom longbow on the arrow was also fully drawn, and then it was released again. The arrow seemed to gain a second wave of power, instantly shattering Yukindro's sword light and whistling towards her, closing the distance in an instant. Yukindro exclaimed softly, I underestimated you. She swung her sword, sending out several sword lights in succession. Su Jianxing shouted, explode. The arrow exploded with a terrifying force that swept through the starry sky. Ah! Yukindro let out a cry and then disappeared. Along with her disappearance, the four-colored spirit fire also vanished. Yukindro had escaped, and Lin Moya saw that she seemed to be injured. Su Jianxing sighed, such powerful laws, yet she managed to escape. Lin Moya said, she controls the laws of space, coming and going without a trace. It's very difficult to capture her. Su Jianxing looked at Lin Moya in surprise, Junior Brother Lin, do you know her? Lin Moya nodded, I met her in the 3rd Stellar Fire Group. She calls herself Yukindro, a princess of the Starfish clan, and she controls the laws of space. Su Jianxing showed a look of realization, no wonder, the Starfish clan is mysterious and powerful. However, they have always been aloof from worldly affairs. I didn't expect to see one here. It's a pity that Junior Brother Lin's four-colored spirit fire was taken. I couldn't stop her. Lin Moya smiled, if it can be taken, it means it wasn't meant for me. There will be other opportunities. Su Jianxing laughed heartily, indeed, Junior Brother Lin's mindset is very correct. If it's meant to be, it will be. If not, don't force it. Su Jianxing was carefree but not indifferent to everything. On the contrary, he believed in striving for what he wanted, but he didn't care much about the outcome. After striving, whether he could obtain it or not was not that important. Su Jianxing said to Lin Moyu, Junior Brother Lin, are you planning to continue searching for spirit fires here? Yes. Su Jianxing frowned slightly, then Junior Brother Lin, you must be careful. Those guys might come looking for trouble. Lin Moyu was not worried. If they came looking for trouble, he might have to stain his hands with blood again. From Su Jianxing's words, Lin Moya sensed that he seemed to be leaving. Su Jianxing indeed planned to leave. He wanted to go deeper. He had said that the four-colored spirit fire was of no use to him. What he needed was the five-colored, or even six-colored spirit fire. However, the possibility of a five-colored spirit fire being born here was very low. According to Su Jianxing, the naming of the 1st Stellar Fire Group was not random. Among the top-grade stellar fires, the lowest grade was the three-colored spirit fire, and the earliest place they appeared was the third stellar fire group. In the third stellar fire group, it was almost impossible for a four-colored spirit fire to be born. The probability was very low. Similarly, in the fourth stellar fire group, most of the time, only four-colored spirit fires were born, and the possibility of a five-colored spirit fire being born was also very low. Su Jianxing had been searching for a long time but had not found a five-colored spirit fire. To obtain a five-colored spirit fire, he had to go deeper. According to him, 400 billion kilometers from here, in the center of the 38th war zone, there was an enormous stellar fire group. Some called it the fifth stellar fire group, while others called it the source of the spirit fires. Some believed that all stellar fires were born from there. There was a high probability of a five-colored spirit fire being born there. However, it was very dangerous, and the 400 billion kilometers of void was a long journey. At Lin Moya's full speed, it would take 160 days to reach. If there were any delays along the way, it could take up to 200 days. Lin Moya did not tell Su Jianxing that he could artificially cultivate five-colored spirit fires. After all, they had just met, and although Su Jianxing gave him a good impression, Lin Moya was not naive. So, Lin Moya could only say, "Take care." Su Jianxing left decisively. After he left, Lin Moya chose another direction and left the stellar fire group. When he left, he was not obstructed by the two fire rings. The two fire rings were like gatekeepers, allowing people to leave but not to enter. Lin Moya flew farther and farther, heading towards the edge of the stellar fire group. He wanted to experiment and see if he could artificially cultivate a five-colored spirit fire. To artificially cultivate a five-colored spirit fire, he needed flashing fire. Flashing fire could be found at the edge, not necessarily within the stellar fire group. Moreover, he needed to be far enough and hidden enough. This way, even if he successfully cultivated a five-colored spirit fire, it wouldn't be discovered. If he could indeed artificially cultivate a five-colored spirit fire, he wouldn't need to compete with others and risk his life. Even if he had to fight, it wouldn't be now. Lin Moya flew for half a day, completely leaving the stellar fire group and reaching the edge, nearly 500 million kilometers away from the two fire rings. It was very quiet here, with no disturbances from dark stars or flashing stars. Although the probability of flashing fire appearing was low, it was not impossible. Lin Moya began to fly along the edge, holding the shell to search for flashing fire. The area covered by the stellar fire group was vast, with a radius of 500 million kilometers, forming a spherical region. Flying along the periphery in any direction would cover 3 billion kilometers, enough for Lin Moya to fly for a whole day. The shell sensing distance was only 500,000 kilometers, so Lin Moya constantly changed positions, flying in circles. Finally, after 3 days, the shell reacted. The shell emitted a bright light, forming an arrow pointing in a direction. Lin Moya immediately followed the direction and reached the designated location. The flashing fire had not yet appeared, so Lin Moya took out a few stellar fires and placed them there. The stellar fires formed a light cluster, emitting light. The light would be transmitted to the stellar fire group in 30 minutes, potentially being discovered. Lin Moya took out an array disk and activated the array, hiding the area. The array disk was one of his recent spoils of war, not very useful but good for hiding. Lin Moya used it to block the light emitted by the stellar fires. He didn't expect to block it completely, just enough to obscure it a bit. After waiting for about half an hour, the flashing fire finally appeared. To be safe, Lin Moya had already left the range of the flashing fire, leaving only a few stellar fires inside. He felt a flicker in the starry sky, and a spark flashed by. One of the stellar fires was hit by the flashing fire and mutated. It immediately absorbed the surrounding stellar fires, and Lin Moya quickly took out more stellar fires for it to absorb. Chapter 1103. Chapter 1103, 1103. Chapter 1103, It's better not to let him survive. Having had previous experience, Lin Moya was now more skilled and adept. He quickly and steadily provided stellar fire, and the stellar fire in front of him, which was undergoing mutation, was transforming into a top-grade stellar fire. The entire process was actually quite simple. The flashing fire acted as a catalyst, using its special power to induce mutation in ordinary stellar fire. After the mutation, as long as it could absorb enough stellar fire, it could sublimate and become a top-grade stellar fire. Depending on the amount of stellar fire absorbed, it could eventually become a 3-colored, 4-colored, or even 5-colored stellar fire. The requirements for 3-colored stellar fire were the simplest, needing only 100 stellar fires. For 4-colored, 200 ordinary stellar fires were needed. For 5-colored, 400 ordinary stellar fires were required. The quantity increased exponentially. If calculated, to cultivate a 6-colored stellar fire, 800 stellar fires would be needed. Lin Moya pondered, what is the highest level of stellar fire? Is it possible to have 9-colored or even 10-colored stellar fire? If there is a chance in the future, he could try it. But for now, he focused on practicality, aiming to cultivate 5-colored stellar fire first. 3-colored stellar fire could not elevate planetary-level spells to stellar-level spells. 4-colored stellar fire could do it, but the possibility was not 100%. Some spells were too powerful for 4-colored stellar fire. 5-colored stellar fire was much more reliable. So Lin Moya skipped the 4-colored stellar fire and directly cultivated 5-colored stellar fire. Since there was a better option, why settle for less, especially when he had the capability? After providing 200 stellar fires, the mutating stellar fire suddenly increased its absorption speed. Lin Moya also increased the speed at which he provided stellar fire. The area covered by the stellar fire rapidly expanded, and the intense heat surged. The temperature quickly rose, exceeding tens of millions of degrees in an instant, and continued to rise. At this temperature, ordinary true gods would have to retreat, but Lin Moya remained unfazed, continuing to provide a large amount of stellar fire. The higher the grade of the stellar fire, the faster it forms. At this rate, it will be fully formed in a few hours. Lin Moya calculated in his mind and, to be safe, prepared more than 400 stellar fires, intending to use 500. After all, this was his first true attempt at artificial cultivation, so he was cautious. The mutating stellar fire emitted a peculiar aura, and its coverage area expanded beyond the range of the array disk. In the starry sky, a firelight appeared, carrying the aura and flying towards the stellar fire group. In half an hour, the strong ones in the stellar fire group might notice the anomaly here. However, it would take them some time to arrive, and according to Lin Moya's calculations, he should have already taken the 5-colored stellar fire and left by then. Since the array disk could no longer conceal it, Lin Moya simply removed it and openly continued the cultivation. After the number of stellar fires exceeded 400, the stellar fire mutated again, and its coverage area expanded to over 10,000 kilometers. The starry sky within a radius of 10,000 kilometers turned into a bright fireball. Anyone with a bit of sense would know that a top-grade stellar fire was forming here. Lin Moya continued to provide stellar fire, but he gradually sensed that the stellar fire seemed to be reaching saturation and could no longer absorb more. Sensing this, Lin Moya decisively stopped. In total, he had provided 451 stellar fires, which should be enough. Why is this happening? Could it be related to the flashing fire? Lin Moya carefully recalled that along the way, both the flashing fire and the flashing star seemed to be getting stronger. Different flashing fires induced different mutations, and the upper limit they could bear seemed to vary. After analyzing, Lin Moya concluded that flashing fires also had different levels. Different levels of flashing fires could induce different levels of stellar fire mutations. He remembered what Su Jianxing had said, that the naming of the stellar fire groups was not random but had deep meaning. Now it seemed to be true. In the 4th stellar fire group, only 4-colored stellar fires were born, with the limit being 5-colored stellar fires, and no higher. Based on this, to cultivate 6-colored or even 7-colored stellar fires, he would have to go deeper and find more powerful flashing fires. Previously, I thought it was simple, but every gain has its cost. The great world has its own laws and limitations. Nothing is easily obtained. Finding a method to artificially cultivate top-grade stellar fire is already a great fortune. Lin Moya adjusted his mindset, also warning himself not to be greedy. In many of the materials he had read, there were numerous examples of geniuses who perished due to greed. Ambition and the desire to win were necessary, but greed needed to be controlled. 2 hours later, the fire sea covering over 10,000 kilometers suddenly contracted. In less than 10 seconds, the fire sea had completely shrunk and disappeared without a trace. In front of him was only a stellar fire with a diameter of less than 100 meters. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue 5 colors appeared in the stellar fire, dancing and flickering together. The 5 colors intertwined yet remained distinct. They combined and transformed into countless mesmerizing colors, incredibly beautiful. The 5-colored stellar fire was formed. At the moment the 5-colored stellar fire was formed, Lin Moya let out a light shout, and his soul power surged, enveloping the stellar fire. He did not directly absorb the 5-colored stellar fire but intended to store it first. In the current environment, without anyone to protect him, it was not suitable to absorb the stellar fire. His soul power transformed into a giant hand, grasping the 5-colored stellar fire. Under the pressure of his soul power, the 5-colored stellar fire gradually shrank, eventually becoming a fist-sized ball. Using his soul world as a container, Lin Moya directly stored the shrunken 5-colored stellar fire in his soul. Then, spreading his wings of the undead, he cut off all his aura and left immediately. He flew in the opposite direction of the stellar fire group, quickly leaving the range covered by the stellar fire group and entering the dark star region. He concealed his aura, moving like a ghost, flying at full speed. He left a faint space crack behind him, which swallowed all his aura, leaving no trace. Less than an hour after he left, several powerful figures appeared in the starry sky where the 5-colored stellar fire had been nurtured. They looked at the empty starry sky, sensing the residual aura. Just now, a 5-colored stellar fire was born here. Unfortunately, someone got to it first. The aura hasn't completely dissipated. Strange, how could a top-grade stellar fire be born in this area, and a 5-colored one at that? The world is vast, and nothing is too strange. No matter what happens, it's not surprising. Since it has already been taken, it means it wasn't meant for us. We might as well look for that human boy. A genius has appeared among the humans. He must be eliminated. Indeed, a true god at the 2nd stage reaching here is no ordinary genius. Such a person should not be allowed to survive. The human race cannot have another Xiao Zhantian. The strong ones from different races discussed briefly and reached a preliminary consensus. They all believed that Lin Moya should not be allowed to survive. Chapter 1104. Chapter 1104, 1104. Chapter 1104, Enhancing Fusion, Transforming into a Star. Geniuses are often envied, and being too much of a genius can even provoke the wrath of the heavens. Lin Moya's presence made others wary, and Su Jianxing was right. Everyone here wanted to kill Lin Moya. They did not want another genius to emerge from the human race. Ordinary geniuses were not a problem. Even those like Su Jianxing who could fight across realms were acceptable. Every powerful race had geniuses who could fight across realms. But Lin Moya was different. He had reached this place at the second stage of the True God realm, indicating that he had already achieved the peak of the True God realm. Even if he couldn't fight across realms, he possessed the combat power of a peak True God. If Lin Moya reached the third or fourth stage of the True God realm, he might be able to fight across realms. This was beyond the scope of an ordinary genius. Once, there was a genius like this named Xiao Zhantian, who ultimately saved the human race from the brink of destruction, pulling them back from the edge of annihilation. Under his leadership, the human race, having recovered, launched a bloody revenge. Over 200 races had attacked the human race back then, but now only a little over 100 remained. More than 100 races were completely wiped out from the Great World, all because of Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian's actions told everyone in the Great World that bullying the human race came with a price. If another figure like Xiao Zhantian emerged from the human race, how would the other races cope? To prevent this, the strong ones from several races reached a tacit understanding: if they saw Lin Moya, they would kill him. Lin Moya flew nearly 20 billion kilometers in the Dark Star region, then turned back into the Stellar Fire area. The Dark Star region, with its randomly flying dark stars, was not suitable for absorbing the five-colored spirit fire. After returning, Lin Moya set up the array disk again, hiding his presence. He then began to absorb the five-colored spirit fire within his soul. Among his 5 spells, the fusion rate of Gathering Power had already reached 99%, just a step away from becoming a stellar-level spell. The fusion rates of Strong Soldier and Damage Transfer were both at 50%, halfway there. Corpse Explosion was at 40%, and Summon Skeleton King was at 30%, the lowest. Since entering the Great World, Gathering Power and Strong Soldier, 2 spells derived from the original runes, had rarely been used. Due to the limitations of his soul level, the effects of these 2 spells had become negligible, but their power was still undeniable. Lin Moya believed that if they could evolve to the stellar level, they would once again become powerful. Just like when he was in the small world, these 2 spells, which were just skills at the time, had helped him countless times, allowing him to kill many strong enemies. However, after some thought, Lin Moya did not choose them this time. Their origins were too powerful, derived from the essence blood of the original bird. Lin Moya had researched the original bird, but due to access restrictions, there wasn't much information available. But he knew that the original bird was extremely powerful, far surpassing the divine sovereign. Some records even stated that the original bird was one of the primordial beings of the Great World, possessing the primordial bloodline and the original power of the Great World, making it incredibly strong. The original runes refined from its essence blood were naturally powerful. The spells derived from the original runes were equally strong. The stronger the spell, the harder it was to become a stellar-level spell. This was a limitation imposed by the laws of the Great World on all spells. So Lin Moya did not choose Strong Soldier and Gathering Power, fearing that the 5-colored spirit fire might not be strong enough to succeed. Among the remaining 3 spells, Lin Moya chose Summon Skeleton King after careful consideration. He couldn't determine the relative strength and difficulty of the 3 spells. He chose Summon Skeleton King, not based on difficulty but on the potential benefits after success. Lin Moya always had high expectations for the 9-star spell system. Each additional star would significantly increase the spell's power. By then, the entire undead army would be collectively enhanced, and the summoned skeleton god generals would also become stronger through the fusion spell. Lin Moya even believed that after the 9-star spell, the skeleton god generals might be able to challenge the divine kings one-on-one. As for the skeleton king itself, before the appearance of the skeleton god generals, the skeleton king was his strongest summon. Its strength was also determined by the skeletons. After transforming into a stellar-level spell, how strong would the skeleton king become? After careful consideration, enhancing Summon Skeleton King offered the greatest benefits. His soul power surged, pushing the 5-colored spirit fire towards the spell planet of Summon Skeleton King. The soul world shook violently as the 5-colored spirit fire enveloped the spell planet of Summon Skeleton King. The spell planet began to spin wildly, emitting brilliant light. Compared to a spell star, a spell planet had many flaws. It wasn't ignited, couldn't emit light or heat, and couldn't bear the laws. Now, the 5-colored spirit fire entered it, becoming the fire seed of the planet, truly igniting it. Igniting the planet was the second chance. The first chance was when he transformed the skill into a spell, but Lin Moya missed that opportunity. Now, he used the 5-colored spirit fire to make up for it. The 5-colored spirit fire seeped into the spell planet, gradually becoming its fire seed. But the fire seed needed fuel to burn, and soul power was the best fuel. Lin Moya's heart moved, and a stream of soul power surged into the spell planet. Lin Moya was very experienced in transforming spell stars. What he was doing now was something he was very familiar with. Soul power continuously poured in, and Lin Moya could feel the spell planet of Summon Skeleton King growing stronger, with its fusion rate rapidly increasing. It began to boil and emit light. It's almost done. Lin Moya silently chanted in his heart, unable to contain his excitement. The spell planet was transforming into a star, and his vision was about to be realized. The 9-star spell system was something few in the great world could achieve. More and more soul power poured in, and the spell planet grew brighter, with flames rising from it, burning fiercely. Lin Moya, now at the second stage of the true god realm, had soul power many times stronger than before, more than enough to supply the transformation. Moreover, he had the talent tree, which could quickly replenish his soul power. Just like before, when Lin Moya used the soul-cutting sword 4 times in a row, he could quickly use it a 5th and even a 6th time. The recovery speed of his soul power was astonishing. The amount of soul power injected had already surpassed what other spell stars required. Lin Moya felt something strange, as if no matter how much soul power he injected, it was never enough, always falling short. Could it be? Could it be that the five-colored spirit fire is not enough? Lin Moya was shocked. Was his spell too high level and powerful, making even the five-colored spirit fire insufficient? The light of the transforming spell planet suddenly dimmed, and its rotation slowed down. Is it going to fail? What should he do? He didn't have a six-colored spirit fire on hand. Would this attempt end in failure? If it failed once, the difficulty of the second attempt would increase significantly. Even a six-colored spirit fire might not be enough. Each failure would greatly increase the difficulty of the next attempt, making it harder and harder until it became impossible. Lin Moya's heart moved, and he saw the not yet fully formed stellar fire seed. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The branches of the talent tree moved, picking up the stellar fire seed and sending it to the spell planet of Summon Skeleton King. Chapter 1105. Chapter 1105, 1105. Chapter 1105, 9-star spell, Soul Purple Light. Lin Moya forcefully inserted the stellar fire seed into the spell planet. His method was somewhat violent but very effective. The fire seed was nurtured by the star, and the stellar essence fire was the core of the star. Both originated from the same source, so Lin Moya didn't have to worry about any conflict between them. As he expected, the two quickly fused together. With the help of the five-colored essence fire, the stellar fire seed was instantly restored and fully formed. The stellar fire seed had the effect of sublimating the spell planet, and its effect was very powerful, even stronger than the five-colored essence fire. Its addition caused the originally failing sublimation to restart. Lin Moya seized the opportunity and poured his soul power into it without regard for the cost. A vast amount of soul power surged in, combining with the power of the five-colored essence fire and the stellar fire seed, working together. Boom! The spell planet exploded. Lin Moya's attention was entirely focused on the spell planet. At the moment of the explosion, a tiny black hole appeared. Luo Qinkan had told him that a star was not the ultimate form, there were also neutron stars and even black holes. Perhaps the black hole was the ultimate form of the spell. Lin Moya seemed to understand the significance of the black hole's existence. As the star sublimated and exploded, the black hole appeared, as if to tell him in advance that this was the strongest form of the spell. The path is long, and comrades still need to work hard. Lin Moya focused on the black hole, observing the scene within it. The time was only half a second, very precious. In this half second, how much he could gain depended entirely on himself. Through the black hole, Lin Moya saw a trace of pure white light. In the distance, he saw a rune. A vast, ancient, majestic, and terrifying giant rune. He had seen the scene behind the black hole before and had also seen a giant rune. A giant world rune covered with cracks. Seeing it again now, the cracks were still there, unchanged. Outside it, countless tiny runes existed. Then the scene collapsed, and his consciousness returned. Half a second was too short to see clearly. Lin Moya was helpless about this. In the end, it was because his strength was not enough. But thinking about it, even at the level of Antares, after seeing the black hole so many times, the gains were not particularly significant. It was obviously very difficult to gain something from it. Lin Moya sighed, let go of his obsession, and stopped thinking about it. There would always be opportunities in the future. He refocused on the spell star that was rising again. Summon Skeleton King had transformed from a spell planet into a spell star, and its fusion rate increased to 110%, bearing the power of the laws. After the transformation, it left its original position and flew towards the multi-star summoning spells. Lin Moya felt a surge of excitement. 9-star spell. It was done, truly done. The 9-star spell was finally completed at this moment. With the addition of the Summon Skeleton King spell star, the 9-star spell truly took shape. The soul world roared, and a vast power surged from the 9-star spell. 9 summoning spell stars connected, absorbing and linking with each other, forming a whole. From a distance, the 9 stars had already fused together, indistinguishable from each other. They released a vast amount of soul power, sweeping through the entire soul world. The soul world expanded several times, and the talent tree swayed and grew wildly. The quality of the soul rapidly improved, and the soul body became crystal clear, originally jade-like, holy, and transparent. At this moment, the 9 stars simultaneously shot a beam of light onto Lin Moya's soul. The soul suddenly opened its eyes, and its aura surged. A trace of purple light emerged from the depths of the soul. Although it was just a faint purple light, it had a completely different significance. In the human world, there are phrases like purple air comes from the east and great success. Purple represents nobility. Once purple appears in the soul, even if it's just a trace, it has extraordinary significance. This indicated that Lin Moya's soul had reached the peak of the 4th grade and was qualified to advance to the 5th grade. Many divine sovereigns had souls that had long reached the peak of the 4th grade, but because they couldn't give birth to purple in their souls, they could only stop at the divine sovereign realm, unable to advance further. The soul is the foundation of advancement. Without sufficient soul quality, one can never advance. The appearance of purple in Lin Moya's soul indicated that he had not only reached the peak of the 4th grade but also had the qualification to continue advancing. The formation of the 9-star spell greatly enhanced the undead army. Lin Moya found that the 9 spell stars had grown larger and more solid. With increased size, they could accommodate more undead. Indeed, when Lin Moya's mind moved, he summoned a skeleton god warrior. Then, the 9-star spell linkage began, and skeletons, death knights, and skeletal dragons surged out. The number of the undead army began to increase wildly. Not only did the number increase, but their combat power also became stronger. The skeleton god warrior, which appeared to be only at the second stage of the true god realm, had combat power that could rival the sixth stage of the true god realm. Death Knights were equivalent to the seventh stage of the true god realm, and skeletal dragons could compete with the eighth stage. If calculated, Death Dragon Knights would be equivalent to the ninth stage of the true god realm, and skeleton god generals would at least be at the peak of the true god realm, possibly even able to fight across realms. The 9-star spell. It was truly too powerful. Lin Moya clenched his fists, feeling the immense power of the 9-star spell. It was not just a quantitative change but a qualitative one. He then looked at the Summon Skeleton King spell star to check its information. Summon Skeleton King, fusion rate 110% summons the Skeleton King by fusing the power of skeletons. A minimum of 1 million skeletons is required for fusion, and a maximum of 10 million skeletons can be fused. Summoning the Skeleton King will not cause the skeletons to disappear or weaken their power. The minimum requirement was to fuse the power of 1 million skeletons, and the maximum could gather the power of 10 million skeletons. Lin Moya thought of the Skeleton God General. Just combining the Skeleton God Warrior, Skeleton God Mage, and Skeleton Soul Archer into one had extreme combat power. How strong would the Skeleton King be if it fused the power of 1 million skeletons? Of course, he knew it couldn't be calculated this way. The fusion spell was powerful because of the support of the Infinite Fusion spell. It involved the mysterious and unpredictable laws of chaos. The power of the Summon Skeleton King spell couldn't be calculated this way, but Lin Moya believed that the combat power of the Skeleton King should surpass that of the Skeleton God General, becoming his strongest combat power. Fighting across realms is definitely not a problem. It might even be able to kill a divine king. Lin Moya's idea of killing a divine king was not about killing one here. It was about doing it in an area without suppression. He believed that the Skeleton King had this combat power. The 9-star spell linkage continued, and more skeletons were summoned, densely packed in the starry sky, forming an undead army with great momentum. The summoning continued for several hours before finally ending. The 3 basic types of skeletons each reached 3 million, totaling 9 million. The Lich Generals and Death Knights reached 1 million, and the number of skeletal dragons summoned reached 500,000. The upper limit of resurrected ones reached 2 million. This meant that Lin Moya could summon up to 9 Skeleton Kings or gather all the power to summon 1 Skeleton King Warrior. Chapter 1106. Chapter 1106, 1106. Chapter 1106, The Battle Power of the Skeleton King, Yukindro seeks help. The increase in the number of the undead army also meant an increase in the number of Death Knights and Skeleton God Generals, along with the appearance of the Skeleton King. Lin Moya's basic and advanced combat power had become much stronger than before. As a necromancer, summoning spells were always his foundation. No matter how powerful other spells were, summoning spells always had a place. After putting away the undead army, Lin Moya prepared to test the strength of the Skeleton King. Suddenly, he frowned slightly as someone was rapidly approaching him. The figure was glowing white, still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, but the strong wind had already reached him. The laws brought up a fierce wind, sweeping through the starry sky. White Tiger. It was the divine king of the White Tiger clan. Lin Moya knew that his undead army had attracted its attention. The commotion caused by summoning the undead army was not small, so it was normal to be noticed. I found you. The White Tiger's voice was filled with killing intent. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow. It was clear that the White Tiger was here to kill him. The White Tiger's killing intent filled the starry sky. The White Tiger's voice came again. Don't think about escaping. Here, my power is suppressed, but outside, I am a true divine king. Lin Moya understood that the White Tiger was telling him that escaping was useless. Once they left the area covered by the stellar essence fire, without the suppression of the great world's laws, the White Tiger would be a true divine king. A divine king dealing with a true god would be like playing. However, Lin Moya didn't seem to have any intention of escaping. Just in time to use you to test the battle power of the Skeleton King. How many skeletons should I use? Lin Moya thought for a moment and decided to use his full strength to be safe. Summon Skeleton King, can fuse the power of up to 10 million skeletons. But he didn't have that many skeletons at the moment. The 3 types of skeletons combined totaled only 9 million. So he would use 9 million. Lin Moya lightly tapped his finger, and after many years, he finally used Summon Skeleton King again. 9-star spell, Summon Skeleton King. A strong wind arose, and the temperature dropped sharply. Above Lin Moya's head, a giant throne with a diameter of over 100 kilometers appeared. The throne was adorned with countless skeleton carvings, incredibly exquisite. After the throne appeared, it burst into flames with a roar. Silver-white flames enveloped the throne, and within the flames, the figure of the Skeleton King appeared. The Skeleton King held a sword in one hand and rose from the throne. The Skeleton King, which gathered the power of 9 million skeletons, stood over 10,000 meters tall, glowing with a silver-white light, reflecting the flames of the throne. Behind it was a huge bone cloak, fluttering in the wind. The sword in its hand was enormous, not particularly sharp, but just looking at it made one's skin ache. The laws of immortality emerged from its body, transforming into a divine dragon of laws, coiling and roaring around it. What is this? The White Tiger was startled by the sudden appearance of the Skeleton King, but it noticed that the Skeleton King's aura was only at the second stage of the true god realm, not a big deal. The White Tiger mocked itself for being timid and sneered, don't think that being big makes you powerful. Even if you create a star, it won't help. The Skeleton King's aura was indeed only at the second stage of the true god realm, because Lin Moya's realm was only at the second stage of the true god realm. But aura does not represent battle power. When needed, it would naturally explode. For example, now. Lin Moya did not answer the white tiger, just moved his thoughts and issued the command to kill. The Skeleton King raised its bone sword, which was thousands of meters long. Spell, God Slaying. This was a spell Lin Moya hadn't seen in years. After the Skeleton King became a stellar level spell, it had only one spell left, God Slaying. The number of spells decreased, but their power increased, and the cooldown time disappeared, allowing continuous use. There were gains and losses. The Skeleton King gave up defense in exchange for extreme attack power. Not only the Skeleton King but the entire undead army was like this. As the God-slaying spell was cast, the Skeleton King's aura instantly rose to its peak, exploding in the starry sky. It was not at the second stage of the True God realm but at the peak of the True God realm. Lin Moya knew that it was actually beyond the peak of the True God realm. Due to the suppression of the Great World's laws, its realm could only reach the peak. But its attack power was far beyond that, easily crossing realms. The White Tiger was also startled by the sudden surge in the Skeleton King's aura, then saw the sword light flash before its eyes. A sword light flashed across its body and flew into the distance. The White Tiger's eyes dimmed, its massive body maintaining a forward-charging posture, then disintegrated in mid-air. The Skeleton King's God-slaying spell killed the Divine King, shattered its body, and annihilated its soul. Cross-realm combat was indeed easy. This is the power a 9-star spell should have. Lin Moya was very satisfied, smiling as he put away the Skeleton King and collected the White Tiger's remains. This was the body of a Divine King. Although its realm was suppressed to the 9th stage of the True God realm here, its power was still at the Divine King level. Using it for corpse explosion would be much more powerful than using the bodies of 9th stage True Gods. Lin Moya wouldn't mind having more of such bodies, the more the better. He wondered if he should actively seek out and eliminate those who wanted to kill him. These guys had been here for many years and were quite wealthy. Killing them would yield considerable rewards. His waist felt slightly warm, and when he looked down, he saw that the shell given to him by Yukindro was glowing. The light did not form an arrow, indicating that there was no flashing star or flashing fire. Lin Moya curiously picked up the shell, and Yukindro's voice came from it, "Help me." Yukindro's voice was as clear as ever. Lin Moya didn't ask why, location. The light from the shell grew brighter, eventually forming an arrow pointing the way. Lin Moya spread his undead wings and flew at full speed. He knew that Yukindro must be in trouble otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't ask him for help. She said help me, not save me, so the problem shouldn't be too serious. The distance wasn't too far, about 300 million kilometers. In less than 3 hours, Lin Moya arrived at the location indicated by the shell. The aura of laws fluctuated, and Lin Moya saw 3 people launching a fierce attack on Yukindro. The 3 were from the Silver Snake, Silver Heron, and Silver Dog clans. Lin Moya knew these 3 races, collectively known as the 3 Silver clans in the Great World. Their territories were adjacent, and they were allies, advancing and retreating together. So they were known as the 3 Silver clans. Yukindro was enveloped in a light blue sphere, blocking the attacks of the 3, unable to harm her. Through the sphere, Yukindro seemed to be in poor condition, possibly injured. Otherwise, with her strength, these 3 shouldn't be able to stop her. Lin Moya's arrival caught the attention of the 3. "It's you, you've come to die. We couldn't find you anywhere, and now you've come here. Truly a double blessing." 2 of the 3 turned their attacks towards Lin Moya. "Come in!" Yukindro shouted, and a gap appeared in the light sphere. Lin Moya flapped his undead wings, breaking the soul lock, and shot into the gap like a meteor. Chapter 1107. Chapter 1107, 1107. Chapter 1107, this doesn't count as repaying a favor. In the blue light sphere, Yukindro was lying on a delicate mat that seemed to be woven from seaweed, looking lazy as she reclined on it. Lin Moya also had a somewhat lazy expression as he glanced at Lin Moya. "You came quite quickly." She seemed to be fine, but Lin Moya could feel that her aura was unstable, indicating that she was injured. Lin Moya asked, "What happened?" Yukindro blared at Lin Moya coquettishly, "Isn't it because of you humans?" Lin Moya thought of Su Jianxing. At that time, Yukindro had been hit by Su Jianxing's arrow, and he had felt that Yukindro seemed to be injured. These days had passed, and her injury seemed to have worsened rather than improved. Lin Moya asked, "What happened now?" Yukindro sighed, "Didn't I just take a 3-colored spirit fire from them? Those 3 guys have been chasing me like dogs ever since. If it weren't for that guy's laws causing trouble, I would have dealt with these 3 annoying guys long ago. With the laws of space, ordinary True Gods couldn't catch up to Yukindro. Even a Divine King would have a hard time dealing with Yukindro. But because of Su Jianxing's arrow, Yukindro was injured, which seemed to have affected her strength. That's why she was trapped here by the 3 members of the 3 Silver clans and ultimately sought help from Lin Moya." Lin Moya asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Yukindro said, "Your laws seem to have healing properties, right? Help me heal my injury, and I won't have to fear them anymore." Lin Moya looked at Yukindro, "How do you know that?" At that time, before Yukindro woke up, he had already put away the laws of immortality. How did she know? Yukindro smiled sweetly, raising her head proudly, revealing her long, shining neck. This princess has her ways of knowing. It was clear she had no intention of telling Lin Moya, and Lin Moya didn't want to delve into it. With a wave of his hand, a force of life from the laws of immortality flew into Yukindro's body. Through the connection of the laws, Lin Moya felt a law within Yukindro's body. This law was very sharp, constantly damaging Yukindro's body. Moreover, this law could absorb power from the starry sky to replenish itself. Yukingro's physical body was very strong, having reached the true god realm otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Inside Yukingro's body, Lin Moya didn't sense any traces of the laws of space, which was quite strange. Generally speaking, mastering a certain law would naturally integrate it into oneself. But Yukingro's body was empty, with no traces of the laws of space at all. Lin Moya found it strange but didn't show it. Exploring others' secrets was very impolite and could even create enmity. With the help of the force of life, Yukingro's injury was rapidly healing. She closed her eyes, showing a very enjoyable expression, her beautiful neck becoming even more slender and dazzlingly white. The force of life could heal Yukingro's injury, but it couldn't expel the law within her. As long as the law remained, it would continue to damage her body. Lin Moya said calmly, "The injury is healed, but I need to change the law to erase Su Jianxing's law. The process might be a bit painful, bear with it." Yukingro slowly opened her eyes, looking at Lin Moya with her bright, starry eyes, "Then be gentle, it's my first time." Lin Moya was speechless. This princess had a very unique way of thinking. Not wanting to say more, he focused his mind, and the force of life from the laws of immortality instantly transformed into the force of death. Previously, Lin Moya had already wrapped Su Jianxing's law with the laws of immortality. Now, he changed the attribute of the force, beginning to erase it. Su Jianxing's law instinctively resisted, and the two forces clashed within Yukingro's body. "Stop!" Yukingro's brows furrowed, and she couldn't help but moan. Her teeth clenched, and her body trembled continuously, clearly in great pain. Lin Moya knew this was unavoidable. If Yukingro had the laws of space within her, she could have used them to expel Su Jianxing's law and wouldn't have been injured. But she didn't have them. Fortunately, Yukingro's physical body was strong enough. Although it was painful, she could endure it. Yukingro kept making soft moans, her voice seductive. Yukingro sat softly on the ground, her posture extremely alluring, sparking wild thoughts. Unfortunately, Lin Moyo had no reaction, only focusing on controlling the laws to heal Yukingro. Su Jianxing's law, after all, was rootless. Even if it could absorb power from the starry sky, it couldn't withstand Lin Moya's continuous erasure. When all the laws were erased, the force of death from the laws of immortality quickly transformed back into the force of life, beginning the second round of healing. Yukingro moaned again, this time a sound of comfort. She felt like she was returning to the womb, warm and secure. She opened her eyes slightly, peeking at Lin Moyo. Seeing Lin Moya's focused expression, she muttered to herself, "Idiot." The force of life was used for healing, and its effect was magical, even stronger than pure life laws. In less than a minute, Yukingro's injury was completely healed. Yukingro slowly stood up, stretching her body, revealing her graceful figure. The Starfish clan, in appearance, was very similar to the human race, with only minor differences. Their appearance also fully met the human race's aesthetic standards. She was already very tall, almost the same height as Lin Moyo, with a perfectly proportioned and extremely attractive figure. Unfortunately, she encountered Lin Moyo, who was unmoved and indifferent. Yukingro's aura was stabilizing, and the aura of her laws was rising again. She smiled, finally healed, "Thank you. I didn't expect you to actually come. Aren't you afraid?" Lin Moya didn't answer her question but said calmly, "What are you planning to do?" Yukingro said softly, "My Azure Sky screen can still last for a while, enough for me to recover. By then, I can fight if I want, or leave if I want." Lin Moya glanced at the three outside, who were still attacking fiercely. From their auras, it was clear that all three were divine kings, suppressing their cultivation to come here. Their combat power slightly exceeded the limit of the true god realm, barely touching the threshold of the divine king realm. If they could fight across realms, it would be a bit forced. But compared to ordinary peak true gods, they were indeed much stronger. In a one-on-one fight, Yukingro should be stronger than them. But in a three-on-one fight, Yukingro wouldn't have much advantage. The three silver clans were not only allies but also had similar bloodlines, with a set of coordinated techniques that were very powerful. When the three joined forces, they could surpass Yukingro. However, Yukingro mastered the laws of space. As she said, she could fight if she wanted, or leave if she wanted. A trace of killing intent flashed in Lin Moya's eyes. The three silver clans had once invaded the human race. Countless humans had died at their hands, with deep blood feuds. Lin Moya said, "I'll deal with them." Yukingro sensed Lin Moya's killing intent and laughed, "This is your kill, it doesn't count as repaying a favor." Lin Moya said softly, "Don't forget, you asked me to come to save you." Yukingro shamelessly denied, "I didn't ask you to save me, I just asked you to help me. And the shell I gave you, isn't it useful? Your physical body seems to have strengthened a lot." Chapter 1108. Chapter 1108, 1108. Chapter 1108, The Powerful Skeleton King, Sword Slashes the Three Silver Clans. Yukingro smiled brightly, as radiant as the warm sun, and her face was thick-skinned. At this moment, Yukingro had a look of shamelessness, somewhat resembling the mischievous Ningyi. One had to admit, the shell had indeed provided a lot of convenience. Using it, he found the flashing stars and flashing fires, enhancing his physical body. He also used the flashing fire to artificially cultivate the five-colored spirit fire, successfully transforming Summon Skeleton King into a stellar-level spell. Without the shell, none of this would have been possible. Lin Moya did not answer, only saying lightly, "Open a door, I'll go out and deal with them." Yukingro's eyes sparkled with a smile, "Be careful, these three are divine kings. Their strength may be average, but when they join forces, they are still quite formidable. They won't have a chance." With that, Lin Moya flew out, and Yukingro cooperatively opened a passage. Before Lin Moya left, she reminded him, "Be careful, if there's danger, come back." This princess will protect you. Lin Moya's lips curled slightly, no need. Killing intent surged from his body, and his eyes were filled with confidence, clearly not taking the three members of the three silver clans seriously. Yukingro seemed to be infected by Lin Moya's confidence, inexplicably believing that Lin Moya would definitely succeed. Let's see what tricks you have. I didn't expect you to really come, what a surprise. Yukingro's eyes were filled with complexity and curiosity. The smile on her lips was obvious, clearly very happy that Lin Moya had come. At that time, she had only tried calling Lin Moya, not expecting him to come. After all, she knew that if even she needed help, it was likely a dangerous situation. She and Lin Moya were not related, so why would Lin Moya come to help her? Was it because she was a princess of the Starfish clan? Or because she was beautiful? She knew Lin Moya was not someone who cared about appearances, nor did he care about her status. Unexpectedly, Lin Moya still came, and he came very quickly. Under her gaze, the starry sky outside the azure sky screen suddenly darkened, and then silver-white flames burned, covering a large area of the starry sky. A chilling wind blew, even her azure sky screen couldn't block it. The temperature was dropping rapidly, very frightening. A giant skeleton throne appeared in the starry sky, followed by a skeleton king, over 10,000 meters tall, slowly rising from the flames. So big. What kind of puppet is this? It looks very dangerous. Yukingro exclaimed in amazement, even she thought Lin Moya was just using a puppet. Under her gaze, the skeleton king moved. A giant sword, thousands of meters long, swung out in the starry sky, and a flash of sword light passed by. The three members of the three silver clans simultaneously lit up with a sword light, screaming as they were sent flying. Yukingro was shocked. This attack contains the laws of space. She herself mastered the laws of space and was very familiar with them. The skeleton king's spell Godslaying could hit instantly once the attack was launched. There was no trajectory to follow, no way to dodge. The reason was that the attack contained the laws of space. Even Lin Moya didn't know this, but Yukingro saw it. The Godslaying sword could target both single and multiple enemies. The fewer the targets, the greater the power. At this moment, the skeleton king targeted 3 people, severely injuring them with one sword. The 3 screamed in horror and turned to flee, not daring to fight back. This sword was too terrifying. You can't escape. Lin Moya said lightly, and the skeleton king took a step, instantly crossing 1,000 miles, arriving in front of the 3. The giant sword swung out again, another Godslaying sword. 3 flashes of sword light appeared simultaneously, and the 3 screamed again, their bodies shattering and exploding on the spot. Even their souls were shattered by this sword, dissipating in the starry sky. 2 swords, killing 3 divine kings with suppressed cultivation. The battle power of the skeleton king was once again verified. It truly had the power to fight across realms, stronger than the skeleton god generals. So strong. Yukingro couldn't help but swallow. She seemed to have a new understanding of Lin Moya. She knew Lin Moya was a genius, a very powerful genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come here, even saving her along the way. But she didn't expect Lin Moya to be this strong. Then she realized, it's not him that's strong, it's his puppet that's powerful. What is his background, to have such a powerful puppet? Could he be from the Divine City? For a moment, Yukingro had many guesses about Lin Moya's identity. Lin Moya put away the Skeleton King, and several skeleton god warriors flew over to collect the bodies and storage items of the 3. Another substantial gain. The whole process was very smooth and natural, as if he had done it countless times. In fact, Lin Moya had indeed done this many times. Yukingro put away the azure sky screen, which rapidly shrank into a small blue bead. In Lin Moya's eyes, the azure sky screen was like an array disk. No matter how its appearance changed, the internal principles were similar. As a princess of the Starfish clan, how could Yukingro not have life-saving items? Moreover, when he arrived, Yukingro showed no signs of panic, clearly having other trump cards to ensure her safety. Yukingro smiled, thanks. The human race has a grudge against the 3 silver clans. Even if I didn't help you, I would have killed them. Lin Moya's killing intent gradually subsided, returning to his usual gentle and refined demeanor. Lin Moya asked, when I was healing you just now, I felt something strange. Yukingro interrupted Lin Moya, did you find that there were no traces of laws in my body? Yes. Lin Moya liked to get to the root of problems. If he didn't understand something, he always wanted to figure out why. Yukingro giggled, do you want to know? But this princess doesn't want to tell you. Lin Moya was not surprised, it's your secret. It's understandable if you don't want to say. Just pretend I didn't ask. Yukingro giggled, it's not really a secret, just leaving some suspense. I'll tell you when there's a chance in the future. Anyway, thank you this time. This princess will remember your kindness. In the future, if you're in danger, you can call this princess through the shell. If this princess is free, I'll come to save you. Lin Moya smiled slightly, there probably won't be such an opportunity. Since everything is fine now, I'll take my leave. Yukingro waved her hand, go. If there's danger, just call this princess. This princess will come to save you. Lin Moya didn't respond, turning to leave. Save him? Yukingro probably didn't have that ability yet. Watching Lin Moya leave, Yukingro stomped her foot lightly. What a boring fool, a bit arrogant, but quite interesting. But this fool's laws are really amazing, able to heal and kill. When did the human race have such a powerful puppet, a skeleton puppet? What is this fool's background? Yukingro became very interested in Lin Moya. In her eyes, Lin Moya seemed very different from other humans. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. After watching for a while, she also turned to leave, a space crack appearing in front of her. She stepped into it lightly and disappeared. Chapter 1109. Chapter 1109, 1109. Chapter 1109, Who was the prey, who was the hunter? Lin Moya wandered through the stellar fire group, letting his aura spread out unrestrained, as if afraid others wouldn't notice his presence. He did this intentionally, wanting to attract those people over. If it weren't for Su Jianqing being present earlier, someone might have already made a move against him. Threads of killing intent, no matter how well hidden, could not escape his perception. Among them were a few true gods who were hostile races to humans. There were also some races that didn't have much enmity with humans, but their relationship wasn't good either. Lin Moya was very clear why they wanted to kill him. In the great world, no race would be willing to see another race produce talents. Even if they weren't hostile races, they wouldn't want to see it either. If they had the chance, they wouldn't hesitate to kill. They might not be enemies today, but there could be conflicts in the future. Now that Su Jianqing had left, Lin Moya believed they would seize the opportunity to permanently keep him here. However, he also wanted to take the opportunity to kill them. As for who was the prey and who was the hunter, it was hard to say. Soon, Lin Moya's high-profile actions immediately attracted others' attention. Found him. What audacity, daring to be so high-profile here. Su Jianqing has left, who can protect you now? A human genius should not be allowed to live. One by one, true god peaks who could fight across realms, or even divine kings suppressing their cultivation, charged towards Lin Moya with killing intent. Lin Moya's wings of the undead kept flapping, but he didn't engage with them, quickly fleeing. In their eyes, it looked like Lin Moya was afraid. This only made them more frenzied, vowing to kill Lin Moya. Lin Moya kept urging his wings of the undead, desperately flying through the stellar fire group, looking a bit flustered. However, no one noticed that there was not a hint of fear in his eyes, only intense killing intent. The hunters behind him were completely unaware that they were actually the prey. Lin Moya held a space-fixing bead in his hand. Once activated, it could lock down the starry sky within a radius of 1 million kilometers. From the beginning, he had no intention of killing them one by one, but to catch them all in one net. 12. There are still a few who haven't shown up. No rush, let's wait a bit more. Lin Moya calculated in his heart, finding that there were still a few people who hadn't appeared. The fourth stellar fire group was vast, and Lin Moya began flying towards the center of the fire group. It seemed like he was fleeing in panic, but only Lin Moya knew what he was doing. His seemingly aimless fleeing actually had a very clear route. First, he flew along the outer edge of the stellar fire group, gradually retreating inwards. There's a top-grade stellar fire. Lin Moya knew why a few people hadn't come to kill him. In the center, a five-colored spirit fire had already formed. A few people were in the midst of a fierce battle, fighting endlessly for the five-colored spirit fire. Someone had used a tool to seal their aura, so the aura of their battle didn't spread out, concealing it from many people. It wasn't until Lin Moya's arrival that they discovered the situation here. It's a five-colored spirit fire. Never mind him for now, getting the spirit fire is more important. Get the spirit fire first, then kill. When Lin Moya saw the top-grade spirit fire, those chasing him also noticed it. Without exception, they all abandoned chasing Lin Moya and turned to fight for the spirit fire. Lin Moya found it amusing. No matter the race, they were all selfish. They could come to kill him for the benefit of their race. But when their race's benefit conflicted with their personal benefit, most would choose their personal benefit without hesitation. He thought of how many ancestors and sages of the human race could sacrifice themselves fearlessly for the sake of the race. Lin Moya's killing intent surged. They're all here. Including those fighting for the five-colored spirit fire, there were 18 people in total, all present. 18 people from 18 different races, 13 of which had enmity with humans, and 5 races had no major connection with humans. But they had just joined in the pursuit to kill him, giving him a reason to kill them. The human race did have allies, but not many, at least not here. Lin Moya knew some of the human race's history. The human race had been betrayed by allies before, even turning allies into enemies. Afterwards, the human race stopped making allies. In the great world, only a few races remained allies with humans, like the Butterfly clan. The materials described it like this: true powerhouses need no allies. Indeed, if one was strong enough, others would only kneel at one's feet and look up in admiration. Since they're all here, let's get started. Lin Moya gripped the space-fixing bead, about to activate it. Suddenly, a strange force spread out, sweeping across the entire stellar fire group at faster than light speed in an instant. Space was enveloped by this strange force, becoming viscous, making any movement difficult. Space was locked down, and all teleportation tools lost their effect. Lin Moya frowned slightly. The laws of space. He sensed the powerful laws of space, instinctively thinking it was Yukingro's doing. But he immediately denied this thought. It wasn't Yukingro, and the laws of space were different from hers. Every law contains the strong personal will of its wielder. Generally, the stronger one is, the more obvious their personal will is imprinted in the law. It's like a personal brand stamped onto the law, clearly distinguishable. The laws of space locking down space now did not belong to Yukingro. A majestic aura rose up, and next to the five-colored spirit fire, a demon was glowing, burning with emerald green flames. It's the abyss fire. Such pure abyss fire, only a king of the demon clan could wield such pure abyss fire. Someone cried out in surprise. The demon's aura kept rising, its body rapidly growing larger. Originally only a dozen meters tall, it quickly grew to 1,000 meters. Its form changed from an ordinary demon into a dragon-shaped demon. It looked about 7 or 8 tenths similar to the divine dragons of the dragon clan, but it looked even more ferocious, with a cruel gaze. Lin Moya knew it was the Deep Abyss Dragon Demon, a king of the Deep Abyss branch of the Demon Clan. Its aura broke through the restrictions of the Great World's laws, truly reaching the Divine Sovereign realm. It was a Divine Sovereign suppressing its cultivation to come here, but now it had recovered its Divine Sovereign power. Its cruel gaze swept across everyone. Good, you're all here. Then you can all become food for this king. Its cruel voice, carrying a majestic aura, echoed through the starry sky. Some were outraged. Bullshit, you think you alone can devour us all? A golden feathered figure with wings spoke in a gloomy tone. Although I don't know what method you used to recover to the Divine Sovereign realm, but under the suppression of the Great World's laws, how long can you maintain it? We here all possess the power to fight across realms. Even if our realms are suppressed, we're not something you can easily devour. Moreover, my Golden Phoenix clan is not something to be trifled with. Shut up. He didn't finish speaking before the Deep Abyss Dragon Demon let out a furious roar, then a dragon's breath spewed forth, instantly crossing space to land on the Golden Phoenix. The emerald green abyss fire enveloped it. The Golden Phoenix let out a horrifying scream. The Deep Abyss Dragon Demon opened its mouth and inhaled, and the Golden Phoenix, without any resistance, was sucked into its mouth. Chapter 1110. Chapter 1110, 1110. Chapter 1110, thank you, otherwise killing you would be quite difficult. The scream abruptly stopped, followed by the sound of chewing that made one's teeth ache. Lin Moyo could clearly hear the sound of the demon's sharp teeth crushing the bones of the golden rock. There was no sound in the starry sky, but this sound seemed to penetrate everyone's ears like a soul's voice. The laws of the golden rock collapsed, and its body and soul were both crushed into pieces. Everyone present felt a chill down their spine. The golden rock was not weak. It was also a divine king, suppressing its cultivation to come here. The Golden Rock clan was also one of the powerful clans, with great strength. How could it be devoured without any resistance? Was the gap between them really that large? The Abyss Dragon Demon still had blood dripping from its mouth, letting out a cruel laugh. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. His words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. At this moment, space was locked, making it almost impossible to escape. Their strength was suppressed by the laws of the great world, and facing the dragon-shaped demon that had restored its divine king realm, they had no resistance. Even if they could fight across realms, they could only exert the power of a first-stage divine king, which was far inferior to the Abyss Dragon Demon. Just look at the fate of the Golden Rock. Lin Moya frowned slightly. The situation before him was beyond his expectations. Moreover, the Abyss Dragon Demon gave him a strange feeling. After devouring the Golden Rock, the Abyss Dragon Demon's aura seemed to grow even stronger. The most crucial point was how it broke through the suppression of the great world's laws. Even a divine sovereign couldn't break through the suppression of the great world's laws, so how did it do it? Besides, Lin Moya felt that the Abyss Dragon Demon itself had some issues. Lin Moya's soul had already reached the peak of the 4th grade, even stronger and more sensitive than many divine sovereigns. He felt that the Abyss Dragon Demon didn't seem to be its true body, more like a demon's avatar. Demons had the ability to create avatars, and he had seen it more than once in the small world. It was normal for true demons in the great world to have avatars. Lin Moya also sensed another aura from it. Lin Moya's eyes lit up, and a flash of insight struck him. He finally understood, and everything became clear. It's an avatar, and the true body's realm might be beyond the divine sovereign. It has the aura of the primordial rune. Lin Moya thought that if there was any power that could break through the suppression of the great world's laws, it would either be a power beyond the divine sovereign level or a primordial power like the primordial rune. Both were possible. At first, Lin Moya didn't understand why the Abyss Dragon Demon wanted to devour them, treating them as food. But when he connected it to the primordial rune, it made sense. Just like when he activated the primordial rune, he could replenish his consumption and even enhance his soul power by killing. Although the increase was minimal, it showed that the primordial rune had similar abilities. In this way, the Abyss Dragon Demon devouring them to enhance itself made sense. Having figured everything out, the next step was to find a solution. I wonder if the Skeleton King can kill it. Lin Moya thought to himself. He wasn't sure about the Skeleton King's ultimate battle power. Only by actually fighting could he find out. Although the Abyss Dragon Demon had used special means to break through the suppression of the great world's laws, its strength wasn't very high, probably around the 3rd stage of the Divine King realm. The Skeleton King might have a chance to fight it. Moreover, he still had the Black Star Beast leg. If the Skeleton King couldn't win, he had other means to kill the Abyss Dragon Demon. But that was his last resort, and he didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Apart from Lin Moyo, everyone else, regardless of their race, looked very grim. Their auras fluctuated violently, wanting to escape but not daring to move. They were all afraid, fearing that if they moved, they would become the first sacrifice. No one wanted to be the first to act, hoping someone else would go first, giving them a chance to escape. But since everyone thought this way, the result was that they would all die together. The Abyss Dragon Demon was satisfied with their fearful expressions, laughing wildly in his heart. Fear, the more you fear, the more benefits I get. No one knew that the Abyss Dragon Demon was waiting for their fear to spread. The fear of living beings was the source of his power. Devouring the Golden Rock was to create fear. He could feel the emotion of fear, and everyone's performance satisfied him, except for Lin Moyo. What's with this human? Why isn't he afraid? The giant dragon eyes fell on Lin Moyo. Aren't you afraid? Lin Moyo answered with his actions. The space-fixing bead in his hand was activated, exploding with a bang. The already locked space was further reinforced with another shackle. Space became even more stable and viscous. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Moyo. What did this guy do? Does he not want to live? Why would he do this? Does he want to drag us down with him? Various thoughts surged, some confused, but what followed was even more rampant despair and fear. At this moment, the Abyss Dragon Demon was also stunned. What did you do? Lin Moya's lips curled slightly. Thank you, otherwise killing you all would be quite difficult. Even with the space-fixing bead, killing them all would take some effort. After all, each of them had the battle power of a peak true god or a suppressed divine king. Killing them wasn't easy. But with the Abyss Dragon Demon's interference and the double lockdown, escaping was almost impossible. The Abyss Dragon Demon laughed maniacally. Are you crazy? You say you want to kill us. But before he could finish, he couldn't speak anymore. A fierce wind blew, and the temperature plummeted. This was the center of the stellar fire group, with 5-colored spirit fires burning brightly. Standing here was like being surrounded by thousands of stars, with temperatures exceeding tens of millions of degrees. But now, as the fierce wind blew, the temperature dropped sharply. In an instant, it seemed to plummet to freezing point, and even the flames of the 5-colored spirit fire seemed to be extinguished. The skeleton throne, burning with silver-white flames, descended upon the world. The skeleton king, formed from the power of 9 million skeletons, slowly rose from the throne. Its appearance brought a strong sense of oppression. Even though its aura was only at the second stage of the true god realm, it felt incredibly powerful. Not only the skeleton king, but countless skeleton god generals appeared in the starry sky. 1 million skeleton god generals surrounded the area, leaving almost no gaps. A total of 500,000 Death Dragon Knights appeared alongside the skeleton god generals, flying and roaring in the starry sky, letting out dragon roars. Elemental liches jumped out. Flame Law Light, Heavy Water Law Aura, Storm Law Aura, Starlight Law Aura, Light Speed Law Aura, Undying Aura. One by one, auras appeared under the feet of the undead. The starry sky was rendered in a myriad of colors. The powerful and terrifying undead army stunned everyone, leaving them speechless. Even the Abyss Dragon Demon was stunned, filled with confusion. How can there be so many puppets? Chapter 1111. Chapter 1111, 1111. Chapter 1111, The Battle Between the Skeleton King and the Abyss Dragon Demon. The Skeleton King, like a general, led a terrifying undead army, surrounding everyone. Lin Moyo, on the other hand, was like a marshal on the battlefield, looking down coldly at the scene. How could this be? How could there be so many puppets? Who is he? Is he a prince from the human divine city? Did he bring all the human puppets with him? No, I've seen human puppets before, and they don't look like this. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Regardless of the strength of these skeletons, their sheer number was enough to intimidate. Even the Abyss Dragon Demon was taken aback. But he quickly recovered and laughed maniacally. What use is a large number? Each one is only at the second stage of the true god realm. His words were interrupted again. This time, it was by terrifying sword energy. Millions of sword energy swept across the starry sky, and the aura of the skeleton god generals instantly surged, reaching the peak of the true god realm. With all the buffs from the 9-star spell, the attack power of the skeleton god generals even surpassed the peak of the true god realm. Although not yet at the level of fighting across realms, it was close. The dragon breath of the Death Dragon Knights burned a large area of the starry sky, filled with the aura of death. The power of death from the laws of immortality ravaged the starry sky, corroding everything, extinguishing life, and bringing death. The attacks of the Death Dragon Knights also reached the 9th stage of the true god realm, enough to cause harm. Facing the overwhelming attacks of the undead army, the strong ones from various races were completely panicked. These were not weak puppets at the second stage of the true god realm. Each attack was at least at the 9th stage of the true god realm or the peak of the true god realm. Millions of attacks were enough to kill them. The strong ones from various races were in despair. Just now, they were threatened by the Abyss Dragon Demon, feeling that their lives were hanging by a thread. Now, facing Lin Moyo, they felt they were doomed. With the dual space confinement and the encirclement of the million-strong undead army, their escape routes were completely cut off. They fought back desperately, but there was no chance. Their domains of laws were shattered, their souls were obliterated, and screams filled the air. The undead army was responsible for eliminating the strong ones from various races, while the skeleton god generals targeted the Abyss Dragon Demon. The Abyss Dragon Demon reacted quickly, attacking before the undead army could strike. Dragon breath spewed from its mouth, and abyss fire burned fiercely on its body. The dark green flames seemed to burn through the starry sky, making the space creak. It charged madly at Lin Moyo, knowing that eliminating the million-strong undead army was unrealistic. The best way was to kill the instigator. Moreover, Lin Moyo was only at the second stage of the true god realm, looking very weak. Without the puppets, Lin Moyo was nothing in its eyes. The undead army couldn't stop the Abyss Dragon Demon, tearing through them like rags. Neither the skeleton god generals nor the Death Dragon Knights could stop it. The difference in power levels made the Abyss Dragon Demon unstoppable. It's useless. I am a divine king. No matter how many puppets you have, they are just true gods. True gods trying to stop a divine king is wishful thinking. The Abyss Dragon Demon vividly taught Lin Moyo a lesson. Every race needed high-end combat power. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. The legendary invincible strong ones, who could destroy a race single-handedly, were not a joke. The human war god Xiao Zhantian had done this before. He destroyed a race single-handedly, unstoppable. The million-strong undead army stopping the Abyss Dragon Demon was within Lin Moyo's expectations, so he wasn't surprised. Sword light flashed, illuminating the starry sky. The Abyss Dragon Demon's face changed dramatically, and its roar stopped abruptly. A huge wound appeared on its body, with black blood flowing from it. The dragon demon blood turned into dark green abyss fire, burning fiercely in the starry sky. How could this be? The Abyss Dragon Demon couldn't believe it, staring blankly at the Skeleton King. The 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King was even larger than it. Although the aura it emitted was the same as other puppets, only at the second stage of the True God realm, the sword just now had directly injured it. The wound almost cut through half of its body, shattering its scales and exposing its bones. Blood kept flowing, and the wound was corroded by terrifying laws, making it hard to heal. Abyss fire burned in the wound, clashing with the laws of immortality, mutually extinguishing each other. The intense pain drove the Abyss Dragon Demon even crazier. I will kill you. It charged madly, but the Skeleton King was already standing in front of Lin Moyo. The bone sword in its hand swung again. Spell, God Slaying. Source Fire Protection. The Abyss Dragon Demon roared, its body glowing brightly. The light turned into dark green abyss fire, enveloping its entire body. The God-slaying sword fell into the firelight, causing the firelight to tremble and flicker, but it ultimately held. Lin Moya noticed that these flames were different from the previous abyss fire. They were deeper and more powerful. Although the color difference was slight, the power and effect were completely different. The abyss fire of the abyss demons was said to originate from the endless abyss, filled with abyss fire. This source fire was one of the fundamental powers of the abyss demons. The source fire not only blocked the Skeleton King's god-slaying sword but also extinguished the laws of immortality on the wound, allowing it to heal quickly. For a divine king, physical damage was insignificant. Even if limbs were severed, they could regenerate. The abyss dragon demon coldly said, "You are doomed. No one can save you." Lin Moya sneered, "Come over if you can." The Skeleton King responded, clashing with the Abyss Dragon Demon. The Skeleton King was extraordinarily powerful, wielding a bone sword thousands of meters long, roaring through the starry sky. The Abyss Dragon Demon attacked the Skeleton King madly, causing significant damage. But the presence of the Lich Generals allowed the Skeleton King to ignore some damage. The Skeleton King also had the characteristics of other undead. As long as it wasn't killed instantly, it was hard to kill. Lin Moyo had already seen that the Skeleton King was slightly inferior to the Abyss Dragon Demon. By this calculation, the Skeleton King was roughly equivalent to the third stage of the True God realm. After gathering the power of 9 million skeletons, the Skeleton King could no longer be measured by realm alone. The Skeleton King and the Abyss Dragon Demon were locked in a fierce battle, with the Abyss Dragon Demon finding it difficult to break through the Skeleton King's defense. Screams echoed as peak True Gods were killed. Surrounded by a million skeleton god generals and death dragon knights, the strong ones from various races finally couldn't hold on. Sword energy tore through them, stripping away their last bit of life. "We have no enmity with the human race. Spare me. I shouldn't have chased you earlier. It was my mistake. I apologize. Considering our races have no conflict, please spare me." A few, seeing death approaching, began to beg Lin Moyo for mercy. But Lin Moyo had no intention of sparing them and ignored their pleas. Now they wanted to live, but what were they doing before? At this point, it was too late to say anything. Lin Moyo had always been ruthless. If he decided to act, he would do it thoroughly. Lin Moya noticed that as the battle continued, the Abyss Dragon Demon's aura was weakening. The laws of the Great World were surging from all directions, seemingly trying to suppress it again. "Human scum, I will eat you." The Abyss Dragon Demon roared, its body suddenly enlarging. Chapter 11:12. Chapter 11:12, 1112. Chapter 11:12, Gods Fighting, Mortals Suffering. The Abyss Dragon Demon, originally over 1,000 meters tall, rapidly grew in size, quickly reaching 5,000 meters. Along with the change in size, its aura also grew stronger, pushing away the laws of the Great World. As its body grew larger, its strength multiplied, immediately suppressing the Skeleton King. The Abyss Dragon Demon appeared incredibly powerful, much stronger than before. But Lin Moya knew that this was not the case. He sensed the aura of the primordial rune from the Abyss Dragon Demon, knowing that it had activated a spell derived from the primordial rune. The spell transformed from the primordial rune was powerful enough to change the course of the battle. However, the primordial rune also had a drawback: its duration was very short. In Lin Moya's perception, the Abyss Dragon Demon's aura began to rapidly decline after reaching its peak. Every second, it weakened significantly. At this rate, in at most 1 minute, the Abyss Dragon Demon would revert to its original state, possibly even weaker than before. As long as he could hold out for this 1 minute, not only would he be fine, but he could also easily kill the Abyss Dragon Demon. 1 minute was not long. Even if he died a few times and used his talent to revive, it wouldn't be hard to endure for 1 minute. The Skeleton King wasn't just for show, and even if the undead army couldn't win, they could still hold out for a while. Lin Moya was not worried at all, his eyes showing no fear. His gaze greatly displeased the Abyss Dragon Demon. "I really don't like your eyes." Lin Moya said calmly, "If you don't like them, gouge out your own eyes and don't look. If I eat you, I won't have to see them anymore." The Abyss Dragon Demon roared, its massive body sweeping through the starry sky like a whip, sending the Skeleton King flying. With its increased strength, the Skeleton King could no longer hold it back. After dealing with the Skeleton King, it charged at Lin Moya with a sinister smile. Lin Moya remained calm, his undead wings flapping as he flew out hundreds of kilometers. Due to the dual space confinement, Lin Moya's speed was greatly reduced. Even with the light speed law aura, his speed did not exceed 100 kilometers per second. In the starry sky, this speed was like a snail's pace. The Abyss Dragon Demon was also affected by the space-fixing bead, but its speed was still much faster than Lin Moya's. Lin Moya quickly retreated, while the Skeleton God Generals and Death Dragon Knights charged forward recklessly, trying to stop the Abyss Dragon Demon. Of course, they couldn't stop it. Lin Moya just needed them to buy time, even if it was just 0.1 seconds. The Abyss Dragon Demon roared in fury, filled with killing intent, chasing after Lin Moya. It was very fast, catching up in the blink of an eye, and bit down. But at the last moment, Lin Moya changed direction, and a large number of Lich Generals appeared around him. The Lich Generals became Lin Moya's scapegoats, being bitten to death by the Abyss Dragon Demon. You can't escape. The Abyss Dragon Demon roared, sucking in fiercely towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt a tremendous force acting on him, pulling his body uncontrollably towards the Abyss Dragon Demon. At this moment, the Skeleton King returned, slashing at the Abyss Dragon Demon's jaw with a divine strike. The Abyss Dragon Demon let out a cry of pain, and although the suction wasn't interrupted, it weakened for a moment. Lin Moya seized this moment, raising his hand and pointing fiercely. Stellar level spell, Soul Burn. Stellar level spell, Soul Curse. Stellar level spell, Soul Poison. The triple soul attack caused significant soul damage, making the Abyss Dragon Demon scream again. Finally, the suction was interrupted. Lin Moya's undead wings flapped, breaking the soul lock and flying out hundreds of kilometers again. This time, Lin Moya didn't use the time curse, even though it was more powerful, because he had concerns. He had to fight, but he couldn't fight recklessly. He had to be cautious. The Abyss Dragon Demon was just an avatar. Behind it was an unknown demon. Moreover, this demon possessed the primordial rune. So Lin Moya didn't use the spells, Strong Soldier, and Gathering Power, derived from the primordial rune, nor did he use the time curse. He didn't want the enemy to know he possessed the primordial rune, nor did he want them to know his spells were related to the time law. Either one could easily attract the enemy's covetousness. Being targeted by a powerful being who might surpass the divine sovereign, especially a demon with a deep blood feud with the human race, Lin Moya wouldn't be so foolish. Now he just needed to buy time until the spell's duration ended, and the Abyss Dragon Demon would revert to its original state. Once the Great World's laws fully suppressed it, it would be its death. 45 seconds left. 15 seconds had already passed, leaving 45 seconds. Lin Moya sensed the Abyss Dragon Demon's aura weakening further. The Abyss Dragon Demon also knew its situation, its eyes filled with rage. You want to buy time? Impossible. Source fire burning heaven. With a roar, the deep abyss fire burned fiercely, turning the starry sky within 100,000 kilometers into a sea of fire. The so-called source fire of the abyss was incredibly powerful. The skeleton god generals were burned to death in the flames. With the skeleton god generals dead, the various strong ones, already on the brink of death, finally had a chance to breathe. But the next second, they realized that the abyss fire was even more terrifying. Amidst the screams, 2 more were burned to death. The strong ones from various races were in despair, feeling like they had just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. It seemed they were destined to die, their luck at its worst. As they were burned to death, Lin Moya sensed the Abyss Dragon Demon's aura growing stronger again. Killing can extend the spell's duration. Lin Moya thought of one of the characteristics of the primordial rune spells. Killing could extend the spell's duration. Lin Moya stood in the sea of fire, enduring its damage. This time, the area attack was too large, and Lin Moya had no choice. But the most troublesome issue now wasn't the abyss fire. It would take a long time to burn him to death. The problem was that he couldn't let the Abyss Dragon Demon kill anyone else. If I can't let it kill, then I'll do the killing. Lin Moya steeled himself and charged at the strong ones from various races with all his might. The Skeleton King also charged at the Abyss Dragon Demon again, trying to stop it from interfering with Lin Moya's killing. Boom! In the explosion, a strong one who was about to be consumed by the fire was killed by Lin Moya using Corpse Explosion. Lin Moya had collected many corpses, all of them from 9th stage true gods. Using Corpse Explosion, could kill strong ones of the same level. Even a suppressed Divine King could be severely injured by it. Boom! Another loud explosion, and Lin Moya killed another. As long as Lin Moya killed them, the Abyss Dragon Demon couldn't gain any benefit. The Abyss Dragon Demon finally realized, how does he know? Killing to extend the spell's duration was a characteristic of the primordial rune spells. It didn't know if Lin Moya had discovered this by accident or if he already knew. If he already knew, it would mean Lin Moya also possessed the primordial rune. Despite its meticulous planning, Lin Moya's possession of the primordial rune had already been guessed and targeted. Now, he just focused on killing, ignoring everything else. The abyss fire burned even more fiercely, and the Abyss Dragon Demon ignored Lin Moya, attacking others instead. Both sides began competing to kill. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Chapter 1113. Chapter 1113, 1113. Chapter 1113, it seems I have no choice but to use it. The strong ones from the remaining races faced death with despair. When Lin Moya and the Abyss Dragon Demon aimed their attacks at them, it was equivalent to a death sentence. Initially, there were 18 people, but after several died, only a little over 10 remained. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. Among them, Lin Moya claimed most of the kills, with the Abyss Dragon Demon only managing to kill 3. After all, besides himself, Lin Moya had the Skeleton King and the Undead Army, making it much easier for him to claim kills. The Abyss Dragon Demon's aura surged again, not only recovering to its previous state but even slightly surpassing it. The duration of its spell was significantly extended, rendering Lin Moya's previous efforts futile. Lin Moya felt somewhat helpless. Although he reacted quickly, the Abyss Dragon Demon was not slow either. Now, he had no choice but to continue stalling. Fortunately, he was confident that he could outlast the Abyss Dragon Demon. Especially after these people died, the undead army was completely free to focus on the Abyss Dragon Demon. With 1.5 million undead soldiers, plus the Skeleton King, combined with his various spells and talents, Lin Moya was confident he could stall for another minute or two. The Abyss Dragon Demon's eyes were filled with cruelty and bloodlust as it charged at Lin Moya again. At this moment, it didn't want to waste even 0.1 seconds and aimed to eliminate Lin Moya as quickly as possible. The undead army transformed into a sharp spearhead, forming a triangular formation and charging at the Abyss Dragon Demon. Sword energy intertwined, and millions of sword lights struck the Abyss Dragon Demon. Dragon breath spewed out, burning the starry sky and turning a large area of it silver white. The laws of immortality surged within the sword lights and dragon breath, eroding the Abyss Dragon Demon's power. The deep, dark green abyss fire protected the Abyss Dragon Demon, blocking all attacks. Don't bother. Mere puppets that aren't even at the Divine King level can't stop me. Damn you, you've ruined my plans. Today, you must die here. The Abyss Dragon Demon roared and charged madly. Countless skeleton god generals were sent flying, but more would immediately take their place. The Death Dragon Knights also launched charges at the Abyss Dragon Demon, but they still couldn't break through the Sourcefire's defense. Lin Moya had disrupted the Abyss Dragon Demon's plans. If it had devoured the strong ones from various races, its power would have significantly increased. Although these strong ones were suppressed to the true god realm, they were originally at the Divine King level. To the Abyss Dragon Demon, they were like powerful supplements. But now, Lin Moya had ruined everything. The Abyss Dragon Demon hated Lin Moya and desperately wanted to eliminate him. Not only was Lin Moya strong, but he also had an astonishing number of puppets. He was a genius and likely had an extraordinary background. Killing him would be a significant blow to the human race. The Abyss Dragon Demon's eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. Lin Moya kept retreating. Although the undead army could block the Abyss Dragon Demon, it could at least buy some time. The Skeleton King descended again, swinging its divine sword. The Abyss Dragon Demon's flames surged, acting like an invincible armor that blocked the Skeleton King's attack. With the support of the Primordial Rune spell, the Abyss Dragon Demon's power had clearly surpassed the Skeleton King's. The formation of the undead army was scattered, and the Abyss Dragon Demon forcefully broke through the sea of undead, creating a large gap. Countless skeleton god generals were shattered on the spot, and some were burned to ashes by the Abyss fire. Even the Skeleton King couldn't withstand its charge and was sent flying. Lin Moya faced the Abyss Dragon Demon directly, the two of them only a few meters apart. Die! The Abyss Dragon Demon opened its mouth, and a dark green dragon breath began to form. Its cruel gaze and cold voice shook Lin Moya's soul world. In its eyes, Lin Moya should be terrified and afraid. But Lin Moya remained calm, even showing a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yes, mockery. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a massive impact hit the Abyss Dragon Demon, causing its flames to twist and weaken. The explosion was powerful, comparable to a Divine King level attack, or even stronger. The Abyss Dragon Demon's body trembled, and the dragon breath it was about to spew was interrupted. Then, one explosion after another followed, continuously. Lin Moya detonated the corpses in his hand, launching a barrage of explosions at the Abyss Dragon Demon. These corpses included some from 9th stage true gods and some from divine kings who had suppressed their cultivation. Although their realms were suppressed, their corpses were still at the Divine King level. With the enhancement of the corpse explosion spell, they could unleash attacks dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than in life. Even if they were only at the first stage of the Divine King realm in life, the corpse explosion could produce effects equivalent to the second stage of the Divine King realm. In an instant, a series of explosions occurred, almost extinguishing the protective flames on the Abyss Dragon Demon. It was completely stunned, not expecting Lin Moya to have such a method. At this moment, the Skeleton King returned and swung its sword again. Another divine strike, fully unleashed, shattered the nearly extinguished flames and left a massive wound on the Abyss Dragon Demon. Blood flowed freely, and the Abyss Dragon Demon let out a miserable scream. Damn it! With an angry roar, the flames surged again, and the wound began to heal rapidly. When it regained its senses, all it saw was the endless undead army, with no sign of Lin Moya. Lin Moya had hidden within the undead army, blending his aura with theirs, making it difficult to detect. The series of explosions had exhausted the corpses in his hand, leaving only the Black Star Beast leg as his last resort. This was his final trump card, to be used only if absolutely necessary. The explosions had achieved a good effect, buying him another 10 seconds. Still 40 seconds left. Lin Moya hid within the undead army, silently calculating. In 40 seconds, this battle would be over. The Abyss Dragon Demon didn't want to let Lin Moya go, and Lin Moya didn't want to let it go either. Having lost track of Lin Moya again, the Abyss Dragon Demon roared in anger, "If you want to hide, I'll kill all your puppets and see where you can hide. Source fire. Incinerate the world." With its angry roar, the flames on its body surged wildly, turning the starry sky into a sea of fire. The so-called source fire of the abyss burned fiercely, then erupted like a volcano, spraying flames everywhere in the starry sky. The flames were then absorbed back into the sea of fire, falling like meteors and exploding. The skeleton god generals were shattered into pieces, reduced to dust. The explosion swept through the entire sea of fire, and Lin Moya, caught in the middle, was affected. His body glowed white, transferring all the damage to the undead army. In just 2 seconds, the undead army experienced its first collective collapse, then collectively revived under the passive effect of the undying talent. The sea of fire continued to boil, and the revived undead army couldn't last more than a few seconds before collapsing again. Lin Moya's figure was exposed in the sea of fire, and the Abyss Dragon Demon's soul voice echoed, "Let's see how many puppets you have for me to kill." In the starry sky, with dual confinement, it was extremely difficult for Lin Moya to escape the sea of fire. The undead army collapsed too quickly, taking only 2 seconds to collapse once. With 6 chances, that was only 12 seconds. Even with the full revival talent, gaining another 12 seconds, it was still just 24 seconds in total. The Abyss Dragon Demon's primordial rune spell effect was still active. Lin Moya sighed lightly, "It seems I have no choice but to use it." Chapter 1114. Chapter 1114, 1114. Chapter 1114, he must be in pain now. Shu Lin Moya originally did not intend to use the Black Star Beast Leg, as such a trump card was meant for life-saving purposes. He underestimated the power of the Abyss Dragon Demon, and now it seemed he had no choice but to use it. Just as Lin Moya was about to take out the Black Star Beast Leg, a blue light suddenly shot into the sea of fire, exploding with a bang and transforming into a ball of light that instantly enveloped him. Azure Sky Screen. The sea of fire was separated by the Azure Sky Screen. Within the blue light, a crack appeared in the space, and Yukingro elegantly stepped out from the crack. Lin Moya was surprised. "Why are you here?" Yukingro still held her head high, maintaining her proud demeanor. "This princess comes and goes as she pleases. Why do you care?" Lin Moya naturally knew why she came and didn't mind her words. "You're not his match. Why did you come?" Yukingro snorted, "Although I can't beat him, taking you away is not a problem." Under the burning of the source fire, the Azure Sky Screen emitted a cracking sound, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yukingro's expression changed slightly, and she drew a line with her finger in front of her, creating a crack in the space. "Get in!" Yukingro commanded, and Lin Moya did not hesitate, stepping directly into the crack. He thought that if he could escape now, he could come back later to deal with the Abyss Dragon Demon once the time was right. Without the support of the primordial rune, dealing with the Abyss Dragon Demon wouldn't be difficult. This way, he wouldn't have to waste the Black Star Beast Leg. Lin Moya was indeed reluctant to use the Black Star Beast Leg to kill the Abyss Dragon Demon. Seeing Lin Moya enter the space crack so decisively, Yukingro couldn't help but smile beautifully. Lin Moya's behavior indicated that he trusted her very much. After Lin Moya entered, Yukingro also stepped in. The space crack closed just as the Azure Sky Screen reached its limit and was burned away by the flames. The Azure Sky Screen of the Starfish Clan. What is this kid's relationship with the Starfish Clan? The Abyss Dragon Demon immediately recognized the origin of the Azure Sky Screen, and the killing intent in its eyes remained strong. "Even so, you still can't escape." It spat out a bead from its mouth, which shone brightly and instantly pointed the direction. "Go!" The bead emitted a brilliant light, and a door appeared in the starry sky. The Abyss Dragon Demon rushed into the door without hesitation. The door looked small, but as the Abyss Dragon Demon entered, its body continuously shrank, making the process very smooth. To chase Lin Moya, it even abandoned the 5-colored spirit fire, showing its determination to kill Lin Moya. Millions of kilometers away, Lin Moya and Yukingro appeared in the starry sky one after the other. In this part of the starry sky, there was no space confinement, and they had already escaped the Abyss Dragon Demon. Yukingro let out a long breath, finally out. Under the space laws of this princess. Before she could finish her sentence, a domain of laws suddenly swept over, enveloping the starry sky. Both she and Lin Moya felt the space becoming viscous again, and space was once again confined. The roar of the Abyss Dragon Demon echoed in their souls. "You can't escape." Yukingro's expression changed. How could this be? A door suddenly appeared not far away. A light blue bead flew out from the door, emitting the aura of space laws. It was this bead that confined the space and also guided the Abyss Dragon Demon to chase them. The Abyss Dragon Demon flew out from behind the door, rapidly growing larger in the starry sky. Yukingro's expression changed slightly, and her voice became sharp. "How did you get the starry sky bead?" The Abyss Dragon Demon looked at Yukingro. "None of your business, little girl. Considering you're from the Starfish Clan, I'll spare you. Get lost, or I'll kill you too." Clearly, the Abyss Dragon Demon had some scruples about the Starfish Clan. Otherwise, with its character, it wouldn't have spared Yukingro. Yukingro had no intention of leaving. Instead, she angrily asked, "How did you get the starry sky bead? Where did you get it?" The Abyss Dragon Demon coldly looked at Yukingro. Time was running out, and a flash of killing intent appeared in its eyes as it made a decision. "Then you can die together." It suddenly spewed out dragon breath without any warning, and Yukingro's expression changed drastically. With her own strength, she couldn't possibly be a match for the Abyss Dragon Demon. She quickly took out a bead and activated it. Another Azure Sky Screen appeared, protecting both her and Lin Moya. The Abyss Dragon Demon coldly said, "It's useless." It continuously spewed out several dragon breaths. The subsequent dragon breaths caught up with the first one, merging together and crashing into the Azure Sky Screen like a stream of light. The Azure Sky Screen trembled violently a few times before shattering with a bang. After shattering the Azure Sky Screen, the dragon breath only weakened slightly and continued to rush towards Yukingro. Yukingro didn't expect the Abyss Dragon Demon to be so powerful, and the Azure Sky Screen to be so fragile. She remained calm, swinging her long sword to release a powerful sword light. The sword light contained the laws of space, tearing through space and colliding with the dragon breath. The laws shattered, and Yukingro let out a muffled groan. The laws contained her personal will, which was instantly burned away by the dragon breath. Her soul also suffered some shock. Yukingro's expression changed drastically, and she drew a line with her hand, intending to break through the space. But the space was confined, and without the azure sky screen to separate the space, she couldn't directly tear through it. Yukingro's face turned pale, and in a moment of life and death, she suddenly turned to Lin Moyo and said, "You go quickly." She didn't leave because, under the soul lock, escaping was useless. Not everyone could sever the soul lock like Lin Moyo. She turned her head but didn't see Lin Moyo. Her bright eyes suddenly dimmed, not expecting Lin Moyo to have already left. But it was good that he left. Fear spread in her heart, along with a faint sense of loss. Suddenly, her vision went dark, and a shadow completely enveloped her. Then she felt a familiar aura. It was Lin Moyo's aura. Lin Moyo hadn't left instead, he spread his undead wings and completely wrapped Yukingro. A warm feeling surged in her heart, and for some reason, Yukingro suddenly felt unafraid. Even death didn't seem so terrifying. But then she exclaimed, "Why didn't you leave?" Lin Moya's voice was calm, "Why should I leave? You'll die." "Him? He can't kill me." The dragon breath struck Lin Moyo, exploding in the starry sky. Lin Moya's whole body glowed white, and the undead army in the spell star quickly collapsed and then quickly revived. Seeing Lin Moyo engulfed by the dragon breath, the abyss dragon demon laughed heartily, "Die, die. A mere second stage true god, how could he withstand its dragon breath?" Yukingro's eyes filled with tears. Lin Moyo had used his body to shield her from the attack, but Lin Moyo remained silent, enduring the burning of the dragon breath. He must be in pain now. This thought inexplicably crossed Yukingro's mind, and her nose couldn't help but tingle, with tears welling up in her eyes. In the burning dragon breath, Lin Moyo remained silent. After about 10 seconds, his whole body emitted a purple light, and he was reborn. The dragon breath also gradually extinguished in the purple light. Lin Moyo released Yukingro and turned to face the abyss dragon demon. The abyss dragon demon let out a voice of disbelief. "How is this possible? How can you be unharmed?" "Guess." Lin Moyo chuckled and pointed lightly. Boom. Chapter 11:15. Chapter 11:15, 1115. Chapter 11:15. When did you learn to lie with your eyes open? The abyss dragon demon sensed a fatal threat, but it was too late. Lin Moya's attack not only echoed in his ears but also resonated in his soul world. He saw his massive body shatter, and his soul world was also obliterated by an invisible and terrifying force. In an unknown world, the dark green abyss fire burned fiercely. A pair of enormous eyes suddenly opened, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Many demons in that world were awakened by the roar, trembling in fear and not daring to move. The abyss fire danced wildly with the sound, making the entire world even more eerie and sinister. A massive dragon head slowly emerged from the flames, its gaze piercing through the fire, across the starry sky, and landing in the distant void. "Who are you?" "A second-stage true god, yet capable of unleashing a ninth-stage divine king attack. What treasure did you use? What is your identity, and how do you possess such a supreme treasure?" "I have remembered your aura. No matter who you are, you will pay for daring to kill my avatar." The cold voice, accompanied by the flames, danced fiercely, making the atmosphere even more sinister. The voice was filled with murderous intent. Many demons shivered upon hearing the voice, and their bodies shattered silently, their souls annihilated. In just a few words, tens of thousands of demons died. But the owner of the dragon head didn't care at all. To demons, the weak had no right to live. If they couldn't withstand even a trace of his killing intent, they deserved to die. All the dead demons, their bodies, and the not yet dissipated soul fragments flew into his mouth, becoming his food. In the starry sky, Yukingro covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Lin Moyo had actually killed the abyss dragon demon, and it was an instant kill. She couldn't understand what method Lin Moyo had used to be so swift and fierce. Lin Moyo was so mysterious, constantly breaking the limits of her imagination. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Lin Moyo had risked his life to save her. If she had taken the abyss dragon demon's attack, she would have had a slim chance of survival. Lin Moyo had used his body to block all the attacks. Her gaze towards Lin Moyo had changed, different from before. This change was natural, without any pretense. Even Yukingro herself didn't notice, but her proud demeanor as a princess remained unchanged. Lin Moyo was not surprised by the result of instantly killing the abyss dragon demon. He had used the Black Star Beast leg to cast Corpse Explosion. The Black Star Beast was a giant beast at the 8th stage of the Divine King realm, and using its leg could unleash at least an 8th stage Divine King attack, possibly even a 9th stage Divine King attack. Under such an attack, the abyss dragon demon had no chance of survival. Lin Moyo understood that he had provoked a formidable enemy. The abyss dragon demon was just an avatar, behind it was a powerful true body. In the future, he had to be extremely cautious, and if possible, he needed to acquire more trump cards. Divine King level might not be enough. If he could obtain a Divine Sovereign's corpse, it would be even better. However, obtaining a Divine Sovereign's corpse was not easy. If the opponent was a being beyond the Divine Sovereign, even a Divine Sovereign's corpse wouldn't be enough. As for obtaining a corpse of a being beyond the Divine Sovereign, Lin Moyo hadn't even considered it. Corpses above the Divine King level no longer appeared in the trading center, indicating that they had significant uses. By this logic, the corpses of Divine Sovereigns and those above must have even greater uses and be more precious. Lin Moyo shook his head slightly, putting this seemingly unsolvable problem aside. Suddenly, he saw tears on Yukingro's pretty face and asked in surprise, "Are you crying?" Yukingro immediately turned her head, and when she turned back, the tears were gone. She snorted, "How could this princess cry?" She remained as proud as ever, and Lin Moyo didn't dwell on the issue, instead asking, "Why did you come over?" Yukingro said, "With such a commotion, how could this princess not come? Besides, you still owe this princess a favor." Before you repay it, this princess can't let you die. Seeing Yukindro's proud demeanor, Lin Moya found it amusing. Such a strong reason, she must have thought of it before taking action. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't expose her, so now, does this mean I've repaid your favor? Yukindro snorted, her eyes wide open. What a joke. Just now, this princess saved you once, and then you saved this princess once. We're even. The favor you owed this princess before hasn't been repaid. Don't think you can get away with it. Yukindro's wide-eyed look was somewhat cute, and she seemed even prouder. Lin Moya continued to tease her. I didn't ask you to save me. Does that count? Of course, it counts. Yukindro raised her proud head, her long, white neck exposed. We only speak the truth. The truth is, this princess saved you once. She looked like a proud swan. Yukindro was tall, almost as tall as Lin Moya. Now, with her head held high, her enticing lips were almost touching Lin Moya's face. Lin Moya quietly took half a step back. Alright, let's say you're right. What do you mean let's say? When has this princess ever been wrong? Yukindro pressed closer again. Lin Moya took another half step back, and Yukindro quickly realized something was wrong. Her pretty face turned red. To cover her embarrassment, Yukindro muttered, anyway, remember, you still owe this princess a favor. If this princess needs you in the future, you can't refuse. After saying that, Yukindro waved her hand. The Abyss Dragon Demon's corpse flew over, and Yukindro made a hand gesture, her fingertips emitting a blue light. Lin Moya could sense the fluctuation of space laws. A few seconds later, a similar fluctuation came from the Abyss Dragon Demon's corpse. Then a blue bead broke out of the corpse and flew to Yukindro. The Starry Sky Bead. Yukindro had repeatedly asked the Abyss Dragon Demon where it got the Starry Sky Bead. The Abyss Dragon Demon clearly didn't master space laws but could use the Starry Sky Bead to confine space. Even though the Abyss Dragon Demon was dead, the space within millions of kilometers was still tightly confined. Yukindro held the Starry Sky Bead, and its light gradually dimmed. The confined space also returned to normal. The Starry Sky Bead originally belonged to my clan, so I'll take it. Yukindro waved the Starry Sky Bead and said to Lin Moya. Lin Moya chuckled, you're really not polite. Yukindro snorted, this princess is taking back something that belongs to my clan. Why should I be polite? Besides, it's for your own good. If you had taken it, it might have brought you trouble. See, that guy is dead now. This princess was not only thick-skinned and proud but also learned to lie with her eyes open. The Abyss Dragon Demon's death had nothing to do with the Starry Sky Bead. Lin Moya looked at Yukindro calmly, so, should I thank you? Yukindro pretended not to understand Lin Moya's words. No need, no need. This princess is generous, no need to thank me. Heh. Lin Moya looked at Yukindro with amusement, not letting her off. Yukindro felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, her pretty face slightly red. This princess is leaving now. See you next time. She opened a space crack and stepped in. Chapter 1116. Chapter 1116, 1116. Chapter 1116, The Source of the Essence Fire, a must visit. Shu Yukindro left in a bit of a hurry, looking somewhat disheveled. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh, she's quite interesting. He had never intended to fight for the Starry Sky Bead. From the moment Yukindro recognized the Starry Sky Bead, Lin Moya knew it was very important to her. It wasn't just important to her personally, but to the entire Starfish clan. If he insisted on taking the Starry Sky Bead, he might offend the entire Starfish clan, which would be a loss. Moreover, Yukindro had a point. Regardless of her reasons, she did risk her life to save him. Whether she succeeded or not wasn't important, what mattered was that she came and risked her life. Lin Moya didn't believe she couldn't see the power of the Abyss Dragon Demon. She knew the danger and still came. That alone was enough. The Starry Sky Bead was just an external object. External objects were not as important as loyalty. Lin Moya reached out and collected the Abyss Dragon Demon's corpse, exchanging the Black Star Beast of the 8th stage of the Divine King Realm for the Abyss Dragon Demon of the 3rd stage of the Divine King Realm. It was a loss, but it was unavoidable. Lin Moya didn't feel too regretful. I wonder if this Dragon Demon meat is edible. I'll take it back for Senior Chu Xiong to taste. Lin Moya recalled that human records mentioned dragon liver and phoenix gall as supreme delicacies, and dragon meat was also a top-grade ingredient. But whether the Abyss Dragon Demon of the demon race was a top-grade ingredient was uncertain. From the Abyss Dragon Demon's corpse, Lin Moya found 6 dragon pearls. They were somewhat similar to the dragon pearls of the dragon race. Dragon pearls were the essence of the dragon race. Although they weren't very useful to other races, they were supreme treasures for the dragon race. Lin Moya unceremoniously collected them. One of the dragon pearls emitted a special aura. Antares had told Lin Moya that such dragon pearls were used by the dragon race to store items. Almost every member of the dragon race had one such dragon pearl. Antares had also taught Lin Moya how to open the storage dragon pearl, saying at the time, if you kill a dragon, don't leave empty-handed. Take what you can. A dragon of the dragon race teaching an outsider how to rob dragon race members felt surreal at the time. When he opened the storage dragon pearl, the number of items inside shocked Lin Moya. The Abyss Dragon Demon had clearly been here for a long time, and its harvest was extremely rich. There were over 10,000 ordinary essence fires alone, along with countless materials and magical treasures. Most of these materials and treasures were unfamiliar to Lin Moya, but he was sure they came from various races. Clearly, their original owners had been eaten by the Abyss Dragon Demon, becoming its nourishment. And this wasn't the first time the Abyss Dragon Demon had done such a thing. Judging by its familiarity, Lin Moya believed it had done this before. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the vast amount of items in the storage dragon pearl. Regardless, these items now belonged to him. When he returned, he would throw them into the trading center and let the appraisers handle the valuation, saving himself the trouble. His gaze fell on the central area, and Lin Moya smiled. That girl should have already taken the 5-colored essence fire. Yukingro had left, and Lin Moya guessed she would likely head to the central area. Judging by her eagerness to grab the 4-colored essence fire, she wouldn't let the 5-colored essence fire slip by. With a flap of his undead wings, Lin Moya turned into a stream of light and flew rapidly. Crossing tens of millions of kilometers, he arrived at the central area. Lin Moya smiled knowingly. The 5-colored essence fire was long gone, undoubtedly taken by Yukingro. Lin Moya could still faintly sense Yukingro's lingering aura. But it wasn't empty. Where the 5-colored essence fire had been, a few items were left behind. These were storage items left by the strong ones from various races who had been killed. Yukingro had collected them all but left them here. It was her way of telling Lin Moya that she had taken the 5-colored essence fire but left the storage items. She was still very loyal. If she wanted, she could have taken everything. Lin Moya laughed heartily, finding her more and more interesting. He unceremoniously collected the storage items. In fact, most of the storage items of the strong ones who died here had already been taken by Lin Moya along with their corpses. Later, he even used the corpses as weapons to blow up the Abyss Dragon Demon, leaving no remains. Only a few killed by the Abyss Dragon Demon or those too far away, killed by the Undead Army and the Skeleton King, had storage items left behind. At that time, under dual space confinement, Lin Moya's speed was too slow, and he had no time to collect them. It was another substantial gain, though the exact amount was hard to calculate. Lin Moya only knew that the number of ordinary stellar essence fires he had exceeded 50,000. For this mission, he only needed to collect 10. He had completed the task many times over, but now wasn't the time to count. Lin Moya planned to cultivate 6-colored essence fire. Based on the sublimation of the Summon Skeleton King spell, relying solely on 5-colored essence fire wasn't very reliable. If it weren't for the addition of the Stellar Fire Seed, the sublimation might have failed. Now that the Stellar Fire Seed was used up, to increase the success rate, he needed at least 6-colored essence fire. If possible, Lin Moya even wanted to cultivate 7-colored or 8-colored essence fire. But to cultivate 6-colored essence fire, this place wasn't suitable. He needed to go deeper, to the 5th Stellar Essence Fire Group, also known as the source of the Essence Fire. To get from the 4th Stellar Essence Fire Group to the source of the Essence Fire, he had to cross a void of 4,000 kilometers. Even at full speed, it would take a long time. But there was no choice. For the sake of spell sublimation, he had to make the journey sooner or later. Lin Moya thought for a moment and decided not to set off immediately. Looking at the stellar essence fires he already had, Lin Moya decided to cultivate some 5-colored essence fires first. In case he couldn't reach the source or couldn't cultivate 6-colored essence fire, he could at least use 5-colored essence fire to attempt sublimation. The number of people in the 4th Stellar Essence Fire Group was already small, and after the battle with the Abyss Dragon Demon, most were dead. Apart from the stellar essence fires, the place was now empty. This made Lin Moya's actions much quicker and more convenient. If anyone else came looking for trouble, Lin Moya would let them taste the power of the Skeleton King. Holding the shell, he searched for the location of the flashing fire. After searching for half a day, the shell finally reacted, indicating a place where the flashing fire would appear. Coincidentally, there were also stellar essence fires there. When the stellar essence fires were impacted by the flashing fire, they would mutate and evolve into top-grade stellar essence fires. Unfortunately, there weren't many stellar essence fires around, so they could at most evolve into 4-colored essence fires, not 5-colored. With his previous experience, Lin Moya didn't hesitate to take out a large number of stellar essence fires and place them around. When the flashing fire appeared and the mutation began, it would immediately absorb enough stellar essence fires. The entire process went exactly as Lin Moya had imagined. The surrounding stellar essence fires, plus those Lin Moya had deliberately placed, totaled 452. Enough to form 5-colored essence fire. When the number exceeded 450, Lin Moya once again felt the fluctuations from the 5-colored essence fire, indicating its instability. This confirmed Lin Moya's theory that the flashing fire here wasn't strong enough, with a limit of 5-colored essence fire. The source of the essence fire was a must-visit. Chapter 1117. Chapter 1117, 1117. Chapter 1117, could it be that another war god will emerge from the human race? The process went very smoothly, and the result was exactly as Lin Moya had anticipated. Lin Moya successfully obtained a brand new 5-colored essence fire and then stored it away. He then followed the same method, searching the world for traces of flashing fire and began cultivating 5-colored essence fires one by one. Zhu Kai was still sat atop Fortress number 10, facing the center of the battlefield, with his eyes closed and silent. No one knew what he was thinking or doing. Many divine sovereigns came and went at Fortress number 10, and they all saw Zhu Kai was sitting in the starry sky outside the fortress. He had been sitting there for thousands of years, though the exact number of years was not recorded. He sat there motionless, reportedly cultivating. But because of his extraordinary status as the master of Fortress number 10 and the commander of the human race on the Vermilion Bird battlefield, no one dared to voice any objections. Although no one said anything on the surface, there were still some who were dissatisfied in their hearts. One day, a giant star beast with the strength of an 8th-stage divine sovereign charged out from the center of the battlefield. It rampaged through the battlefield, unstoppable. Several divine sovereigns of the human race were injured, and the situation looked grim. If even the divine sovereigns couldn't stop the star beast, the consequences would be unimaginable if it reached the area where the divine kings were. Finally, Zhu Kaiwo made a move. He struck from millions of miles away, and the star beast, equivalent to an 8th-stage divine sovereign, was torn apart and died on the spot. After that incident, no one dared to express any dissatisfaction with Zhu Kaiwo. In the great world, strength speaks louder than words. Zhu Kaiwo proved his strength and held his position on the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Zhu Kaiwo suddenly opened his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. Lin Moyo could actually artificially cultivate 5-colored essence fire. Even he had never heard of such a thing. When Zhu Tian had asked him to look after Lin Moyo, he had agreed, but only to ensure Lin Moyo's survival. In his long life, he had seen many geniuses. In the countless years of human history, there had been many geniuses, but few truly succeeded. Without breakthroughs, even reaching the peak of the divine sovereign realm meant little. To him, geniuses were just people with more opportunities. Deep down, he didn't think much of geniuses. His third junior brother, Zhu Tian, the domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, had always been more talented than him in both comprehension and aptitude. Yet, he still surpassed Zhu Tian in the end. In the end, the title of genius might become a burden rather than a motivation. So, he didn't pay much attention to Lin Moyo, only sending an avatar to ensure his survival. However, what happened later made him feel somewhat unreal. Lin Moyo, at the first stage of the True God realm, could slaughter peak true gods. His terrifying ability to fight across realms was enough to astonish him, but it was still within the realm of possibility, as history had seen similar occurrences. Often, the ability to fight across realms diminishes as one advances in levels. But upon reaching the second stage of the True God realm, Lin Moyo became even more exaggerated, not just fighting across realms but across boundaries, slaughtering peak true gods like dogs. His combat power had already reached the Divine King realm. In the final battle with the Abyss Dragon Demon, no one knew what method he used to instantly kill the Abyss Dragon Demon. At that time, Zhu Kaiwo couldn't help but want to intervene, but Lin Moyo managed to counterkill in the end. Besides his combat power, the most magical aspect was his ability to artificially cultivate 5-colored essence fire. Zhu Kaiwo was so astonished that he almost revealed himself to Lin Moyo. Zhu Kaiwo muttered, "A million skeleton army, capable of easily slaughtering peak true gods, a 10,000-meter skeleton with formidable combat power, soul attack methods, and the ability to artificially cultivate top-grade stellar essence fire." After thinking for a long time, Zhu Kaiwo still couldn't figure it out. Lin Moyo seemed like an anomaly in his long life. In the end, he could only summarize with one sentence: is this still a human? Could it be that another war god will emerge from the human race? Zhu Kaiwo became interested and decided to keep watching, even devoting more of his attention. He wanted to see what other surprises Lin Moyo could bring him. In the 4th Stellar Essence Fire group, Lin Moyo roamed freely, searching for traces of flashing fire. Flashing fire was rare but occasionally appeared. On average, he could find one every 1 or 2 days. One by one, 5-colored essence fires were cultivated by him. Sometimes, Lin Moyo wondered if Yukingro would go crazy if she saw him cultivating 5-colored essence fire. After spending more than 20 days, Lin Moyo cultivated 10 5-colored essence fires. He consumed a portion of the 50,000 stellar essence fires he had, leaving just enough to have exactly 50,000 left. Feeling that it was enough, Lin Moyo didn't linger and left the 4th Stellar Essence Fire group, flying deeper. In the Vermilion Bird battlefield, Zone 5, Area 38, a spherical structure with a diameter of a light year. Converting a light year to kilometers, it is nearly 1 trillion kilometers. By this calculation, even the 4th Stellar Essence Fire group is just on the periphery. Only by crossing 400 billion kilometers of void can one reach the 5th Stellar Essence Fire group. Reaching the area known as the source of the essence fire is considered truly reaching the center of Area 38. Soon, Lin Moyo discovered why it was called the source of the essence fire. After leaving the 4th Stellar Essence Fire group and flying at full speed for 10 days, Lin Moyo saw a massive fireball. It wasn't an ordinary fireball, it had a diameter of 100 kilometers, like a star, traveling through the starry sky at an astonishing speed. The fireball brushed past Lin Moyo, bringing intense heat. Lin Moyo then realized it wasn't a fireball but a dark star ignited by essence fire. The dark star was gradually shrinking under the burning of the essence fire. Eventually, the dark star would be completely burned away, leaving only the essence fire. Watching them fly away, Lin Moyo had a vague guess in his heart. The essence fires from the 1st to the 4th Stellar Essence Fire groups likely originated from this. Nothing can come from nothing, everything has a source. Lin Moyo felt like he had discovered the origin of the Stellar Essence Fire. He gradually understood why it was called the source of the essence fire. As he continued deeper, the number of essence fires crossing the void increased. Most essence fires didn't ignite dark stars but traveled alone, like fire rain falling from the sky or fireballs ejected from a volcano, lonely traversing the starry sky. A few essence fires ignited dark stars, traveling through the starry sky together. The shell in his hand lit up, guiding Lin Moyo. When a dark star appeared, Lin Moyo immediately flew over. In less than 500,000 kilometers, Lin Moyo encountered several passing essence fires. The closest one passed less than 1,000 kilometers from him, almost brushing past him. Lin Moyo felt strange, sensing that the number of essence fires seemed to have increased. This change was sudden and uneven. However, he didn't think much of it and followed the shell's guidance to the place where the flashing star was about to appear. After waiting for about an hour, the flashing star still hadn't appeared. Suddenly, the view ahead brightened, and numerous light spots appeared. Each light spot was a stellar essence fire, some of which were large and bright, igniting dark stars. Is this a meteor fire rain? There was no meteor shower, it was clearly a stellar essence fire rain. The view ahead grew brighter, with countless stellar essence fires flying towards him. Lin Moya felt something was wrong. Suddenly, the starry sky around him fluctuated, and a tremendous force struck him. Chapter 11:18. Chapter 11:18, 1118. Chapter 11:18, Flesh Flowing with Silver, True God Realm. Lin Moya was uncontrollably slammed into the essence fire rain, with ignited dark stars mixed in, repeatedly colliding with his body. Lin Moya was knocked around like a ball, struck by the essence fires over and over. Lin Moya was temporarily unable to move and could only silently endure. If it were any other peak true god, they would have been shattered into pieces, with even their soul burned to ashes by the essence fires. But Lin Moya's entire body emitted a faint white glow, stubbornly persevering. Raging essence fires spontaneously arose from his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, burning his internal organs. A tremendous force drilled into his body from the outside, spreading through his limbs and bones, violently colliding within. The two forces acted together, multiplying the damage to his body. Add to that the subsequent collisions from the dark stars and the burning of the essence fires. The undead army took over, silently enduring the damage on Lin Moya's behalf, collapsing and reviving, dying and living, until Lin Moya finally regained control of his body, emitting a tinge of purple light as he broke free from the essence fire rain. His talent had been activated, leaving Lin Moya shaken with lingering fear. The flashing star and flashing fire have actually combined. The flashing star he had deliberately sought out to temper his body had been ignited by the essence fire, simultaneously possessing the characteristics of both flashing star and flashing fire. A single collision resulted in simultaneous internal and external body tempering. The danger was multiplied, coinciding with the essence fire rain, suffering the burning of the essence fires and collisions from the dark stars. It was truly a case of a leaking roof coinciding with a night of heavy rain, with misfortunes compounding. Fortunately, he persevered, with the undead army directly collapsing 5 times, activating his talent. The undead army then collapsed another 2 consecutive times. That single strike was even more terrifying than the Deep Abyss Dragon Demon's attack, capable of instantly killing a peak true god. Even a divine sovereign here would be flayed if not killed. However, the benefits were also evident. After this collision, the strength of his physical body was also multiplied. Lin Moya felt his skin become tougher and more resilient, with a faint silver glow flowing across it. It wasn't an illusion, only by looking very carefully could one notice it. It wasn't just his skin, his flesh, bones, 5 viscera and 6 bowels all had a silver glow flowing through them. Flesh flowing with silver, the true god realm. His physical body had finally broken through the super god realm, reaching the true god realm. Flesh flowing with silver is the symbol of the true god realm. The day his flesh flows with gold will be the divine king realm, but that was still a long way off. Advancing the physical body was even more difficult than advancing one's cultivation realm. From every corner of his true god realm body, immense power surged forth. At this moment, even without using any spells, he could compete with an ordinary true god. Moreover, with his physical body strengthened, his defenses were further enhanced, increasing his safety. It is said that in the past, there was a mystical race that did not cultivate spells but only cultivated their physical bodies, directly reaching the saint realm and crushing divine sovereigns. Unfortunately, this race has been lost to the ages. Even in the current great world, there were still some races with powerful physical bodies. For example, the dragon race's physical bodies were extremely powerful. A divine sovereign of the dragon race could basically reach the divine king realm with their physical body, only one realm lower than their cultivation. However, even the dragon race did not focus solely on cultivating their physical bodies but still prioritized their souls. Their powerful physical bodies were just their innate assets and not something they deliberately cultivated. Among all the races Lin Moya had seen, including the many human races, only he and Yukindro were cultivating their physical bodies. The path of solely cultivating the physical body seemed to have truly declined. Lin Moya retracted his thoughts and continued flying towards the source of the essence fires. After he left, Ju Kaiwa's avatar appeared in the dark starry sky, the true god realm physical body, yet he dares to cultivate both soul and body simultaneously. He's quite daring. This kid's not only powerful in attack but also extremely durable in defense. My third senior brother's eye for talent is still not bad. Ju Kaiwa's gaze was scorching as he once again disappeared silently into the darkness, following behind. Lin Moya continued searching for flashing stars and flashing fires, encountering several more in the following dozen or so days. This time, he didn't encounter the essence fire rain or the fusion of flashing star and flashing fire. Under the impact of the flashing stars, his skin, flesh, and bones were further enhanced. However, Lin Moya also noticed that after his physical body reached the true god realm, the effects of the flashing stars seemed to weaken. The rate of improvement for his physical body began to slow down. This change was within Lin Moya's expectations. As the base increased, the rate of increase naturally decreased. But in the current absence of methods to cultivate the physical body, using flashing stars and flashing fires to temper his physical body was still the best approach. Lin Moya continued tirelessly searching for flashing stars while maintaining a considerable speed, advancing towards the source of the essence fires. As he got closer to the source of the essence fires, the number of essence fires passing through the void gradually increased. He even witnessed several scenes of essence fire rain. Large swaths of essence fires carried a majestic aura as they passed through the void. Most of the essence fires would exhaust their lifespan along the way, extinguishing before reaching the essence fire group. Only a few essence fires could truly reach the essence fire group. Lin Moya guessed that there might be a volcano at the center of the source of the essence fires, continuously erupting stellar essence fires. It took him 200 days to finally arrive, crossing the vast distance of 4,000 billion kilometers, with Lin Moyo occasionally stopping along the way to search for flashing stars. The scenery changed, suddenly transitioning from the pitch-black darkness of the starry sky into a dazzlingly bright world. Scorching hot winds rushed to meet him. There was wind in the starry sky. Lin Moyo felt it slightly and immediately understood. What wind? This was essentially the heat flow brought about by the stellar essence fires. It could be understood as fragments of stellar essence fires, shattered to the point of being invisible to the naked eye, hundreds of times smaller than dust particles, forming tiny flames. Countless flame particles fused together, bringing warmth and high temperatures. Lin Moyo saw the source of the essence fires, appearing from a distance like a violently burning fireball. He was still a full 100 billion kilometers away, yet the temperature here had already exceeded 10 million degrees. If a true god approached, they would quickly reach the limit of what a true god realm could endure. Without the ability to fight across realms, it would be impossible to get closer. But strangely, the flame particles disappeared abruptly after flying 100 billion kilometers. Lin Moyo retreated 100 meters, and the temperature dropped sharply, plummeting from tens of millions of degrees to below freezing. This 100-meter range was like a dividing line, separating the icy void from the scorching sea of fire. In fact, this was also the case in the first to fourth stellar essence fire groups, but their ranges were smaller. Unlike the source of the essence fires, with such a vast range and drastic changes, the vastness of the world holds no surprises. Lin Moyo sighed, returning to the sphere of influence of the source of the essence fires. Here, there were no dark stars, only stellar essence fires drifting about. As soon as he entered, the shell quickly lit up, and an arrow appeared. Lin Moyo's lips curved into a smile, having just arrived and already discovering a flashing fire. It seemed his luck was good. After enduring the tempering of the flashing stars in the void, the strength of his skin, flesh, and bones had surpassed that of his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Losing balance was not a good thing, so Lin Moyo needed the flashing fire to enhance the strength of his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Arriving at the location where the flashing fire was about to appear, Lin Moyo didn't have to wait long before a flash of light passed by. Lin Moyo instantly transformed into a man of fire, burning fiercely, appearing from a distance like a tiny essence fire. Chapter 1119. Chapter 1119, 1119. Chapter 1119, The Role of the Physical Body, Blue Star. In the essence fire, Lin Moyo's expression did not change at all. He didn't even frown, as if he didn't feel any pain. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The essence fire at the source of the essence fire is much more powerful than the essence fire in other areas. Even a 9th-stage true god would face a life-or-death situation if struck by the flashing fire here. Using flashing stars and flashing fire to temper the physical body is not a secret. Anyone who has spent some time on the battlefield knows about it. However, knowing is one thing, and actually using flashing stars and flashing fire to temper the physical body is another. Firstly, flashing stars and flashing fire are hard to find. Secondly, their power is immense, and a slight mistake can lead to death. Even if one survives, they will inevitably be injured. The battlefield is not a safe zone, on the contrary, it is very dangerous. Once injured, it is highly likely to attract strong enemies, leading to death. So, knowing is one thing, but being able to do it is another. Lin Moyo initially couldn't find flashing stars and flashing fire, but thanks to the shell given by Yukingro, he was able to truly use them to temper his physical body. Lin Moyo enjoyed the power brought by the flashing fire, the pleasure of his physical body strengthening was very alluring, and the feeling of surging power was mesmerizing. His heart beat rhythmically, producing a clear thumping sound. Lin Moyo could clearly feel that his internal organs had become much stronger again, especially his heart, which had fused with the heart of flame, was the strongest among his internal organs. Each beat of his heart pumped blood containing a peculiar power, slowly and steadily strengthening his physical body. Even without the flashing stars and flashing fire, over a long enough period, Lin Moyo's physical body would still become increasingly strong. While searching for flashing fire, he continued to advance towards the source of the essence fire. The temperature kept rising, and when he was still 500 million kilometers away, the temperature finally broke through 100 million degrees. This had already exceeded the limit that the true god realm could endure, whether it was a 9th-stage true god or a peak true god. Even those with the ability to fight across realms could not survive here. The temperature exceeding 100 million degrees roasted the physical body. A true god couldn't last a minute here before their body would be roasted and melted. Once the physical body was lost, the fragile soul would be completely exposed and would also be burned to death in an instant. Lin Moyo felt the terrifying high temperature and quickly thought, for a true god to survive here, they must rely on external objects. For example, some fire-resistant magical treasures or tools, but even so, they still can't last long. The fundamental solution is to strengthen the physical body. As long as the physical body reaches the true god realm, even a first-stage true god can withstand the high temperature here. Lin Moyo had the authority to speak on this matter, as he relied on his true god realm physical body to be unafraid of the high temperature. This was one of the benefits of having a strong physical body. However, most cultivators' physical bodies lag behind their cultivation by 2 major realms. Not to mention true gods, even most divine kings only have physical bodies at the super god realm. Therefore, very few people can come here. I wonder if that girl will come here. Lin Moyo suddenly thought of Yukingro. She also had a true god realm physical body and mastered the laws of space, making her much faster than him. If Yukingro wanted to come here, she would have arrived long ago. In just 1 billion kilometers, it took Lin Moyo 10 days to traverse. The main reason was that he was searching for flashing fire along the way, using it to strengthen his internal organs and maintain the balance of his physical body's internal and external strength. To Lin Moya's delight, there was no shortage of flashing fire here, making it easy to find. When he stood less than 100 million kilometers away from the source of the essence fire, he finally saw its true appearance. It wasn't a volcano as he had imagined, but a massive star burning with blue flames. In front of the star, there were countless stellar essence fires. The stellar essence fires blocked its blue light, so Lin Moya didn't notice it from a distance. The temperature of the blue flames was much higher than that of ordinary stellar essence fires, even higher than that of five-colored essence fires. The eerie blue flames twisted slowly in the starry sky. The star was not stationary, it was slowly rotating. Each rotation blew out a large number of flame particles, and waves of temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees swept outward. Accompanied by the flame particles like wind, many stellar essence fires left their original positions and flew outward. Moreover, the stellar essence fires started very quickly, flying at speeds exceeding 50,000 kilometers per second, faster than Lin Moya's flying speed. After watching for a while, Lin Moya finally understood how stellar essence fires were produced. Stellar essence fires were produced by this blue star. Lin Moya saw with his own eyes flames flying out from the blue star, then the temperature dropped significantly, and the flames changed from blue to red, eventually forming stellar essence fires. The source of the stellar essence fires was clear, but what about the source of the flashing fire? Lin Moya's gaze fell on a strange scene. He saw that the back of the blue star was not bright. Light should radiate in all directions, and here, apart from the blue star, there were countless ordinary stellar essence fires, with abundant light. But why was the back of the blue star dim and dark? Curious, Lin Moya decided to investigate. He was only 100 million kilometers away from the source of the essence fire, so even circling around wouldn't be too far. As he flew, an arrow of light suddenly shot past him, disappearing into the distance in an instant. It's senior brother Su. Lin Moya immediately recognized the arrow light as coming from Su Jianqing, who was engaged in battle. Without hesitation, Lin Moya rushed over. The fluctuations of the laws grew stronger, guiding Lin Moya in the right direction. Soon, Lin Moya saw the battlefield. Su Jianqing was fighting a giant python. The python was covered in golden scales, shining brightly. Its scales were very peculiar, looking very smooth, like ancient human coins. Golden Python. The Golden Python clan was a powerful race in the Great World, but not a top-tier race. They didn't even rank in the top 50. The reason was that the Golden Python clan had a small population, a common issue for many races. However, individual golden pythons were very powerful, ranking among the top in their realm. Su Jianqing was fighting fiercely with the golden python, neither giving an inch. Su Jianqing was very strong, at the peak of the true god realm, with the ability to fight across realms. Even an ordinary first-stage divine king might not be his match. Su Jianqing's law domain clashed violently with the golden python's law domain. Starburst. Su Jianqing drew his bow and shot an arrow, accompanied by a low shout that echoed in the soul. His law domain instantly expanded tenfold, occupying 100,000 kilometers of the starry sky, enveloping the golden python and its law domain. Countless bows and arrows appeared in the law domain, automatically drawn as Su Jianqing moved. The golden python roared, coiling itself into a ball, and its law domain contracted, resembling a snake egg, protecting itself tightly. It was preparing to take Su Jianqing's arrow head-on. At this moment, Lin Moya noticed something was wrong. Although the golden python appeared to be coiled up, it had left a hair-thin thread silently extending out, connecting to Su Jianqing's law domain. Damn! Lin Moya's heart sank. Su Jianqing hadn't noticed this detail, and the arrow was already released. Chapter 1120. Chapter 1120, 1120. Chapter 1120, they are not worthy of being buried with him. Starburst. True to its name, the arrow burst like a star. Under the enveloping domain of laws, countless arrows rained down, exploding in the starry sky. The starry sky shook violently, and the golden python's domain of laws contracted into an egg shape, tightly protecting itself. The sharp arrows struck the eggshell, causing it to deform constantly, as if it could shatter at any moment. But unexpectedly, the archer Su Jianqing, who led the attack, suddenly let out a miserable cry and spat out fresh blood as he was flung away. Su Jianqing didn't panic. As he was thrown back, he still shot an arrow, but it wasn't aimed at the golden python. Instead, it was shot towards the space in front of him. A golden light flashed, and a hair-thin golden thread was severed by the arrow. Hee, how does it feel to be hit by your own attack? Not good, is it? A cold laugh rang out, and the golden python flew out from the eggshell, stretching its massive body. Its domain of laws opened again, enveloping Su Jianqing instead. Su Jianqing's face was now pale, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and his domain of laws had also weakened. Originally, the two were evenly matched in strength, but now Su Jianqing was clearly at a disadvantage. As an outsider, Lin Moya saw it clearly. The golden python had silently extended a tiny thread and attached it to Su Jianqing's domain of laws. Su Jianqing's attacks were redirected by this thread, essentially making him attack himself. Although Su Jianqing was injured, his gaze remained clear, showing no signs of retreat. Golden 13, do you think you can devour me? It seemed that the golden python and Su Jianqing knew each other, and there was enmity between them. Golden 13 laughed out loud, of course I can't devour you alone. Even if you're going to die, Su Jianqing, you'll probably drag me down to be buried with you. But what if there are others? As Golden 13's words fell, a slender sword suddenly appeared behind Su Jianqing's back. Su Jianqing's expression changed drastically. He twisted his body, and starlight flickered under his feet as he moved away by 1,000 kilometers, as if teleporting. His reaction was fast enough, but still a step too slow. The sword was like a venomous snake, piercing through his abdomen and leaving a small wound on his body. The wound was small, but blood flowed endlessly. Boom! With a soft sound, the wound exploded, and the originally finger-sized wound instantly became as large as a bowl. Su Jianxing's body was almost severed, leaving a gaping hole. Although physical injuries were not a big deal for cultivators, Su Jianxing didn't have time to heal right now. Moreover, the attack wasn't just aimed at his physical body but also targeted his soul. Su Jianxing's soul was also impacted, and he spat out fresh blood, his face becoming even paler. Su Jianxing didn't bother with the wound and said coldly, "An assassin from the Shadow Clan." The owner of the slender sword revealed his figure, dressed entirely in a black robe, covering his whole body, clearly the attire of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan member sneered, "Su Jianxing, a true god peak from the Divine City, am I right?" This was when Lin Moya learned that Su Jianxing was from the Divine City, which is why he had never heard of him before. Even the strength rankings didn't have his name. A person like him should definitely be on the strength rankings. Although Su Jianxing was severely injured, he remained fearless. "Do you think you can kill me like this? Even if I die, I can take one of you with me to be buried. Do you believe me?" As Su Jianxing spoke, he aimed his sharp arrow at them. At the same time, his soul locked onto them, as if he could shoot a fatal arrow at any moment. Golden 13 and the Shadow Clan assassin's expressions changed slightly. Su Jianxing wasn't bluffing. If he was determined to die, he might really have the ability to take one of them with him. After all, Su Jianxing was from the Divine City, and no one knew what kind of desperate techniques or treasures he had. Senior brother Su won't die, and they are not worthy of being buried with him. Lin Moya's voice rang out clearly as he flew to Su Jianxing's side and unleashed the Undying Law upon him. Su Jianxing trusted Lin Moya and didn't dodge. The Undying Law erupted with the force of life, rapidly healing Su Jianxing's wounds. Both his physical and soul injuries were healed. Su Jianxing's wounds visibly recovered at an astonishing speed, with flesh and blood regenerating. His previously weakened aura also rapidly recovered. Su Jianxing exhaled deeply. "Thank you, junior brother Lin." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Senior brother Su has also helped me before, there's no need to be so polite." Su Jianxing now understood. If I had known junior brother Lin had such strength earlier, I wouldn't have made such a move. To be able to come here proved that Lin Moya possessed astonishing strength. Just being able to stand here required the ability to fight across realms. However, Lin Moya had a different view. He felt that it was precisely because of his lack of strength that Su Jianxing was willing to protect him, which was truly admirable. Lin Moya naturally remembered Su Jianxing's kindness. Faced with Lin Moya's sudden appearance, Golden 13 and the Shadow Clan member became wary. Lin Moya had effortlessly healed Su Jianxing, showing that his laws possessed incredible healing abilities. If Lin Moya was present, it would be extremely difficult for them to kill Su Jianxing with his strength. Now, they had two choices. One was to continue trying to kill Su Jianxing, but they would have to eliminate Lin Moya first. However, Lin Moya's strength was unclear. Although his laws leaned towards healing, he at least possessed the strength of a divine sovereign. Moreover, those skilled in healing were not easy to kill. The second choice was to retreat now and find another opportunity in the future. The two exchanged a glance, both showing the intention to retreat. Lin Moya also noticed the look in their eyes and let out a cold snort. "If you want to leave now, it's a bit late." With a thought, the Skeleton King appeared at his summons. The massive skeleton throne appeared in the starry sky, and a chilling wind blew, rapidly lowering the temperature. Even with the illumination of the blue star, the temperature in the surrounding area, which had already exceeded 1,000,000,000 degrees, dropped sharply by half, as if transitioning from summer to winter in an instant. The Skeleton King slowly rose from the throne, enveloped in the flames of the undying fire, and swung its giant bone sword. The threat of death instantly enveloped the two. "Not good. Run." They were instantly alarmed and turned to flee without a second thought. At this level, their senses were already extremely sharp. The moment the Skeleton King appeared, they knew they were in big trouble. But it was too late. The Skeleton King swung its sword towards the golden python. Spell, God-slaying. The sword light flashed, and the golden python let out a miserable cry as its 1,000-meter body was sliced in half. The Skeleton King didn't care about its life or death and took a step forward, moving like a teleport towards the Shadow Clan member. The Shadow Clan member hid in the void, disappearing from sight, invisible to both the naked eye and soul perception. The Shadow Clan's concealment ability was extremely powerful, which was why their assassinations were often successful. Even Su Jianxing hadn't noticed his presence earlier. But in the eyes of the Skeleton King, no matter what method he used to hide his form, the flame of his soul was so conspicuous that there was no way to conceal it. The eyes of the undead seemed to see through all illusions, directly perceiving the essence of life. While the Shadow Clan excelled at concealment, their direct combat strength and speed were not their strong suits. However, the Skeleton King's speed was astonishingly fast. It inherited all the attributes of skeletons, with perfect strength and speed. In just a few seconds, the Skeleton King had caught up to the Shadow Clan member and swung its sword, forcing him out of the darkness. The Shadow Clan member fled in terror and activated a rune talisman. Chapter 1121. Chapter 1121, 1121. Chapter 1121, it's all scripted, already decided. The actions of the Shadow Clan member were swift and decisive. The runes formed a light sphere that enveloped him, allowing him to teleport thousands of miles away to escape. However, a second later, the Shadow Clan member was horrified to find himself still in the same place, with the Skeleton King already raising his sword to strike down. At this moment, he realized that the space had been locked, and all teleportation devices had lost their function. Unable to escape, he could only fight desperately. The Shadow Clan member's entire body erupted with a strong aura, and his dark robe turned into black flames, burning fiercely. The only response was the Skeleton King's sword in the undead flames. Lin Moya did not pay much attention to the battle between the Skeleton King and the Shadow Clan member. The outcome of that battle was already determined from the start. Unless another existence like the Abyssal Dragon Demon appeared, the Skeleton King was invincible in this area. With the space-locking pearl sealing the space, the Shadow Clan member was doomed, with no chance of survival. Su Jianqing watched as Lin Moya calmly took out the space-locking pearl and activated it. The Skeleton King had just sliced Jin Shizhen in half and was now chasing the Shadow Clan member. Lin Moya's movements were not fast but very elegant, as if there was an inexplicable rhythm to them. This feeling made Su Jianqing feel fear, as if from the beginning, this battle had been part of Lin Moya's calculations. Every step was predetermined, all playing out according to Lin Moya's script. The Skeleton King caught up with the Shadow Clan member. With the space locked, the Shadow Clan member had no chance of survival. At this moment, Lin Moya flew towards Jin Shizhen. Jin Shizhen, severely injured by a single slash, was still alive, not dead. As Lin Moya approached, Jin Shizhen suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. A smaller version of Jin Shizhen, clad in golden armor, flew out of his body, shooting towards Lin Moya. Be careful. Su Jianqing drew his longbow, ready to shoot, but found himself unable to release the arrow. Lin Moya slightly shifted his body, subtly changing his angle, perfectly blocking Su Jianqing's line of attack. Su Jianqing understood that Lin Moya did not want him to take action. This made Su Jianqing even more fearful of Lin Moya, as if even Jin Shizhen's desperate counterattack was within his expectations. Indeed, Lin Moya had anticipated Jin Shizhen's counterattack. He deliberately approached to lure Jin Shizhen into attacking. Even the method of Jin Shizhen's counterattack was predicted by him. Soul Manifestation, the strongest technique in the True God realm. With his realm restricted and unable to use God King level techniques, Soul Manifestation was the best choice. At this moment, Jin Shizhen's attack power completely surpassed the True God realm, reaching the first level of the God King realm. Soul Manifestation had powerful attack power but also had obvious weaknesses. The soul was too fragile and easily subjected to fatal attacks. Lin Moya gently shook his head. It's useless. A corpse appeared in his hand, the remains of a God King level expert. Most of it had been devoured by the Abyssal Dragon Demon, leaving only some fragments. But for Lin Moya, it was enough. Corpse Explosion, did not care whether it was a complete corpse or fragments as long as it was a corpse, it could be used. Lin Moya locked onto Jin Shizhen's soul. Jin Shizhen's laws frantically contracted, forming an egg-like shape to protect his soul, as if preparing to defend against Lin Moya's attack. Lin Moya did not immediately cast a spell. Several skeleton generals appeared around him. The skeleton generals swung their long swords, slashing through the void, severing several barely visible golden threads. This is impossible. How did you discover it? Jin Shizhen was shocked, his technique had been broken. He did not know that his previous sneak attack on Su Jianqing had been observed by Lin Moya. Trying the same trick again was impossible. Lin Moya did not answer him. As the golden threads were severed, Corpse Explosion was activated. Boom! With a loud explosion, Jin Shizhen's soul let out a terrifying scream. The eggshell was shattered, and the golden armor on his body was also blown to pieces. His soul was severely injured, barely clinging to life. Jin Shizhen, with a scream, fled back to his body. But even if he returned, he would not survive today. Soul Manifestation has too many weaknesses. Lin Moya sighed, and a large number of skeleton generals appeared around him, launching a deadly attack on Jin Shizhen. Jin Shizhen screamed, "Brother, save me." His voice echoed through the starry sky. On his neck, several specially shaped scales were visible. 12 large scales formed a circle, protecting his neck. At this moment, these scales were activated, transforming into layers of golden light that enveloped Jin Shizhen. Within the golden light, one giant golden python after another appeared. 12 enormous golden python shadows coiled in the starry sky. Who dares to kill my brother? A powerful aura spread through the starry sky, instilling fear. Each golden python shadow was at the true god level, but here, they were suppressed, only able to exert true god level power. Lin Moya had already encountered the Starfire Python clan's god sovereign, and now he saw the Golden Python clan's god sovereign, and there were 12 of them. Lin Moya couldn't help but find it amusing. It seems I have a fate with pythons. Unexpectedly, Lin Moya could still laugh, making the 12 golden pythons a bit stunned. Who was this person? Was he not afraid at all? Human boy, you dare to kill our brother, do you want to die? One golden python said coldly, spitting its tongue, its eyes burning with golden flames. Su Jianqing came to Lin Moya's side, whispering, what should we do? 12 god sovereign projections, though suppressed, could still exert peak true god level power, even fighting across realms. In Su Jianxing's eyes, the power of a god sovereign was immense, their mastery of laws far beyond that of a true god. Lin Moya, however, was unconcerned. I'm fine, senior brother Su. He was about to ask Su Jianqing to step back a bit, but suddenly, his gaze fell into the distance, smiling faintly. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements. Su Jianxing's soul was not as strong as Lin Moya's. Lin Moya sensed it, but he had no feeling. However, the 12 golden python god sovereign projections noticed the arrival, turning their heads to look into the distance. The direction they looked was the same as Lin Moya's. Then, Su Jianqing saw it too. A cyan long sword, towering and occupying all sight. Qingjian Wang, slash. A powerful voice echoed, the starry sky enveloped by the cyan longsword. In the starry sky, countless stars seemed to appear, then were cut down by the cyan sword. Star-slaying law. Su Jianqing exclaimed, his face showing surprise. The star-slaying law belonged to the second tier, the most top tier among them. It could cut stars, star systems, even galaxies. In terms of sharpness, among all second-tier laws, the star-slaying law was the first. At this moment, the star-slaying law, with this sword strike, countless stars were born and destroyed within the sword's momentum. Lin Moya felt that the Qingjian deist's cultivation had greatly improved, his sword momentum even sharper. Who are you? We will destroy your human star system, slaughter billions of humans, to vent our anger. 13. Your brothers will avenge you. With one sword, the starry sky became clear, the 12 god sovereign projections all cut down. Only the half-crippled golden python remained, trembling. Chapter 1122. Chapter 1122 1122. Chapter 1122 To find the seven-colored sacred fire, seek Lin Moyo. Little Lin, I'll leave this rotten snake to you. The voice of the green sword deist came from the starry sky. Lin Moya smiled, thank you, senior. The Skeleton King had already returned, holding the half-corpse of the Shadow Clan member by the fingertips like a chicken. The Shadow Clan member's body was riddled with holes, his tattered robe hanging from a pile of shredded flesh, presenting a miserable death. Seeing this, Jin Shizen's whole body shuddered. He had lost his previous aura, curling up his body and trembling in fear. Don't kill me. Jin Shizen pleaded with dread. The Skeleton King's sword light was his only response, blasting his body and extinguishing his soul, truly reducing him to ashes. The Golden Python clan was once an invading race against humans. Although they were not exterminated, they were severely crippled by Xiao Zhantian and harbored an unresolved grudge against humans. Later, to avoid Xiao Zhantian's pursuit, the Golden Python clan left their ancestral home of countless years and fled to the depths of the starry sky, hiding there. Only after Xiao Zhantian's departure did they dare to come out and be active again. Lin Moya's killing was decisive. How could he possibly spare Jin Shizen? Tisk tisk tisk, little friend Lin, you're too wasteful. The scales of the Golden Python are good materials for forging defensive treasures. With that one strike, you've thrown away quite a few points. The green sword deist's figure appeared in the starry sky, just like their first meeting, dashing and extraordinary while treading on his sword. The green sword deist's strength was formidable. As a god king, he could fight head-on against a god sovereign, only suffering minor injuries despite not fully retreating. This alone proved that he possessed the ability to fight across realms. For god kings, cross-realm combat was the norm, let alone true gods. Even suppressed to the true god realm's peak, Lin Moya believed the green sword deist still possessed the strength of the second or third stage of the god king realm. Lin Moya respectfully saluted the green sword deist, Senior Greensword, you have saved me again. The green sword deist smiled wryly, little Lin, stop talking nonsense. With your strength, could those fellows do anything to you? Lin Moya smiled. The green sword deist understood him well. Those were merely god sovereign projections looking powerful but insignificant. Under suppression, Lin Moya only needed to use his soul-severing sword to easily deal with them. Senior brother Su Jianqing greets Senior Greensword. Su Jianqing also respectfully saluted the green sword deist. The green sword deist glanced at him, not bad, you haven't disgraced Divine City. The green sword deist referred to how Su Jianqing did not flee when facing the god sovereign projections but instead fought alongside Lin Moya. The green sword deist saw this and was very satisfied. Su Jianqing respectfully said, the human race helps one another. We can die but cannot abandon our comrades, this is something I dare not forget. The green sword deist nodded, I have some words for little Lin. If you have nothing else. Su Jianqing understood and said, I still need to search for the five-colored sacred fire, so I'll take my leave. Junior brother Lin, we'll meet again if fate allows. We'll meet again if fate allows. Take care, senior brother. After a simple farewell, Su Jianqing left. Lin Moya was a bit puzzled, Senior Greensword, why did you send senior brother Su away? Is there something up? The green sword deist chuckled lightly, I have no business, but someone else does. Friend, don't hide anymore, come out. The green sword deist looked to the side, and Lin Moya was startled, following his gaze. Unexpectedly, someone was hiding there, undetected by Lin Moya himself. For that person to conceal themselves so thoroughly that even Lin Moya's keen perception failed to notice showed their hiding skills were extremely formidable, surpassing even the Shadow Clan. After the green sword deist spoke, the starry sky remained silent, except for the warm currents of flame whistling by. There was no other movement. At this moment, the green sword deist's sword let out a crisp ringing sound, do I need to take action myself? Haha, little guy, it's been years. Your temper has grown. A low, raspy voice sounded. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, there really was someone there. The green sword deist's brows jumped twice, as if he had heard this voice before but could not quite recall where due to the long time that had passed. The other party called him little guy, implying they were older than him. A figure emerged in the starry sky, sharp eyebrows, distinct features, a face etched with age. The moment he saw Zhu Kaiwu, the green sword deist shuddered and exclaimed, Senior Zhu. To make the unflappable green sword deist lose his composure like this, Lin Moya realized the Senior Zhu's status was extraordinary. Following the green sword deist's words, Lin Moya also saluted respectfully, greetings, Senior. Zhu Kaiwu examined Lin Moya, you're not bad. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Lin Moya accepted it calmly. This Senior Zhu must have been following him all along. The aura on him was somewhat similar to that of Domain Lord Zhu Tian. If Lin Moyo guessed correctly, this senior must have been secretly protecting him on Zhu Tian's orders. Zhu Kaiwa looked at the green sword deist. Green sword, you came here to find the seven-colored sacred fire. The green sword deist nodded, yes. Zhu Kaiwa sighed, the seven-colored sacred fire is not easy to find. The green sword deist showed a wry smile tinged with helplessness, even if it's not easy to find, I still have to look. Zhu Kaiwa said indifferently, if you truly want to find the seven-colored sacred fire, perhaps he can help. As he spoke, Zhu Kaiwa glanced at Lin Moyo. The green sword deist, of course, understood Zhu Kaiwa's meaning and also looked at Lin Moyo with a puzzled gaze. Why would Lin Moyo be able to help find the seven-colored sacred fire? Lin Moyo revealed a helpless expression. In his heart, he thought, this senior Zhu must have been following me from the very beginning. It should be related to Domain Lord Zhu Tian, perhaps on his orders. Lin Moyo roughly guessed the situation and felt it should be more or less accurate. Zhu Kaiwa said, since he is here, I'll leave it to him. After speaking, Zhu Kaiwa's figure gradually faded away like a mirage. After Zhu Kaiwa left, the green sword deist sighed, I never expected to meet Senior Zhu here. Lin Moyo asked, I feel Senior Zhu has some connection to Domain Lord Zhu Tian. The green sword deist casually said, Senior Zhu and Domain Lord Zhu Tian are master-brother disciples. Senior Zhu is the senior martial brother of the Domain Lord. So that was it, no wonder their auras were so similar. The green sword deist asked, Little Lin, tell me, how can you help me find the seven-colored sacred fire? Lin Moyo did not conceal the truth, actually, it's not about finding it but cultivating it. I have a way to cultivate the sacred fire. The green sword deist's eyes immediately lit up, and his voice became hurried. What did you say? You can cultivate the sacred fire. Lin Moyo nodded and took out a five-colored sacred fire. This is the five-colored sacred fire I cultivated. The green sword deist took the five-colored sacred fire from Lin Moyo's hand and carefully examined it for a while. It's no different from an ordinary five-colored sacred fire. Little Lin, how did you do it? Lin Moyo explained the method of cultivating the five-colored sacred fire, and the green sword deist suddenly felt enlightened. I never thought the sacred fire could be produced this way. Unfortunately, without the space laws, it's hard to find the flint fire. Little Lin, you're lucky to have obtained the treasure of the Starry Fish Human clan. Lin Moyo took out the seashell Yuxingro had given him. Is this thing precious? Chapter 1123. Chapter 1123, 1123. Chapter 1123, The Great World and the Small World Converge. The book cover shimmered with a hazy glow, faintly exuding the fluctuations of laws, appearing somewhat mysterious. The laws on the shell were space laws, and only space laws could detect the positions of the flash star and flash fire. The green sword deist glanced at the shell, a space artifact. Do you think it's precious? Lin Moyo already knew the answer. An artifact containing space laws was naturally extremely precious. It seemed he had asked a foolish question. Space laws were among the top-tier laws, and those who mastered them were exceedingly rare. Moreover, space laws were among the most prominent within the top-tier laws. Additionally, materials that could bear space laws were equally rare. Furthermore, refining them into corresponding artifacts was another challenge. The shell in his hand was not simple. It was unexpected that Yuxingro would give him such a precious shell. It was quite interesting. Lin Moyo said, Senior Greensword, let's go find the flash fire and see if we can cultivate the seven-colored sacred fire. The green sword deist nodded, follow me. The green sword deist led Lin Moyo deeper into the source of the sacred fire. The temperature was rising rapidly. The green sword deist occasionally glanced back at Lin Moyo, and seeing that he was unaffected, he felt reassured. Although reassured, he couldn't help but ask, the closer we get to the center, the higher the temperature. Can you withstand it? Lin Moyo smiled, no problem. You know, my strongest attribute is my defense. The green sword deist smiled knowingly. As you said, the limit of cultivating the sacred fire is related to the strength of the flash fire. We will go to the center to find the strongest flash fire. Lin Moyo was a bit puzzled. Senior Greensword, as far as I know, if you want to elevate a spell planet to a spell star, generally, the five-colored sacred fire is sufficient. Only a few spells require the six-colored sacred fire. In Lin Moyo's view, the stronger the spell, the harder it was to elevate. Using himself as an example, his spells were already strong enough, and using the six-colored sacred fire was sufficient for elevation. Unexpectedly, the green sword deist needed the seven-colored sacred fire. How strong must his spells be? However, the laws mastered by the green sword deist were the star-slaying laws, which should match his spells. It shouldn't be so difficult to elevate his spells. The green sword deist sighed, when I was young and reckless, I failed twice while elevating a spell, making it increasingly difficult. Now, I only have one last chance. I must find the seven-colored sacred fire to be safe. The green sword deist smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Elevating spells, each failure increased the difficulty significantly. Moreover, there were only 3 chances in total. If all 3 failed, unless there was a miraculous opportunity, it would be almost impossible to elevate again. The last chance had to be cherished. The green sword deist sighed deeply. Youthful impulsiveness always comes at a price. He looked at Lin Moyo meaningfully and said in a seasoned tone, don't be like me. Don't gamble on things you're not sure of. If you lose, it will be very troublesome. Lin Moyo nodded, I understand, senior. How many spells do you need to elevate? The green sword deist was taken aback, isn't one enough? Only one? That didn't seem too difficult. Lin Moya spoke candidly, Senior Greensword is indeed powerful, with only one spell at the planetary level. Just then, a sacred fire roared and flew towards them. The Greensword Deist was about to dodge but was stunned by Lin Moya's words, allowing the sacred fire to hit him. The sacred fire burned fiercely, and the Greensword Deist stood in the flames with a strange expression. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Lin Moya was puzzled. Senior, don't you have only one spell to elevate? I thought the other spells had already been converted to stars. The Greensword Deist looked at him strangely. Don't you know that the number of spells one can elevate is limited? Generally, it's 1 or 2, at most 3. Now it was Lin Moya's turn to be stunned. There was such a limitation? He still had 4 spells waiting to be elevated. According to the Greensword Deist, it wouldn't be possible. Seeing Lin Moya's genuinely confused expression, the Greensword Deist explained in detail. Lin Moya listened attentively. What the Greensword Deist said was not detailed in the information he had. Information was not omnipotent. Many pieces of knowledge had to be explored personally, especially experiential knowledge. After the Greensword Deist's explanation, Lin Moya finally understood. In the Great World, human cultivators, although their spells varied in strength and number, had an overall limit. Generally, the total number of spells for each cultivator did not exceed 10. Occasionally, there were exceptions, but they were rare. Among these spells, very few could grow into star-level spells during the elevation process, usually 1, sometimes none. If one had 2 spells that could grow to star level, they were considered a genius. The remaining spells required specific opportunities and special methods to elevate from planetary to star level. Moreover, this number was limited, typically 1, and at most 3. Lin Moya compared the human cultivators of the Great World with the cultivators from his small world and found many differences. In his small world, after changing professions, they began to cultivate skills, with various skills numbering at least a dozen, and some even exceeding 30. Although most skills were not very useful, the numbers were real. It seemed that the professionals from the small world were much stronger than the cultivators from the Great World. No wonder the Great World cultivators he encountered, regardless of race, used only 1 or 2 spells repeatedly. Lin Moya suddenly realized he might have misunderstood something. No, I was wrong. He immediately asked, Senior Greensword, generally speaking, how many planetary spells can a cultivator have? The Greensword Deist said, generally, no more than 5. During the growth process, useless spells are discarded, and only useful spells are retained. The more spells retained, the harder the elevation. Even geniuses choose 1 or 2 spells to elevate to star level. This made sense. Lin Moya finally understood. He had always used himself as an example, which led to the misunderstanding. He was special, an exception, and couldn't be used as a general case. In the small world, most professionals, after reaching the god level, also retained only a few spells. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep more spells, but the more spells, the harder the elevation. In this regard, they corresponded with the cultivators from the Great World. Professionals from the small world and cultivators from the Great World started on different paths but converged at a certain point. Different paths leading to the same goal, indeed. Chapter 1124. Chapter 1124, 1124. Chapter 1124, 9-star spell? Impossible. Lin Moyo asked repeatedly, and the Greensword Deist was very patient, telling Lin Moyo everything he knew without hiding anything. Our human race indeed doesn't have many spells, unlike some races that possess dozens of spells. But we strive for excellence, seeking strength rather than quantity. I once read some ancient records. It is said that a long time ago, our human race also pursued the quantity of spells, with each person mastering at least 20 or 30 spells. But times have changed, and that approach of seeking quantity over quality is not suitable for our human race. Since Xiao Zhantian single-handedly turned the tide, our human race has learned a painful lesson and no longer pursues quantity, but quality. Looking at it now, this path is correct. Although the number of spells is not many, the combat power of the human race has increased. The Greensword Deist sighed deeply. From his words, it was clear that he greatly admired Xiao Zhantian, almost like a die-hard fan. Lin Moyo even thought, why didn't the Greensword Deist join the War God Hall? After all, with the talent and combat power displayed by the Greensword Deist, joining the War God Hall should not be difficult. However, Lin Moyo finally understood why Antares was not surprised when he saw that he possessed so many skills and spells. It turned out that human cultivators in the past indeed had a large number of spells. The Dragon Clan was the same, with possibly even more spells. The two continued to move towards the center of the source of the sacred fire. The Greensword Deist smiled and said, now you understand, spells are valuable for their quality, not quantity. One excellent spell can dominate the world, that's the principle. Like me, I only have one spell, but who in the same realm can block it? As he said this, he glanced at Lin Moyo and added, of course, you, little monster, are an exception. Lin Moyo agreed with the Greensword Deist, but he also had his own thoughts. But if you have many spells, can't you form multi-star spells? The Greensword Deist laughed, haha, it's good that you can think of this. Precisely because of this, there was a time when the human race was divided into two factions. Some believed that multi-star spells were the strongest. Multi-star spells are indeed powerful and can greatly enhance combat power. But similarly, forming multi-star spells is extremely difficult. Those who insisted on forming multi-star spells gradually dwindled over time, and eventually, the human race chose a compromise. At this point, the Greensword Deist smiled mysteriously, do you want to know? Lin Moya nodded, please enlighten me, senior. The green sword deist took out a wine gourd and took a big gulp. It's not really a secret. If you had a master, he would have told you long ago. After drinking a few sips of strong wine, the green sword deist began to speak at length. Lin Moya learned about the human race's approach. Led by Xiao Zhantian, the human race spent thousands of years exploring and researching, and finally, the high-level officials decided to change the way the human race cultivated spells. The first step was to shift from pursuing quantity to pursuing quality, but not blindly. This led to the second step, which was to selectively choose spells. To this end, the human race spent another 1,000 years categorizing spells, forming a comprehensive and complete system. Many spells were classified into different systems. As long as one chose spells within the same system, there was a high possibility of forming multi-star spells. For example, a set of spells belonging to the fire law. A cultivator could choose one or two powerful but relatively difficult spells as their main spells. Then, they could choose a few simple but not very powerful spells of the same type. After elevating all of them to star-level spells, there was a high chance of forming multi-star spells. In this way, the difficulty of cultivation was greatly reduced, but the enhancement of multi-star spells to the main spells was substantial. This cultivation method became more mature after thousands of years of evolution. It proved to be very practical and powerful. Simple as it was, multi-star spells were still the domain of geniuses. Ordinary cultivators could at most convert one star-level spell, and if lucky, two. How could they form any multi-star spells? Multi-star spells only significantly enhanced power after reaching 3 stars. Ordinary people could only look at them in awe. The green sword deist laughed and said, "Now you understand." Lin Moya was not foolish. He understood and also realized the pros and cons of this cultivation method. The green sword deist saw Lin Moya's expression and smiled. "If you have any thoughts, just say them." Through his interaction with Lin Moya, the green sword deist knew that Lin Moya had his own ideas. Talking to Lin Moya was interesting. It was not like teaching other juniors, where what he said was taken as gospel. Lin Moya was good at drawing inferences. As long as he said one thing, Lin Moya could think of 2 or 3 more. Lin Moya expressed his thoughts. "This cultivation method is good, but it can't produce top-tier powerhouses, right?" The green sword deist asked, "What do you think makes a top-tier powerhouse?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "Exceptional cultivation, multi-star spells above 7 stars, that should be about right." The green sword deist suddenly laughed, making Lin Moya a bit confused. After laughing for a long time, the green sword deist spoke again, but the laughter in his eyes was unmistakable. "You really dare to think, 7-star spells? Do you know how difficult it is to achieve 7-star spells? Even top-tier geniuses don't dare to think about 7-star spells. Throughout our human history, those who have achieved 7-star spells are fewer than 10. Lin Moya was surprised, "So few?" The green sword deist immediately said, "That's not few, it's actually a lot. Look at other races. They may have dozens of spells, but most of them are useless. Just elevating them to star level is already difficult for most people. The more spells, the harder the elevation." Lin Moya continued to ask, "Has there ever been a 9-star spell in the human race?" Originally, Lin Moya wanted to ask who had the highest multi-star spell in the human race, but he thought that might not be appropriate, so he changed his question. The green sword deist said, "Xiao Zhantian has an 8-star spell. This is not a secret. You can find out by checking the records. An 8-star spell is truly top-tier in the great world. As for a 9-star spell, I've never heard of it." His tone carried a sense of admiration. It was imaginable that Xiao Zhantian, with his absolute strength, saved the human race from disaster. With his own power, he swept through various races. One of his key strengths was his 8-star spell. Lin Moya murmured, "Is there really no 9-star spell in the great world?" The green sword deist shook his head. "That's something of legend. Don't aim too high. Forget about 9-star spells. Reaching 6-star spells already puts you at the pinnacle of the great world." During their conversation, the two unknowingly arrived at the central area. This area was filled with star-level sacred fire. A massive blue star burned fiercely, emitting scorching light. It was the source of all star-level sacred fire, the core of Area 5 to 38. Lin Moya was now only 10 million kilometers away from the blue star, very close. He vaguely saw something at the center of the blue star and couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that?" Chapter 1125. Chapter 1125, 1125. Chapter 1125, 9-colored lotus, cultivating the 7-colored sacred fire. Shulin Moya saw a peculiar flame at the center of the blue star. This flame, resembling a lotus, bloomed freely within the star. The lotus had 9 petals, each a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white, all very dazzling. Lin Moya blurted out, "What is that?" Which caught the attention of the green sword deist. The green sword deist followed Lin Moya's gaze, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Lin Moya said, "There, a lotus, a 9-colored lotus." The green sword deist was slightly stunned and looked carefully but still saw nothing. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Could it be that the high temperature here is causing hallucinations?" The temperature here had already exceeded 200 million degrees. Even an ordinary god king would find it unbearable. As for a peak true god, they would be directly burned to ashes. Even Su Jianxing wouldn't dare to come here. Being able to stand here steadily, Lin Moya was already an anomaly. Lin Moya was naturally sure he couldn't be mistaken. The 9-colored lotus was right there, he could even see the patterns on the petals. How could he be wrong? But the fact that the green sword deist couldn't see it was also true. This made things interesting. He could see it, but the green sword deist couldn't. It was really surprising. Lin Moya didn't dwell on this issue. The shell in his hand suddenly emitted a bright light, and an arrow appeared. There's a flash fire, let's go. Lin Moya shouted and immediately flew in the direction indicated by the arrow. The green sword deist, moved, quickly followed. After they left, Zhu Kaiwa's figure reappeared in the dark void. He said he was leaving, but he hadn't actually left. With the green sword deist around, Lin Moya's safety wasn't a concern, but he was still curious about Lin Moya, so he continued to follow in the dark. Given Zhu Kaiwa's realm, he was discovered by the green sword deist earlier because he wanted to protect Lin Moya, causing a slight fluctuation. Later, he was enveloped by the green sword deist's law domain, which led to his discovery. If he was careful, it would be difficult for the green sword deist to detect his presence. He heard what Lin Moya said and looked up at the blue star. In his sight, at the center of the blue star, a 9-colored lotus was incredibly dazzling. A hint of surprise appeared in Zhu Kaiwa's eyes to see the 9-colored lotus, a 4th-grade peak soul, possibly even a jade soul turning purple. If it's a jade soul turning purple, this kid is extraordinary. Let's see. Having seen the 9-colored lotus, he shouldn't give up. But it's dangerous. It seems I still need to keep an eye on him. Zhu Kaiwa muttered to himself and disappeared into the starry sky again. Following the shell's guidance, Lin Moya and the green sword deist quickly arrived at the location where the flash fire was about to appear. Lin Moya looked around. There are 451 star fires here. Normally, they should form a 5-colored sacred fire. To turn it into a 6-colored sacred fire, I estimate a total of 800 star fires are needed. As for the 7-colored sacred fire, it should require 1,600 star fires. The green sword deist didn't hesitate and immediately said, I'll go collect the star fires now. As he was about to act, Lin Moya quickly stopped him. No need, I have them here. Lin Moya said, taking out a large number of star fires and placing them around. Seeing Lin Moya take out so many star fires, the green sword deist was stunned. Did you collect all these? Lin Moya shook his head. Mostly, I killed people and took them. The green sword deist muttered, how many people did you kill? Lin Moya continued to take out star fires while saying, not many, just a few dozen. Mainly, they wanted to kill me, and I killed them in return. The green sword deist was speechless. Those guys were really blind. No, mainly your realm is too deceptive. Lin Moya chuckled and didn't say much. He took out 400 star fires and then stopped. The mutation caused by the flash fire had a limit. If it exceeded the limit, it might collapse. So Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry, taking it step by step, focusing on stability. After setting up, the two retreated far away, waiting for the flash fire to appear. Half an hour later, all the star fires suddenly flickered. This phenomenon was different from the flash fires Lin Moya had seen before, indicating that this flash fire was also different. It seemed that it was really possible to form a 7-colored sacred fire. A star fire was impacted by the flash fire and began to mutate. The mutation speed was very fast. In less than a minute, it had already devoured all the surrounding star fires, a total of 850 star fires. If no more were added, it would eventually become a 6-colored sacred fire. After extensive cultivation, Lin Moya was very experienced. Judging by its appearance, he knew it could continue to be cultivated and enhanced. He quickly took out 100 star fires and added them. After sensing it, he found it was still stable, so he continued to add more. He continued to add star fires, and in the blink of an eye, it had absorbed 1,550 star fires. At this point, Lin Moya felt the mutating sacred fire starting to become unstable. The green sword deist also sensed it. It's going to explode. Lin Moya shook his head. Not yet, it can continue. It was just starting to become unstable, far from exploding. He continued to add star fires, but the speed began to slow down. Previously, he added 100 at a time, but now it was reduced to 10. Moreover, after each addition, Lin Moya carefully sensed it. Compared to the green sword deist, he was more familiar with the top-grade star fires. The top-grade star fires became increasingly unstable, the original flames turning into a beast with claws and fangs, covered in spikes. But Lin Moya still didn't stop. The green sword deist was already on guard. If the star fires exploded, the power wouldn't be small. Even he would be seriously injured if not careful. If it were him, he would have stopped long ago. But now, Lin Moya was in charge, and Lin Moya clearly had no intention of stopping. When the star fires reached 1,590, Lin Moya slowed down again, adding one by one. Although the speed slowed, the additions remained stable. Lin Moya seemed to maintain a special rhythm, looking very comfortable. The green sword deist watched for a while and finally understood. Lin Moya wasn't randomly adding star fires but was matching the rhythm of the star fire's pulsation. Each addition caused minimal fluctuation, maintaining the stability of the mutating star fires. 1,598. 1,599. Lin Moya took out the last star fire and, after observing for a few seconds, steadily added it. As soon as it was added, Lin Moya pulled the green sword deist and quickly retreated. The green sword deist asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Moya whispered, "Just in case." Lin Moya was prepared for both outcomes. While adding the star fires, he never let his guard down. One must be bold but also cautious. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario Lin Moya feared didn't happen. With a soft sound, the mutation of the star fires was complete. A sacred fire, flickering with 7 colors, swayed and danced in the starry sky. Around it, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple colors circled like a rainbow, surrounding it, incredibly beautiful. Chapter 1126. Chapter 1126, 1126. Chapter 1126, Lucky or Unlucky? The Green Sword Deist was excited. It worked, it really worked. Lin Moyo had never seen the Green Sword Deist so excited before. In his impression, the Green Sword Deist remained calm and composed even when facing a deity, showing no fear. But now, for the sake of a seven-colored sacred fire, he was so excited that he even lost his composure. The Green Sword Deist finally calmed down and realized he might have been too excited. Sorry, I got a bit carried away just now. The seven-colored sacred fire is too important to me. Lin Moya smiled, then, Senior, please absorb it now. I will guard you. The Green Sword Deist did not hesitate and immediately flew into the sacred fire, opening his mouth to swallow it directly. Flames ignited on the Green Sword Deist's body, and a rainbow-like seven-colored halo surrounded him, making him look like an immortal. Lin Moya knew that the Green Sword Deist was fully absorbing the seven-colored sacred fire to elevate his spells. Lin Moya did not disturb him. With a thought, the undead army appeared around them to keep watch. Under the undead army's surveillance, even the Shadow Clan could not hide. But Lin Moya also knew that for someone like Shu Kaiwu, even using the undead's vision would not be enough to detect him. The difference in their realms was too great. When the gap reached a certain level, no small tricks could bridge it. The Green Sword Deist's absorption process went smoothly. The flames on his body gradually extinguished. With each weakening of the flames, the Green Sword Deist's aura grew stronger. Lin Moya knew that his spells were being elevated, and they must be multi-star spells. If they weren't multi-star spells, the Green Sword Deist wouldn't value them so much. Lin Moya remained vigilant, guarding the surroundings. Few people came to the source of the sacred fire, especially the central area, which was almost deserted. From cultivating the seven-colored sacred fire to the Green Sword Deist's absorption, the entire process was undisturbed. Compared to other star fire clusters, this place was eerily quiet, almost unrealistically so. After several hours, the Green Sword Deist finally finished absorbing the seven-colored sacred fire. His soul leaped out from the top of his head, and a cyan long sword appeared above it, the Green Sword Deist's life treasure. At the tip of the sword, 6 stars shone brightly. 6-star spell. Lin Moya saw that the Green Sword Deist's spell stars formed a complete multi-star spell, and it was a rare 6-star spell. The Green Sword Deist's previous spell was a 5-star spell, already powerful enough to let him fight across realms. Now, with a 6-star spell, his power would increase significantly. This meant that the Green Sword Deist's combat power was now stronger, likely capable of challenging a deity. With a soft hum, the soul, long sword, and spell stars all returned to his body. The Green Sword Deist opened his eyes, and a sharp sword light flashed in them. Lin Moya felt as if he had been slashed by a sharp sword, his skin tingling with pain. The Green Sword Deist had not only formed a 6-star spell but also deepened his understanding of the laws, and his cultivation realm had also improved. This was normal, and Lin Moya understood it. When he elevated his Summon Skeleton King to a spell star, his cultivation also advanced from True God first stage to True God second stage. There is always a reward for the price paid. Every action has its consequence. This is a law of the great world. The Green Sword Deist, full of excitement, laughed out loud. Now I have no regrets. I can finally break through to deity level with peace of mind. Lin Moya was also happy for the Green Sword Deist. Congratulations, Senior. The Green Sword Deist waved his hand. It's all thanks to you. Now that I'm fine, you can continue to cultivate the seven-colored sacred fire. I will guard you. I want to see who dares to disturb you. At this moment, the Green Sword Deist was full of vigor and fighting spirit. Having just completed his spell elevation, if anyone dared to come, the Green Sword Deist would show them the power of a 6-star spell. Lin Moya indeed needed to cultivate the seven-colored sacred fire, which was also his purpose for coming here. Since the Green Sword Deist was willing to guard him, Lin Moya naturally accepted. He began searching for the flash fire in the source of the sacred fire. With the shell's magical effect, finding the flash fire was not difficult. Lin Moya was lucky and quickly found a new flash fire. But this time, it only cultivated into a 6-colored sacred fire. Even in the source of the sacred fire, not every flash fire could guarantee the cultivation of a 7-colored sacred fire. The 7-colored sacred fire, as the highest grade among star fires, was not easy to cultivate. In the following 10 days, Lin Moya continuously cultivated 5 6-colored sacred fires. By now, Lin Moya was somewhat helpless. He was indeed lucky to always find flash fires, but he was also unlucky, always failing to cultivate a 7-colored sacred fire. The previous 7-colored sacred fire of the Green Sword Deist now seemed like a stroke of luck. The Green Sword Deist laughed. Don't worry, it will come. Patience is key. Lin Moya nodded. I understand. Lin Moya was very patient. Although he lamented his bad luck, he was not anxious. This matter was entirely up to chance. Being anxious wouldn't help. At most, he could wash his face and hands to see if it would bring good luck. Finally, on the 18th day, after finding the 8th flash fire, he successfully cultivated a 7-colored sacred fire. Haha, finally, it's worth celebrating. The Green Sword Deist seemed even happier than Lin Moya upon seeing the 7-colored sacred fire. He took out his wine gourd and drank heartily. Lin Moya could feel that the Green Sword Deist was genuinely happy for him. Lin Moya said, "Thank you for your hard work these days, Senior." The Green Sword Deist replied, "Now you absorb it, and I will guard you." Lin Moya shook his head. It's not the right time yet. One 7-colored sacred fire is not enough. The Green Sword Deist was slightly surprised. Do you have other spells? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, a few more. The Green Sword Deist raised an eyebrow. A few. Lin Moya said, including this one. I still need 3 more 7-colored sacred fires. If Senior has other matters, you can leave first. I can search on my own. The green sword deist waved his hand. That's not what I meant. So, you have 4 spells to elevate. No, I have 5. I already elevated 1 before, so 4 remain. The green sword deist's eyebrows furrowed slightly. 5. I noticed you have more than 1 star level spell. How many spells do you have? Lin Moya felt a bit embarrassed and didn't tell the whole truth. 20. In fact, he had 27 spells, not counting the fusion spells and soul calming spells. If those were included, the total number of spells would reach an astonishing 31. Such a number of spells could be considered the highest among the human race. Even in the great world, few races could match Lin Moya. The green sword deist was also shocked by Lin Moya's number of spells. So many spells, even in the past, were rare among the human race. Then he suddenly exclaimed, wait, how many spells do you need to elevate? 4. The green sword deist asked, does that mean all your other spells have reached star level? Lin Moya, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded cautiously. Pfft. The green sword deist spat out his wine, spraying it 100 kilometers away. Chapter 1127. Chapter 1127, 1127. Chapter 1127, don't say what shouldn't be said. Old wine sprayed onto a stellar fire, instantly causing a burst of white smoke. Lin Moya looked at the green sword deist curiously, wondering why he was so agitated. At that time, Antares was not so agitated, indicating that the green sword deist's composure was not as strong as Antares's. The green sword deist stared at Lin Moya in disbelief, his eyes filled with nothing but incredulity. His gaze was as if he was looking at a freak. Lin boy, your multi-star spells. He didn't finish his sentence and suddenly shivered all over. He immediately realized, I spoke out of turn. I shouldn't have asked. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Moya smiled, it's nothing. The green sword deist shook his head repeatedly. What shouldn't be asked shouldn't be asked. That's the rule. You shouldn't answer, and you shouldn't tell anyone in the future either. This is your secret. Keep it to yourself. Once it's revealed, it might bring disaster. Lin Moya asked curiously, why is that? Could it be that the senior would betray the junior? The green sword deist shook his head. It's not that. It's because walls have ears. It's complicated to explain, but you'll understand in the future. Just don't say it, no matter what. Listening to advice is beneficial. Seeing the green sword deist so serious, Lin Moya didn't dare to be careless. There might indeed be some secrets he wasn't aware of. Antares had also warned him that after arriving in the great world, some things couldn't be said, not even to his closest relatives. It seemed it wasn't about fearing betrayal but about the phrase walls have ears. Lin Moya nodded, I understand. Thank you, Senior Green Sword. The green sword deist shook his head, let's continue. Lin Moya responded and quickly put away the 7-colored sacred fire, then continued searching for the flash fire. Lin Moya flew ahead, with the green sword deist following behind. His eyes showed a hint of relief, and he glanced to the side, thinking to himself, luckily, I was reminded. I almost lost myself. This wine really can cause trouble. The green sword deist thought as he put away his wine gourd. Just now, he was a bit tipsy and almost asked something he shouldn't have. Fortunately, Zhu Kai was suddenly told him to shut up, interrupting his words, preventing any further issues. Time passed day by day. Almost every 2 days, they could find a flash fire, but those that could form a 7-colored sacred fire were rare. Most could only form a 6-colored sacred fire. After searching for more than 30 days, Lin Moya finally gathered the 4 7-colored sacred fires he needed. By this time, he had accumulated 46 colored sacred fires. 46 colored sacred fires, plus 4 7-colored sacred fires, had consumed most of his stellar fires. Originally, he had as many as 50,000 5-colored sacred fires, but now only 20,000 were left. For others, this was still a huge number. Lin Moya also realized that ordinary stellar fires were actually abundant. As long as one could reach the source of the sacred fire, they were everywhere, and with some time, a lot could be collected. However, those who could come here no longer cared about ordinary stellar fires and wouldn't deliberately collect them. They needed 6-colored or 7-colored sacred fires more. The green sword deist exhaled, the 7-colored sacred fires are all gathered. Is it time to absorb them? Lin Moya nodded, almost. As he spoke, he glanced at the blue star. The blue star, with a diameter of over 1,000,000 kilometers, burned fiercely, continuously emitting heat. At its center, a 9-colored lotus was so enchanting, seemingly dancing with the flames. He thought to himself, should I go and take a look? This thought had been growing for a while. From the first moment he saw the 9-colored lotus, Lin Moya had the idea of going to see it. He knew the 9-colored lotus must be an extraordinary treasure, but the blue star was also very dangerous. He hesitated, unable to decide. The green sword deist saw Lin Moya in a daze and asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Moya shook his head, nothing. After thinking it over, he decided to take it one step at a time and go with the flow. At this moment, a slight spatial fluctuation occurred, and Zhu Kaiwo appeared before them. Lin Moya was slightly surprised and immediately cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Zhu. What instructions do you have? The green sword deist's mouth twitched. This guy never left, did he? Zhu Kaiwo's sharp eyes looked somewhat serious. He glanced at the green sword deist. Green sword, you leave first. I have something to discuss with Lin. The green sword deist felt a sense of déjà vu. He remembered saying something similar to Su Jianxing, and now it was happening to him. He didn't dare disobey Zhu Kaiwo's orders and immediately saluted. Green sword obeys. He gave Lin Moyo a look of caution and quickly left. However, he was very puzzled about what Zhu Kaiwa wanted with Lin Moyo. But this trip was very successful for him. He successfully obtained the 7-colored sacred fire, completing the last piece of his cultivation. After returning, he could break through to the deity level with peace of mind. Thinking of this, the green sword deist's eye shone brightly, as if a sharp sword was cutting through the stars, extremely sharp. Follow me. Zhu Kaiwa turned and flew towards the blue star. Lin Moyo didn't hesitate and followed immediately. Lin Moyo didn't know what Zhu Kaiwa wanted, but he knew Zhu Kaiwa wouldn't harm him. He was Zhu Tian's senior brother, entrusted by Zhu Tian to watch over him, so he wouldn't harm him. The two got closer and closer to the blue star, and the temperature began to rise sharply again. Lin Moyo didn't feel much about the temperature. He was completely immune to the high temperature caused by pure elements. When they were 5,203,000 kilometers away from the blue star, Zhu Kaiwa stopped. This was a void, a very peculiar void. Stellar fires came from the blue star. During his time here, Lin Moyo had seen stellar fires flying out of the blue star more than once. But between the stellar fires and the blue star, there was a vacuum zone. This zone had no flames, only high temperatures. The shell in his hand also had no reaction, indicating that within a radius of 500,000 kilometers, there was no flash fire. Zhu Kaiwa waved his hand in the void, and a silver ring appeared in the starry sky. The silver ring exploded in the starry sky, turning into a silver mist that enveloped an area of tens of thousands of kilometers, completely covering the two of them. Zhu Kaiwa said, "You can absorb the 7-colored sacred fire now. I will protect you." Lin Moyo was shocked. Zhu Kaiwa personally protecting him? This treatment was probably unmatched in the entire Vermilion Birdstar region. Lin Moyo felt flattered and didn't hesitate, immediately starting to absorb the sacred fire. The silver mist concealed his aura and also hid them. The soul couldn't sense the presence of the silver mist. Strangely, even if it was close, the naked eye couldn't see the silver mist. Only by being inside could one discover the mist. Zhu Kaiwa's methods were beyond the understanding of those at the God King or Peak True God level. Chapter 1128. Chapter 1128, 1128. Chapter 1128, Absorbing the Essence Fire, Elevating to Stellar Level. For 7-colored essence fires burned in the soul world. Lin Moyo's soul power, like a large hand, grabbed one of the 7-colored essence fires and threw it onto the spell planet representing Corpse Explosion. With Lin Moyo's will, the spell planet began to rotate violently, absorbing the 7-colored essence fire in large gulps. In an instant, the spell planet was ablaze, and the 7-colored halo transferred to the spell planet. Lin Moyo continuously injected soul power into it, which became the fuel for the 7-colored essence fire, making it burn more vigorously. The spell planet hummed, and its aura rapidly increased. Lin Moyo could feel the fusion degree of Corpse Explosion rapidly increasing. The effect of the 7-colored essence fire was much better than the 5-colored essence fire. The fusion degree of the spell increased without encountering any bottlenecks, easily rising. The spell planet was completely ignited, beginning to transform into a stellar-level spell. Soul power continuously supplied it, causing slight tremors in the soul world. The spell's elevation reached its most critical moment, and the 7-colored halo began to contract, entering the spell planet. The flames became more intense, illuminating the entire soul world. Every spell star in the soul world hummed, resonating and cheering, as if welcoming a new companion. With a violent explosion, the soul world shook violently. Lin Moyo once again saw the small black hole. On the other side of the black hole, the Great World Rune lay quietly, covered in cracks. Outside the Great World Rune, countless small runes floated. Lin Moyo saw more clearly this time, confirming that each small rune represented a law. These were the ultimate forms of laws, the true essence. If he could obtain one of these runes, he could completely master that law. He also saw that the small runes representing the laws were connected to the Great World Rune by threads of starlight. Then, he saw another scene. Boom! The scene before him shattered, and his consciousness returned to his body. Half a second later, Lin Moyo seemed to see some unusual scenes in the last moment, but the time was too short, and he couldn't see clearly before the black hole closed. Corpse Explosion, officially elevated from a planetary-level spell to a stellar-level spell. A massive amount of energy radiated from the star, feeding back to Lin Moyo, enhancing his soul power. This process was very familiar to Lin Moyo and did not surprise him. Every time a spell converted to a star, there would be feedback. As his soul grew stronger, his understanding of the undying law also increased rapidly. Lin Moyo's aura quickly strengthened. Zhu Kaiwa sensed Lin Moyo's changes and nodded slightly, seemingly approving of Lin Moyo. Using the 7-colored essence fire to elevate spells was bound to succeed. Failure would be strange. Zhu Kaiwa's gaze penetrated the silver mist, looking at the blue star. He could also see the 9-colored lotus within the blue star, his eyes showing hesitation as he muttered, "Can it really work? The risk is great, but the benefits are also significant. Ultimately, it's up to him to decide." It was clear that he was also hesitant about whether to let Lin Moyo go. After thinking for a long time, he decided to let Lin Moyo make the decision himself. Moments later, Lin Moyo's aura quickly stabilized and stopped growing. The feedback ended, and Lin Moyo remained at the second stage of True God, but he was very close to the third stage. After all, this time he only elevated one spell to a star, unlike the previous, Summon Skeleton King, which formed a 9-star spell, providing much stronger feedback. Not reaching the third stage of True God was within Lin Moya's expectations. Lin Moya was not disappointed but checked the spell information. Corpse Explosion, Fusion Degree 110% detonate a corpse or remains, dealing damage equal to 110% of the corpse's life force to the targeted enemy. Can attack multiple targets simultaneously. The more targets, the more the damage is distributed and weakened. First, the damage increased. Previously, the fusion degree was 40%, and the base damage was also 40% of the corpse's life force. With the talent increase, the damage output was about 120 times the corpse's full force attack. After elevating to a stellar level spell, the damage increased from 40% to 110%, still corresponding to the fusion degree. With the talent increase, the damage reached 330 times the corpse's life force. This was enough to achieve cross-level kills. According to Lin Moya's estimation, if he detonated a first-stage God King corpse, it would be enough to kill a third-stage God King. Crossing 2 levels was no problem. The power increased significantly. But the most important change in the spell was not the damage increase. The most important change was the removal of the distance limit. Previously, the range was 400 meters, and even with talent enhancement, it was only 120,000 meters, or 120 kilometers. In the starry sky, this distance was pitifully short, almost face-to-face output. Now, the distance limit was gone. The range the soul could lock onto was the range the spell could attack. This meant that enemies within hundreds of thousands, or even millions of kilometers, were all within his attack range. Moreover, he could attack multiple targets simultaneously, though the explosion power would weaken with more targets. The spell's elevation and changes were within Lin Moya's expectations, and he was very satisfied with the changes. Corpse Explosion, as one of his main offensive means, could finally truly play its role. In the Soul World, the spell star representing Corpse Explosion hung proudly, keeping a certain distance from other spell stars. It exuded its own pride, telling Lin Moya of its power. Without any multi-star spells, it alone was enough to stand out. Indeed, if any cultivator could obtain Corpse Explosion, they could dominate the great world with just this spell. If anyone was dissatisfied, just blow them up. Lin Moya calmed his mind and began the second elevation. This time, he chose the last passive spell, Damage Transfer. Damage Transfer, Fusion Degree 50%. All damage received is halved and transferred to summoned creatures. This spell appeared when he first changed professions and had accompanied him until now. His smooth cultivation to this point owed much to Damage Transfer. Lin Moya looked forward to seeing what changes Damage Transfer would undergo after elevating to a stellar level spell and whether it would match his expectations. Chapter 1129. Chapter 1129, 1129. Chapter 1129, From Freak to Monster. The spell, Damage Transfer, completely absorbed the 7-colored essence fire and began to burn fiercely. The entire process was no different from before. Lin Moya hardly needed to do anything, just continuously provide soul power. Soul power was rapidly consumed, and the talent giant tree continuously replenished Lin Moya's soul power. The consumption and replenishment rates were roughly equal, allowing Lin Moya to maintain this state for a long time without worrying about running out of soul power. For Lin Moya, this was a routine matter, but in Zhu Kaiwa's eyes, it was extraordinary. Zhu Kaiwa watched Lin Moya with amazement. So fast, he's starting again. To elevate a spell, besides needing essence fire, one also needed to provide a large amount of soul power. The soul power requirement was so high that an ordinary second stage true god couldn't supply it. At least a 7th stage true god was needed to provide the required soul power. Moreover, some powerful spells required even more soul power, which even a 9th stage true god might not be able to provide. This is why many people only consider elevating their spells after reaching the God King realm. Zhu Kaiwa knew Lin Moya's soul was strong. He had seen Lin Moya elevate spells before, so he wasn't worried about Lin Moya running out of soul power. But he didn't expect Lin Moya to start elevating a second spell immediately after successfully elevating the first one, without even taking a break. From his time observing Lin Moya, Zhu Kaiwa knew Lin Moya wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident about. This indicated that Lin Moya had ample soul power. This kid not only has high soul quality but also abundant soul power. Truly a freak. Zhu Kaiwa couldn't help but comment. A second stage true god with more soul power than a god king, and possibly possessing a 4th grade peak soul. His combat power could even surpass a god king. If such a person isn't a freak, what is he? Boom. The soul world shook violently again, and the spell successfully elevated. Lin Moya eagerly entered the black hole, looking at the other world connected by the black hole, the world of the Great World Rune. The 0.5 seconds were very short, and Lin Moya didn't dare waste any time. This time, he saw clearly. There was indeed a faint thread connecting the Great World Rune and the various law runes. In the last scene he saw, some of these threads were broken. The law runes that should have been connected were missing. What does it mean for the law runes to detach from the threads and disappear? Lin Moya didn't know, but he instinctively felt this information was very important. It seemed he had discovered the most hidden information in the great world, but his current realm was too low to understand it. Lin Moya memorized the information he saw, not daring to forget any details. The scene shattered again, and his consciousness returned. The spell, Damage Transfer, slowly ascended in the soul world, joining the other passive spells like Undying Undead and Physical Resistance. Including Damage Transfer, Lin Moya had a total of 5 passive spells. Unfortunately, these 5 passive spells didn't form a multi-star spell system but operated independently. Lin Moya didn't have high expectations. His spells were already strong enough. He had a 9-star spell, and he couldn't expect to have all the benefits in the world. The soul power feedback strengthened his soul, enhancing his understanding of the laws. Lin Moya rode the surging waves, breaking through the bottleneck naturally. His realm broke through from the second stage of True God to the third stage of True God. His understanding of the undying law deepened to 14%. However, Lin Moya's combat power couldn't be measured by the simple degree of law mastery. His overall combat power had long surpassed common sense. After this promotion, the undead army also became stronger. Lin Moya felt that his skeleton generals were now comparable to ordinary first-stage god kings. Perhaps they couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, but they could definitely kill a first-stage god king like Lu Hong in a group fight. Cross-realm combat was easy, and his combat power didn't weaken with the realm's improvement. This promotion went smoothly, and the Great World's curse didn't interfere. Lin Moya looked at the elevated damage transfer with satisfaction. Damage transfer, fusion degree 110%. All damage received is reduced by 2 times and then transferred to summoned creatures. There were no big surprises. The damage reduction increased from 1 time to 2 times, which was within Lin Moya's expectations. Passive spells always had the smallest changes among all spells. It didn't need significant changes. Just increasing the damage reduction from 1 time to 2 times was already a substantial improvement. With the talent's strong effect and other damage reduction spells, any elemental or physical law hitting him would be reduced by 360,000 times. This damage would then be further reduced by 3 times by the talent before finally affecting the undead army. As his defense strengthened, the undead army also became stronger. The combination greatly enhanced his safety. Below the God King level, no one could hurt him. Above the God King level, killing him would be very difficult. He could now confront the Bat King, who had previously chased him. Let's continue. Next is you. Lin Moya confidently looked at the remaining 2 spell planets in the Soul World. He chose the spell, Strengthen Soldiers, a powerful spell derived from the Primordial Rune. He had used it countless times to kill strong enemies, but its effect had diminished since entering the Great World. Mainly because, after solving the Great World Rune's curse, his combat power increased too quickly, and the spell's effect was limited by his soul. Even with Strengthen Soldiers, the combat power improvement wasn't significant. So, these 2 powerful spells from the Primordial Rune were set aside. If they could be elevated to stellar level, they might undergo new changes. Lin Moya could predict the changes in other spells, but he couldn't predict the changes in Strengthen Soldiers and Gather Power. Their origins were too extraordinary, containing the Great World's source power, beyond his understanding. So, Lin Moya could only take it one step at a time. With a slight movement of his soul, a 7-colored essence fire was pulled over and placed on the spell planet representing Strengthen Soldiers. The elevation began. Zhu Kaiwa witnessed Lin Moya's second successful elevation. His realm smoothly advanced from the second stage of True God to the third stage, without any obstacles. He thought Lin Moya would rest and recover his soul power this time. But Lin Moya's aura surged again, and flames erupted from his body, starting the third elevation. Zhu Kaiwa's judgment was completely wrong, and he muttered, "This guy is a monster." Lin Moya had gloriously upgraded from a freak to a monster. However, Zhu Kaiwa's eyes showed excitement. The stronger Lin Moya became, the happier he was. Zhu Kaiwa thought to himself, our clan might have a new war god. Chapter 1130. Chapter 1130, 1130. Chapter 1130, Ascension Failure. The 7-colored essence fire enveloped the Strengthen Soldiers spell planet. Lin Moya provided enough soul power in time, and the fusion degree steadily increased. The entire process was no different from before, except that the soul power requirement was higher than before. Lin Moya calculated that the soul power requirement for the Strengthen Soldiers spell was nearly double that of Damage Transfer and Corpse Explosion. It just exceeded the recovery speed of the Talent Giant Tree, causing his soul power to slowly deplete. However, this depletion was not fast, and Lin Moya could sustain it for more than a day, enough for the spell to complete its ascension. But gradually, Lin Moya felt something was wrong. The fusion degree's increase slowed down, while the soul power requirement grew larger and larger. Is it because of the Primordial Rune? Lin Moya wondered in his heart. The Strengthen Soldiers spell was not his original spell but came from the Primordial Rune. The Primordial Rune was extracted from the essence blood of the Primordial Bird, one of the 9 words of truth. It contained the source power of the Great World. Therefore, the spell was extremely powerful, and the difficulty of ascension was also very high. Lin Moya had prepared for this in advance but still underestimated its difficulty. At this point, Lin Moya had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. The 7-colored essence fire continued to burn fiercely, and the soul power provided increased, but the fusion degree's increase became slower and more difficult. Time passed bit by bit, and the soul power was consumed by half. The 7-colored essence fire also seemed to weaken gradually. However, the Strengthen Soldiers spell still could not ascend to a stellar level. Lin Moya continued to provide soul power, not giving up the last bit of hope. As the soul power decreased, Lin Moya's aura also gradually weakened and became unstable. Zhu Kaiwa saw this and knew Lin Moya was in trouble, but he couldn't help. Spell ascension could only rely on oneself, others couldn't assist. Zhu Kaiwa could only silently cheer for Lin Moya in his heart. After a whole day, the fire on Lin Moya's body completely extinguished. Lin Moya opened his eyes and sighed. Failed. Zhu Kaiwa said calmly, the 7-colored essence fire occasionally fails. There are no absolutes in the great world. Lin Moya understood this principle. Although Zhu Kaiwa's tone was calm and he didn't say it directly, Lin Moya knew he was comforting him. I'll try again later. Lin Moya was equally calm, showing no sign of discouragement. Zhu Kaiwa nodded and said nothing more. Lin Moya's mindset was good. Failure was nothing as long as he didn't give up, he could try again. The talent giant tree continuously provided soul power to Lin Moyo. In at most half a day, his soul power would be fully restored. Lin Moyo pondered the reason, searching for the root cause of the failure. The fusion degree of strengthened soldiers had increased to 99%. It was the last 1% that caused the failure. Lin Moyo recalled the entire process. The beginning was smooth, except for the high soul power consumption. There were no other issues. The problem should be at the end, when the fusion degree reached 99%, the last 1% couldn't be increased. It's not related to soul power. My soul power was sufficient, and I used the 7-colored essence fire. Although the 7-colored essence fire can't guarantee 100% success, it should ensure 99% success. So, where is the problem? Lin Moyo thought for a long time but couldn't find the correct answer. From the current perspective, the failure could be due to 2 reasons. One was that he was indeed too unlucky, encountering the rare failure probability. The other was that the spell was too strong, and even the 7-colored essence fire wasn't enough. But if the 7-colored essence fire wasn't enough, other essence fires would be even less effective. The 7-colored essence fire was already the limit. There was no 8-colored or 9-colored essence fire. Thinking of the 9-colored essence fire, Lin Moyo suddenly thought of the 9-colored lotus in the blue star. Zhu Kaiwa didn't interrupt Lin Moyo's thoughts. Some problems had to be figured out by Lin Moyo himself. Half a day later, Lin Moyo's soul power was fully restored. I'll try again, Lin Moyo said. Zhu Kaiwa just nodded slightly, without any other reaction. Lin Moyo's mind sank into his soul world, and his soul power, like a large hand, grabbed the 7-colored essence fire and placed it on the Gather Power spell planet. Yes, Lin Moyo changed his target. For the second ascension, Lin Moyo didn't choose the Strengthen Soldiers spell but the Gather Power spell. Each spell had only 3 chances for ascension. Without figuring out the reason, Lin Moyo didn't want to waste the second chance on the Strengthen Soldiers spell. So, he chose the Gather Power spell. Gather Power and Strengthen Soldiers shared the same origin, and its fusion degree had also reached 99%. If it could ascend successfully, he would only need to find 2 more 7-colored essence fires to succeed. If it also failed, it would indicate that the problem wasn't with him, and he would need to find another solution. Lin Moyo thought of the Stellar Fire Seed. Perhaps he needed to find the Stellar Fire Seed. When the Gather Power spell was ignited, Lin Moyo's soul power surged like a tide. It was no longer gentle but forceful. With only 1% left, if there was any bottleneck, Lin Moyo would break it with brute force. The soul world trembled continuously, and the soul power almost became tangible, pouring into the Gather Power spell planet like a waterfall. Soul power was the fuel, and the 7-colored essence fire burned more vigorously than ever, turning the entire spell planet into a huge fireball. It seemed about to succeed, but Lin Moyo knew that the last 1% still couldn't be broken through. It was like an endless abyss, swallowing all the soul power he poured in, preventing him from reaching the other side. Until the soul power was completely exhausted, the 7-colored essence fire gradually extinguished, and Lin Moyo sighed, failed. Zhu Kaiwa also found it strange. Did you find the reason? Lin Moyo shook his head. I changed the spell, but the result was the same. It was just the last bit, but I couldn't get past it. Zhu Kaiwa pondered, searching for answers from his thousands of years of experience. The success rate of the 7-colored essence fire is not 100%, but it should be at least 99%. Occasional failure isn't unheard of, but failing twice in a row is unprecedented. Restore your soul power first. I'll ask around. Lin Moyo nodded. Thank you, senior. In the distance, Zhu Kaiwa's main body at Fortress Number 10 suddenly took out a jade pendant and communicated with it using his soul, explaining his problem. The jade pendant glowed faintly, accompanied by the aura of laws, transmitting Zhu Kaiwa's message. Half an hour later, the jade pendant lit up again. Zhu Kaiwa placed the jade pendant on his forehead and read the information. His expression changed, and his eyes showed deep shock. In the silver mist, Zhu Kaiwa's avatar suddenly whispered, "Is it the primordial rune?" Lin Moyo opened his eyes and nodded. Yes. 2. His voice trembled, filled with disbelief and excitement. Yes. Hiss. Chapter 1131. Chapter 1131, 1131. Chapter 1131, has your mouth been blessed? Even Zhu Kaiwa, who had lived for thousands of years and seen countless events, couldn't help but gasp at this moment. The primordial rune was incredibly rare. Looking across the entire Vermilion Bird Star region, it was unlikely to find anyone possessing a primordial rune. The number of humans in the Vermilion Bird Star region was uncountable, but it was certainly an astonishing figure. Countless life star systems, countless life stars, numbering in the trillions. Yet, even with such numbers, finding someone with a primordial rune was extremely difficult. According to Zhu Kaiwa's knowledge, even among the entire human race, there might be only 1 or 2 individuals with a primordial rune. Lin Moyo, however, possessed 2 primordial runes, which was nothing short of a miracle. Faced with such an extraordinary situation, Zhu Kaiwa could no longer remain calm. Zhu Kaiwa cautiously whispered, "You must not tell anyone about this." Lin Moyo seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and tentatively asked, "Eavesdroppers?" Zhu Kaiwa nodded vigorously, "Exactly." Once again, the concept of eavesdroppers came up. What exactly did it mean, and why did both the Green Sword Deist and Zhu Kaiwa emphasize it so much? It seemed that his previous caution was correct. When facing the Abyssal Dragon Demon, he didn't use the primordial rune or any fusion spells. He had done his best to hide his strength. Although hiding might not have been entirely successful, he had done his best. Reflecting on his past experiences, Lin Moya felt that no one should know about his possession of the primordial rune. Through Zhukaiwa's few words, Lin Moya understood that the reason for his ascension failure was not the seven-colored essence fire or his soul power. The root cause was the primordial rune, as both the strengthen soldiers and gather power spells originated from the primordial rune. They were too powerful, making ascension extremely difficult. Lin Moya softly asked, "Senior, is there a way?" Zhukaiwa whispered, "For others, it's temporarily impossible. Perhaps at the 9th stage of the God King realm, there might be some hope. But for you." At this point, Yu Kaiwa looked towards the blue star. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. "Senior, are you referring to the 9-colored lotus?" Zhukaiwa nodded. "This star is called the Blue Flame Star. You can consider it a collection of stellar essence fire or an upgraded version of a star. Due to its high temperature, the flames appear blue. The flames it emits all become stellar essence fire. But its essence is still that of a star, and as a star, it has the potential to nurture a supreme treasure. The 9-colored fire lotus is the supreme treasure it has nurtured, and it is fully mature, ready for use at any time." Lin Moya looked at the 9-colored fire lotus within the blue flame star, his eyes slightly dazed. "A supreme treasure? But why hasn't anyone taken it all these years?" Zhukaiwa chuckled. "What do you think?" Lin Moya thought for a moment. "Is it because they can't see it?" "That's about right," Zhukaiwa said. "To see the 9-colored fire lotus, one must have at least a 4th-grade peak soul, or even a jade soul turning purple. A 4th-grade soul is called a jade soul. When a 4th-grade soul reaches its peak and opens the path to the 5th grade, a hint of purple appears in the depths of the soul. This phenomenon is called a jade soul turning purple. Even deities have 4th-grade souls, including the Green Sword Deist, who has reached the 4th-grade soul level. But reaching the peak of the 4th grade is not easy. Achieving a jade soul turning purple is even more difficult. When Zhukaiwa learned that Lin Moya could see the 9-colored fire lotus, he knew that Lin Moya's soul quality had reached the peak of the 4th grade, or even a jade soul turning purple. For Lin Moya, a mere true god, to have such a soul quality made Zhukaiwa view him in a new light. Lin Moya also understood why no one had taken the 9-colored fire lotus. Few people came here, and besides a few extremely powerful true god peaks, most were god kings. Their soul quality generally didn't reach the peak of the 4th grade, so they couldn't see the 9-colored fire lotus. Zhukaiwa continued, "In fact, many deities know about the 9-colored fire lotus here, but no one has taken it. The reason lies in the suppression of the great world laws. The closer you get to the blue flame star, the stronger the suppression. At that point, deities are no different from true gods, and entering is equally dangerous. Moreover, the 9-colored fire lotus is of little use to deities. Taking it is pointless. The 9-colored fire lotus functions similarly to a stellar fire seed. Although it is a supreme treasure, its use is singular, to elevate spells. Deities' spells are already fixed. Even if there is a chance for further elevation, the 9-colored fire lotus is not sufficient. More extraordinary treasures are needed. Given the danger and lack of utility, no deity would risk coming here." Lin Moya thought of another possibility, but wouldn't deities take the 9-colored fire lotus for their descendants to use? Zhukaiwa chuckled. "It's good that you thought of this. It shows you're meticulous. But this involves another issue. The 9-colored fire lotus cannot leave the blue flame star and must be absorbed on the spot." "Is that so?" Lin Moya fully understood. No wonder no one had targeted the 9-colored fire lotus. Besides being dangerous and useless, it also had to be absorbed on the spot. With so many restrictions and conditions, naturally, no one would target it. Perhaps in the eyes of many deities, it was a tasteless piece of chicken rib. For ordinary spells, the 7-colored essence fire is sufficient. There's no need for the 9-colored fire lotus. Only spells transformed from the primordial rune, which cannot be elevated by the 7-colored essence fire, would require the 9-colored fire lotus. Lin Moya asked again, "But there's only one 9-colored fire lotus." Zhukaiwa shook his head. "It's enough. The 9-colored fire lotus is immensely powerful. Your spells are only one step away from elevation. One 9-colored fire lotus is enough for your 2 spells to complete their elevation. But the process will be dangerous, so be careful." Lin Moya immediately asked, "Is it because of the temperature?" Zhukaiwa explained, "No, it's because of the fire lotus spirit. The 9-colored fire lotus contains a fire lotus spirit. When you absorb the fire lotus, the spirit will attack your soul. But with your soul quality, it should be thrilling but not dangerous." Lin Moya respectfully bowed to Zhukaiwa. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will go absorb the 9-colored fire lotus now." "Ha!" Zhukaiwa suddenly exclaimed, "Has your mouth been blessed by the Buddha? It's really effective." Following Zhukaiwa's gaze, Lin Moya saw 2 people flying towards the blue flame star, one in front and one behind. The one in front was an old man with white hair, exuding a powerful aura. Following the old man was a young man holding a fiery red shield. The shield glowed brilliantly, forming a protective layer around the young man. Neither of them were human. They resembled humans but had fine scales on their bodies, and Lin Moya noticed they had only 4 fingers on each hand. Zhukaiwa glanced at them and immediately saw through their cultivation. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "They are scaled subhumans. A deity bringing his child to take the 9-colored fire lotus. Fire shield, fire-resistant clothing, fire-reducing beads. They are well prepared, but it's all useless." Chapter 1132. Chapter 1132, 1132. Chapter 1132, ignoring high temperatures, Zhukaiwa's shock. Zhu Kaiwo immediately identified the realm of the approaching figures, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Lin Moya noticed that the scaled subhumans had a relatively good relationship with humans. Although they weren't allies, there were no significant conflicts between them. In some star systems, humans even engaged in trade with the scaled subhumans, making them half-friends. Lin Moyo asked, shouldn't we help them? Zhu Kaiwo replied indifferently, no need, they won't be in any danger. That old guy has been here before. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised, noticing that Zhu Kaiwo seemed to recognize the other party. Zhu Kaiwo didn't elaborate, and Lin Moya didn't press further. Under the cover of the silver mist, the other party didn't notice them. The two of them watched as if they were spectators, observing the others charge into the blue flame star. The previously calm blue flame star immediately became turbulent. It was like a meteor crashing into the sea, causing massive waves. Zhu Kaiwo sneered, the old guy is paving the way for his descendant, even if it means provoking the blue flame star's wrath. But what's the use? In the end, it still depends on oneself. Lin Moya saw that although the deity was suppressed to the true god realm, he still possessed formidable combat power. He opened a safe path through the blue flame star, with his descendant fully armed and following behind, unaffected by the blue flames. From Lin Moya's perspective, the deity's combat power, despite being suppressed, was still at the third stage of the God King realm. It wasn't much different from the abyssal dragon demon. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh, deities are indeed powerful. Zhu Kaiwo said, he is a 9th stage deity with a 4th grade peak soul, ranking high even among deities. Lin Moya was enlightened, no wonder Zhu Kaiwo said they wouldn't be in any danger. A 9th stage deity, as far as Lin Moya knew, there were only a few in the Vermilion Bird Star region. Even Zhu Tian, the domain lord, only displayed the strength of a 9th stage deity. Among 9th stage deities, there were also differences in strength. In Lin Moya's opinion, Zhu Tian was stronger than the scaled subhuman deity, and Zhu Kaiwo was also stronger than him. Zhu Kaiwo said, you could follow behind him and take advantage of the situation. Lin Moya laughed, senior, you're joking. That would offend him. Zhu Kaiwo glared, with me here, he wouldn't dare say a word. It seemed that offending people wasn't a concern for Zhu Kaiwo. Seeing Lin Moya's hesitation, Zhu Kaiwo snorted, if you're so timid, then go from the other side. They won't succeed anyway. Lin Moya nodded and flew towards the blue flame star. Zhu Kaiwo followed leisurely behind him. A few minutes later, Lin Moya truly entered the blue flame star's range. His arrival also caused some minor disturbances in the blue flame star. The blue flames seemed to have a target, wrapping around Lin Moya. Surrounded by the blue flames, Lin Moya felt an unusual aura and couldn't help but exclaim, does the blue flame star have consciousness? Zhu Kaiwo said, the blue flame star has existed for countless years, so it's normal for it to develop a simple consciousness. Indeed, it's normal. Lin Moya felt the blue flame star's instinctive consciousness, which was indeed simple. It was like approaching a 1-year-old child who would instinctively push away. The blue flame star was in a similar state, disliking intruders in its domain. It seems your resistance to flames is strong. Zhu Kaiwo observed Lin Moya, who didn't use any protective artifacts or power laws for defense. He let the flames burn him freely, yet remained unscathed, which was indeed surprising. The temperature here had already exceeded 300 million degrees. Even a god king would need some means to avoid injury. Even Zhu Kaiwo couldn't figure out how Lin Moya managed it. Lin Moya said, I have a spell that makes me immune to elements. A spell like that? Zhu Kaiwo was slightly taken aback, hearing about such a spell for the first time. Lin Moya nodded, as long as it doesn't involve laws, ordinary elements can't harm me. Zhu Kaiwo realized, the world is indeed full of wonders. No wonder you can ignore the high temperatures and walk through the flames unscathed. Lin Moya smiled and continued towards the 9-colored fire lotus. The blue flame star had no solid form, being entirely composed of flames. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature. According to Zhu Kaiwo, the area where the 9-colored fire lotus was located had the highest temperature in the blue flame star, reaching 500 million degrees. Without involving laws, it was purely high temperature. At such a temperature, it had transformed from a quantitative change to a qualitative change, enough to instantly burn a god king to ashes. Zhu Kaiwo was curious whether Lin Moya's spell could withstand such high temperatures. If it could, it would prove that Lin Moya's spell was truly extraordinary. The temperature continued to rise, becoming increasingly astonishing. At some point, a silver light appeared on Zhu Kaiwo's body, flowing like water to block the flames from all directions. Lin Moya, however, remained indifferent to the blue flames, as if he felt nothing. The temperature had already reached 400 million degrees, an incredibly high temperature. They continued forward and finally reached the area where the 9-colored fire lotus was located. The blue flames, carrying a temperature of 500 million degrees, tightly wrapped around Lin Moya. Elemental resistance firmly took effect, ignoring all elemental damage. As the spell described, as long as it didn't involve laws, it could ignore the damage. Zhu Kaiwo marveled inwardly, Lin Moya indeed didn't exaggerate, he truly ignored the high temperatures. Lin Moya's calm demeanor in the flames was something even Zhu Kaiwo couldn't achieve. He was enveloped in a silver glow, isolating the blue flames. The two of them moved forward as if in an uninhabited land, even faster than the 9th-stage deity of the scaled subhumans. The 9th-stage deity had provoked the blue flame star's displeasure, and the star seemed to target him, continuously sending intense flames his way. If not for his great strength, he would have been blasted away by the flames long ago. The contrast between the intense struggle on one side and the calm on Lin Moya's side was stark. The scaled subhuman deity finally reached the 9-colored fire lotus after battling through the flames. He saw Lin Moyu and Zhu Kaiwu, and the two sides faced each other across the nine-colored fire lotus. So it's Guardian Zhu. Greetings, Guardian Zhu. The scaled subhuman deity greeted Zhu Kaiwu from a distance. Their etiquette was peculiar, with a single-handed gesture resembling a human salute. Zhu Kaiwu's expression was serious, without a hint of a smile. Deity Kishui, long time no see. How many times have you brought your descendants to collect the nine-colored fire lotus? So this deity was named Kishui. Lin Moyu made a mental note. Deity Kishui laughed. I don't remember. I always have to try. As you know, the nine-colored fire lotus is not just for spell ascension. For us it has other uses. Are you also here to collect the nine-colored fire lotus for your descendants? Deity Kishui's tone was cheerful, indicating he wasn't a sinister person. Zhu Kaiwu said, just trying. You go ahead, we're not in a hurry. Deity Kishui didn't stand on ceremony. All right. He then instructed his descendant, move forward 100 steps and follow my commands. Chapter 1133. Chapter 1133, 1133. Chapter 1133, The Arrogant Little Brat. The descendant of Deity Kishui was a young man at the True God 9th stage. Lin Moyu clearly could not see the nine-colored fire lotus, so he had to follow Deity Kishui's instructions. He stepped out from the flames, and after leaving the protective barrier that Deity Kishui had set up for him, the blue flames immediately pounced on him, wrapping around his body. The treasures on his body shone brightly, blocking the flames. These treasures were specifically for resisting flames, and they seemed quite effective. However, such treasures also had their limits. Once they reached the limit, the treasures would shatter, putting this young man in danger. Therefore, the entire process had to be fast, and he had to absorb the nine-colored fire lotus before the treasures shattered. But the nine-colored fire lotus was not so easy to absorb. Just the soul attack from the fire lotus spirit alone was not something an ordinary person could withstand. With Lin Moya's soul quality, even Zhu Kaiwu had warned him to be careful, let alone this young man before them. Zhu Kaiwu shook his head slightly, knowing that the young man before them would not succeed. Deity Kishui also seemed to understand this point, feeling a bit helpless. I still have to try. This is the last time. If I fail again, I won't attempt it anymore in the future. Zhu Kaiwu said, it's enough. You've risked danger and wasted a lot of time coming here repeatedly. Not to mention, it's also harmful to your own cultivation. Deity Kishui smiled, I have no choice. I still have to do something for my clan. It was evident that he had deep feelings for his own race. Zhu Kaiwu didn't say anything more. Everyone had their own thoughts. Some were extremely selfish, while others were willing to sacrifice for a greater cause. Zhu Kaiwu transmitted his voice to Lin Moyu. Actually, Deity Kishui is my senior martial brother. Unfortunately, he was severely injured in his early years for the sake of his race. Although he recovered from his injuries later, some aftereffects remained, making it difficult for him to break through. He finally managed to reach the 9th stage of the deity realm, but then he started seeking this nine-colored fire lotus for his clansmen, wasting a lot of time. Otherwise, he would have had a chance to advance further. In Zhu Kaiwu's words, this deity Kishui before them was actually a heaven-blessed genius. He had an extremely high cultivation talent and could have gone even further. However, Lin Moyu felt that Deity Kishui's approach was wrong. If he truly wanted to do something for his race, he should have pushed forward in his cultivation to the very end. The higher his cultivation, the more he could do. His current efforts seemed somewhat meaningless. But as he had thought before, everyone had their own thoughts, and he couldn't judge them with his own values. Deity Kishui's descendant had already touched the nine-colored fire lotus and started absorbing it. The blue flame star immediately became turbulent, as if a child was about to have its favorite toy snatched away, and it began to instinctively resist. The nine-colored fire lotus also erupted with intense flames, enveloping the young man in return. The treasures on his body made creaking sounds, as if they might shatter at any moment. The young man let out a strange cry, his face revealing a hint of terror. If the treasures shattered, he would be devoured by the flames in an instant, leaving not even a single hair behind. Deity Kishui roared, "Steady your mind, don't panic." The young man, filled with terror, tried his best to steady his mind. At this moment, a blue light shot out from the nine-colored fire lotus, piercing the young man's brow like an arrow. The fire lotus spirit had taken action, launching a soul attack on the young man. The young man immediately froze, motionless. Deity Kishui's eyes widened. Persevere, you must persevere. To absorb the nine-colored fire lotus, one had to not only overcome the extreme high temperature and fierce flames but also withstand the attacks from the fire lotus spirit. Zhu Kaiwu said in a low voice, "This is the attack of the fire lotus spirit. The nine-colored fire lotus has 9 petals, and the fire lotus spirit's attack also has 9 strikes. Only by enduring all 9 strikes can one be qualified to absorb the nine-colored fire lotus." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. 9 strikes, this young man might not be able to withstand them. Before the first strike ended, another beam of light emerged from the nine-colored fire lotus, and the second strike followed immediately. The young man's body trembled violently, as if he had seen something terrifying. Soul attacks were the most insidious. They didn't necessarily directly harm the soul but could sometimes conjure up illusions, triggering one's deepest fears. If the soul was not strong enough and the will was not firm enough, one could easily be injured or even have their soul shattered. Stay steady, guard your soul, use your soul treasures. Deity Kishui kept roaring, but his voice was clearly useless to his descendant who was under attack. The third strike appeared, and the young man trembled even more violently, his face filled with terror. No one knew what he had seen to make him so afraid. Then came the fourth strike, the fifth strike. The young man had reached his limit and let out a miserable scream. Although the treasures on his body had not completely shattered, his body spontaneously burst into flames. Deity Kishui's expression changed drastically, and he roared as he unleashed a law to envelop the young man, pulling him back. Deity Kishui's law extinguished the flames on the young man's body, but by then, the young man had already suffered severe injuries. Zhu Kaiwa said in a low voice, being able to endure until the fifth strike is already not bad. Unfortunately, his will was not firm enough, and his soul was not strong enough, causing his heart fire to ignite. Deity Kishui sighed, it seems this treasure is destined to have no connection with my clan. Guardian Zhu, please proceed. Zhu Kaiwa nodded, go ahead. Lin Moya responded with a sound and flew straight towards the nine-colored fire lotus. Lin Moya appeared calm and composed, with no trace of smoke or fire on his body. He was completely enveloped by the blue flames, yet he remained unscathed. Only now did Deity Kishui notice Lin Moya. Previously, he had thought Lin Moya was just Zhu Kaiwa's junior, so he hadn't paid much attention. But now, he realized that Lin Moya was extraordinary. Lin Moya didn't use any treasures and directly ignored the high temperature of the flames. Moreover, he could actually see the nine-colored fire lotus, even though Zhu Kaiwa hadn't pointed out the direction. Deity Kishui was utterly shocked, unable to utter a single word. A guess emerged in his mind, and Zhu Kaiwa, while paying attention to Lin Moya, was also observing Deity Kishui. His gaze flickered, as if he was considering something. Lin Moya had already reached the nine-colored fire lotus, but unlike the young man earlier, he didn't touch it. Instead, he directly and casually sat down, just like a Buddha sitting on a lotus, right on top of the nine-colored fire lotus. In an instant, the blue flames erupted, and beams of light shone from the nine-colored fire lotus, with the fire lotus spirits almost simultaneously launching attacks on Lin Moya. Zhu Kaiwa's mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly, this little brat is too arrogant. Deity Kishui was even more dumbfounded, unable to say a word, not understanding why Lin Moya would do such a thing. Was it confidence or arrogance? Lin Moya did this with his own considerations. He needed to ascend two spells simultaneously, so he had to absorb the nine-colored fire lotus as quickly as possible. During his observations earlier, he noticed that when the fire lotus spirit launched its attacks, the power of the nine-colored fire lotus seemed to weaken over time. He speculated that during the stalemate between the two sides, some of their power was consumed. Lin Moya hoped to obtain as much power as possible from the nine-colored fire lotus, so he wanted to lure out all the fire lotus spirits at once, then eliminate them as quickly as possible, leaving the nine-colored fire lotus with nowhere to go. Chapter 1134. Chapter 1134, 1134. Chapter 1134, wildly absorbing the nine-colored fire lotus. What Lin Moya had in mind was not passive defense but active offense. He had already lured out the fire lotus spirits, and in his soul world, his soul body was well prepared. Just as the fire lotus spirits entered the soul world and before they could attack the soul world, Lin Moya struck first. The fire lotus spirits were just beams of light. If you think they are swords, they will become swords. If you think they are blades, they will become blades. This is the nature of spirit bodies, they can transform into various objects based on your thoughts, having no fixed form. Lin Moya didn't imagine them as anything specific. His only thought was to directly extinguish them. The talent giant tree shot out countless branches like whips, lashing towards the fire lotus spirits. Slash! Lin Moya's soul body let out a light shout, and the soul-severing sword flew out, slashing at the fire lotus spirits. As a top-grade deity treasure, the soul-severing sword's might was tremendous. Especially now that Lin Moya had reached the true god third stage, his soul power had greatly increased, allowing the soul-severing sword to unleash even greater power than before. Sword light flashed, and two fire lotus spirits were extinguished before they could even attack. The branches of the talent giant tree entangled three other fire lotus spirits and pulled forcefully, directly tearing them into shreds. Lin Moya's actions were too fast. The remaining four fire lotus spirits only started attacking Lin Moya's soul world at this moment. However, the crystal shield outside the soul world firmly blocked the fire lotus spirits' attacks. The talent giant tree and soul-severing sword struck again. In just a few moves, the remaining four fire lotus spirits were also killed. The previously raging nine-colored fire lotus suddenly fell silent. Zhu Kaiwa was slightly stunned, realizing that Lin Moya had dealt with the fire lotus spirits. Although he didn't know how Lin Moya did it, Lin Moya had indeed accomplished it. Truly a wondrous monster. In Zhu Kaiwa's evaluation of Lin Moya, he added the word wondrous before monster. From a monster, Lin Moya was upgraded again to a wondrous monster. On the other side, Deity Kishui was completely shocked, unable to believe it. How did he do that? Zhu Kaiwa chuckled but didn't explain, because he didn't know how Lin Moya did it either. Regardless of how, Lin Moya had done it. Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moya sitting on the nine-colored fire lotus and said, after dealing with the fire lotus spirits, he should start absorbing it now. I wonder how he will absorb it. How to absorb it? Lin Moya thought, just absorb it directly. His soul opened its mouth and took a huge breath. At the same time, the nine-colored dragon soul crystal in his soul let out a dragon's cry, as if resonating with his soul. The nine-colored fire lotus was immediately absorbed into his body and appeared in the soul world. Deity Kishui shuddered violently. He swallowed it all at once? But that's the nine-colored fire lotus accumulated over tens of thousands of years, with immense energy. Guardian Zhu, didn't you warn him to be careful? Zhu Kaiwa seemed a bit helpless. Young people like to show off a bit. Let him be. Let him be. For such a life-threatening matter, he was just letting it be? The energy accumulated over tens of thousands of years, if unleashed in an instant, could blast a god king into pieces, shattering both his bones and soul. Moreover, Deity Kishui shuddered again and stared with wide eyes. Lin Moya was only at the third stage of the true god realm. This defied the laws. Deity Kishui opened his mouth a few times but couldn't say anything. He was rendered speechless. Zhu Kaiwa's eyes also held a strange look. He thought to himself, this guy is a monster. You can't judge him by common sense. With 2 primordial runes to ascend, he should be, probably, maybe fine. Zhu Kaiwa was a bit indecisive. After all, what was happening before his eyes was something even he had never seen before. Not just seen, he had never even heard of it. The 9-colored fire lotus entered Lin Moya's soul world and immediately began to collapse, as if about to explode. Lin Moya had anticipated this. His soul power surged, and the spell planets, strengthen soldiers, and gather power flew over and directly collided with the 9-colored fire lotus. The 2 spell planets were like receiving a treasure, greedily absorbing the power from the 9-colored fire lotus. The originally explosive 9-colored fire lotus suddenly became quiet and stable. Lin Moya's soul power calmly followed, splitting into 2 and pouring in without reservation. Since he didn't need to worry about the external blue flames harming him, Lin Moya didn't need to consider defense. All his soul power could be used for spell ascension. The 2 spell planets absorbed the surface power of the 9-colored fire lotus. When the surface power was mostly absorbed, the core power within began to reveal itself. Within the core power, Lin Moya sensed a trace of laws, a familiar feeling, a stellar fire seed. The power of the 9-colored fire lotus was somewhat similar to that of a stellar fire seed. He recalled the appearance of a stellar fire seed when it blossomed after maturing, and it did seem like a lotus flower. Lin Moya immediately understood. The 9-colored fire lotus was the mature form of a stellar fire seed, or even an upgraded version of a stellar fire seed, with greater effects. At this moment, Lin Moya had full confidence in ascending his spells. He felt that this time, there should be no problem. Even spells from the primordial rune could ascend to the stellar level. What others could do, he could definitely do as well. Full of confidence, Lin Moya poured in soul power recklessly. His soul power began to leak out in wisps, which were sensed by those outside. Deity Kishui felt a tinge of envy. Such pure soul power. Although Lin Moya was only at the true god 3rd stage, with soul power at the same level, his soul was extremely pure, of extremely high quality. The soul power leaking out could match 3 or 4 times the power of others. To Deity Kishui, the feeling was one of purity, and almost perfect purity. Lin Moya's soul vaguely revealed itself, a jade-colored soul with a tinge of purple. A jade soul turning purple, it's really a jade soul turning purple. Zhu Kaiwa shuddered, appearing somewhat excited. A jade soul turning purple was very important, the foundation for further progress after reaching the peak of the deity realm. Without achieving a jade soul turning purple, all other efforts would be in vain. Lin Moya's weight in Zhu Kaiwa's heart grew heavier. He looked at Deity Kishui, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Deity Kishui immediately sensed this killing intent and quickly said, I will make a great world oath. I will absolutely not reveal a single word about today's events. Deity Kishui was an old fox who had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he not understand Zhu Kaiwa's meaning? If it was an ordinary genius, it wouldn't matter. Every race had a few top geniuses. But if a freak appeared, surpassing even top geniuses, then he must be carefully protected. Zhu Kaiwa would definitely not let today's events leak out. My apologies, Senior Kishui, I had no choice. Deity Kishui resolutely made a great world oath. Seeing the oath sphere explode, Zhu Kaiwa finally felt reassured. Then Zhu Kaiwa's gaze fell on Deity Kishui's descendant. Senior Kishui, may I? Deity Kishui nodded, though a bit helpless but with no choice. Zhu Kaiwa pointed at the young man, and a strange force entered the young man's body. The young man shuddered and fell motionless. Of course, Zhu Kaiwa didn't kill him but only erased his recent memories. This would inevitably damage his soul, but at least he would survive. Zhu Kaiwa didn't care about the Great World Oath at the True God Realm. What if the other party was willing to sacrifice a True God Realm to obtain information about Lin Moya? It wasn't impossible. To any race, the True God Realm was just a low-level force. But a 9th-stage deity like Deity Kishui was completely different. Zhu Kaiwa understood, and Deity Kishui understood as well, both tacitly aware of the situation. Chapter 1135. Chapter 1135, 1135. Chapter 1135, Successful Ascension, The Origin of the Primordial Bird. Lin Moya absorbed the 9-colored fire lotus in an almost barbaric manner, disregarding reason and cost. His actions seemed to have completely enraged the 9-colored fire lotus. The 9-colored fire lotus, a supreme treasure nurtured by the blue flame star, contained the essence of the blue flame star and possessed immense power. Using a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water, one would try to avoid provoking the 9-colored fire lotus. However, Lin Moya did not follow this approach. He first decisively extinguished the fire lotus spirits and then almost tore the fire lotus in half, displaying extreme barbarity. Although this method could preserve most of the fire lotus's power, it would also trigger the most violent counterattack from the fire lotus and the blue flame star. The blue flame star began to boil, with intense flames rising from its core, and waves of fire surged towards Lin Moyu, attempting to burn him to ashes. Lin Moyu completely ignored the damage caused by the flames. Pure high temperatures were useless against him. The nine-colored fire lotus also ignited the soul world, and it was on the verge of exploding. However, the arrival of the two spell planets, Strengthen Soldiers, and Gather Power, quickly absorbed the violent power of the nine-colored fire lotus, preventing it from self-destructing. The power of the nine-colored fire lotus was rapidly devoured until its core, containing the most mysterious law, was revealed. This law contained a special source power, which was the core of the spell's ascension. At the same time, this law also contained the final resistance of the nine-colored fire lotus. The soul began to burn unknowingly. This time, it was different from the high temperature brought by the flames. The soul-burning fire was caused by the law and could not be completely immune. Heart fire. The soul was under attack, but Lin Moya's thoughts remained clear. Like the young man from the scaled subhuman race before, he was also under attack from the heart fire. Heart fire starts from the soul. If it cannot be resisted, it will spread throughout the body, causing unimaginable damage to both the soul and the physical body. Even a god king could be burned to ashes. However, heart fire was of little use to Lin Moyu. First, his talent and spells combined to form a 360,000-fold damage reduction, followed by another threefold reduction, and then the damage was shared by the undead army. At this time, the number of undead in the army had greatly increased, so the damage each undead had to bear was minimal. Lin Moyu had calculated that it would be difficult for a first or second stage god king to injure him. A third stage god king might be able to injure him, but killing him was still impossible. To truly kill him, at least a fifth or even sixth stage god king would be needed. As his realm improved and his spells converted to stellar level, his defense increased even more than his attack power. Lin Moyu felt that his profession was truly like an indestructible cockroach. It was impossible for someone of the same level to kill him. Heart fire, it's hard to even hurt me, it's nothing. The soul allowed the heart fire to burn, and Lin Moyu ignored it, continuing to absorb the nine-colored fire lotus with all his might. The counterattack of the nine-colored fire lotus had no effect, and the two major spells, Strengthen Soldiers, and Gather Power, began to divide and absorb the core power of the nine-colored fire lotus like treasure hunters. In just 5 minutes, the core power of the nine-colored fire lotus, containing the mysterious law, was quickly divided and absorbed. The petals of the nine-colored fire lotus also began to collapse. The 9 petals transformed into 9 halos of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white, surrounding the two spell planets, Strengthen Soldiers, and Gather Power. The two spell planets, like twin stars, hung brightly in the soul world. Finally, the 9 halos were completely absorbed by the two spell planets, and the nine-colored fire lotus was thoroughly devoured. The heart fire also extinguished at this moment. The two spell planets had completely turned into fireballs, entering their final stage, beginning their formal ascension to stellar level. From beginning to end, Lin Moyu continuously poured soul power into them, and now, at this final step, the infusion of soul power became even more frantic, regardless of the cost. The talent giant tree swayed wildly, with numerous branches extending to entwine Lin Moyu's soul, providing a large amount of soul power for replenishment. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal also emitted a loud dragon roar, spitting out extremely pure soul power to replenish Lin Moyu's consumption. Finally, the two spell planets, filled with soul power, exploded in a brilliant blaze. The firelight illuminated the entire soul world, making it shine brightly. Lin Moyu had been watching them closely, and at the moment of their ascension to stellar level, he once again saw the scene behind the black hole, seeing the true form of the Great World Rune. But this time, the black hole did not appear. In the firelight, another scene unfolded. Lin Moyu saw an enormous bird flying from the depths of the starry sky. Its size was infinite, with stars appearing as tiny as dust before it. Even galaxies were insignificant. Its wings spread wide enough to cover several galaxies. Its size could no longer be measured in kilometers, only light years could describe its magnitude. Yes, it had to be measured in light years. Millions or tens of millions of kilometers were too small. This is the primordial bird. Lin Moyu was shocked, realizing its identity. This was the primordial bird, a powerful creature containing the source power of the great world. Its wings flapped, capable of destroying galaxies. A single screech could collapse star rivers. Its power was beyond words. In its presence, even a deity was like an ant. Lin Moyu watched it fly across the starry sky at a speed surpassing light, passing through one galaxy after another. Due to its immense power, the galaxies it passed by experienced great chaos. Stars collided, and galaxies were nearly destroyed. The galaxies blocking its path were directly destroyed by it. Stars exploded violently, appearing like small fireworks before it, insignificant. It flew on, destroying countless stars and causing the deaths of innumerable beings. Its eyes were cold and merciless, viewing the countless beings in the great world as less than ants. Until one day, it was stopped by several terrifying powerhouses. These powerhouses, shrouded in darkness and covered in black flames, were indistinguishable in appearance and race. All that was known was that they were incredibly strong. They fought the primordial bird, shattering star rivers and collapsing worlds. The battle lasted a long time, and the primordial bird, which had killed countless beings, finally met its retribution. Its blood spilled across the starry sky, and its essence blood was extracted, transforming into the 9 words of truth, which were then converted into the primordial rune. Its body was eternally sealed, its whereabouts unknown. The scene ended here, and consciousness returned to reality. Lin Moya realized that the previous scene was a memory from the primordial bird. It revealed the origin of the primordial rune. When the primordial bird was killed, its essence blood was extracted and refined into the 9 words of truth. An invincible powerhouse transformed the 9 words of truth into the primordial rune. There are only 9 words of truth, but there are more than 9 primordial runes. Each primordial rune contains only a small amount of source power. A true powerhouse, upon obtaining the primordial rune, can trace the source and, using the primordial rune as a foundation, re-evolve the 9 words of truth. This is the true essence of the primordial rune spell. Chapter 1136. Chapter 1136, 1136. Chapter 1136, Lifting Restrictions, Greatly Increasing Strength. The book ascended to a stellar level spell, feeding back a large amount of soul power. Lin Moya's aura continuously strengthened, rising in the blue sea of fire. Lin Moya's realm broke through again, shattering the barrier of the True God 3rd stage and entering the True God 4th stage. As his realm improved, the heart of flame thumped continuously, releasing even more powerful blood flow, enhancing his physical body. Lin Moya had no time to pay attention to the changes in his realm and physical body. His consciousness was immersed in the soul world, looking at the 2 brand new stars hanging in the soul world. They were like twin stars, attracting each other, revolving around each other, inseparable. Lin Moya knew that they both originated from the primordial bird, so it was normal for them to attract each other due to their common origin. Unfortunately, my strength is still too weak to trace back to the source. Lin Moya was well aware of the immense power of the 9 words of truth. He was still far from that level. At this moment, he recalled the scene he had seen in the primordial secret realm, the overwhelming scent of blood, and the primordial bird that seemed dead but was still bleeding. In the recent scene, the body of the primordial bird was missing, seemingly taken by a powerful being. Old memories surged, and Lin Moya was startled. Could it be that the old man riding the green ox took the body of the primordial bird? The primordial bird was incredibly powerful, its essence blood could transform into the 9 words of truth, and its body must also be immensely powerful. There were many invincible powerhouses besieging the primordial bird at that time. To obtain the body of the primordial bird from these invincible powerhouses, one could imagine the immense strength required. Lin Moya thought, if it was indeed him who took the body of the primordial bird, his strength must be terrifying even among invincible powerhouses. This matter was still uncertain, and Lin Moya couldn't be sure if what he saw was the body of the primordial bird or just an illusion. However, from Antares' reaction, it could be inferred that the old man was extremely terrifying, as Antares didn't even dare to mention his name. He even said not to think about it. But the more he said this, the more curious Lin Moya became about the old man riding the green ox. The old man's image involuntarily appeared in his mind again. He seemed to have an infinite allure, making it impossible not to think about him, even though Lin Moya knew he shouldn't. No, I can't think about it anymore. A sense of alertness rose from the depths of his soul, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to sense something amiss, letting out a loud dragon roar. The talent giant tree also swayed continuously, sending warnings. Lin Moya suddenly woke up, his subconscious thoughts finally interrupted, and he stopped thinking about it. His soul power fluctuated unstably, causing the entire soul world to distort slightly. His soul trembled, and Lin Moya felt a deep sense of fear. His strength had long since improved, but he still couldn't help thinking about the old man's image. It was like a deeply imprinted memory that couldn't be erased. This feeling was too terrifying. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Moya shifted his attention to the 2 newly ascended spells. These spells, originating from the primordial rune, were called source skills in the small world, but in the great world, they had another recognized name, origin spells. Because they contained the power of the source, they were incredibly powerful. Gather power, fusion degree 110% consumes soul power to enter the gather power state. In this state, all the power and spells of summoned creatures are inherited, breaking through the original level and unleashing power beyond the limit. The gather power state continuously consumes soul power. As soul power weakens, the gather power state also weakens. During this period, killing living beings can obtain their power to maintain the gather power state. The gather power state puts great pressure on the physical body and soul. Overuse may lead to self-destruction. First, he looked at the gather power spell. The spell had changed, becoming quite different from before. Its flexibility had increased, but so had its danger. Gather power was no longer limited by the soul level, as if the shackles had been lifted, allowing Lin Moya to exert corresponding power according to his will. The limitation now was the maximum that Lin Moya's soul and physical body could withstand, as well as the number of summoned creatures. If he used it recklessly without understanding his limits, he might self-destruct on the spot, and it would be a complete self-destruction of both body and soul. Of course, Lin Moya was not afraid of death. He had died countless times on his journey. He thought of his talent, and if the duration could exceed 40 seconds, then what about surpassing the limit? He could be reborn again and again, using the gather power spell repeatedly. Lin Moya felt he might become a desperate fighter, charging into battle without regard for his life, fighting for hundreds of rounds. The thought seemed a bit thrilling, but such action should be occasional. Doing it too often might cost him his life. What am I thinking? There's no need to be so reckless. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, discarding unrealistic thoughts, and turned his attention to the other origin spell. Strengthened Soldiers, fusion degree 110% consumes soul power to enter the Strengthened Soldiers state. In this state, all damage caused by summoned creatures is multiplied by 10. The Strengthened Soldiers state continuously consumes soul power, which can be replenished by killing enemies. In the strengthened soldier's state, a portion of the obtained soul power can be absorbed and retained as one's own power. However, external soul power contains impurities and should be refined and purified before absorption. The strengthened soldier's spell had no significant limitations. Its function was very straightforward, simply multiplying all damage caused by 10. This was different from the 300-fold increase effect of his talent. The 300-fold increase applied to his own spells, while the 10-fold damage applied to the target. For example, if he faced a 9th-stage God King, he might only cause 1 point of damage. Even if his talent increased the spell power by 300 times, the opponent's defense might be too strong, resulting in the final damage being only 2 or 3 points. But with the strengthened soldier's spell, the 1 point of damage would become 10 points of real damage on the target. This was the difference, ignoring the target's defense. Combined with the massive number of undead in his army, the damage would be greatly amplified. Moreover, like Gather Power, strengthened soldiers could also kill and absorb the souls of enemies to maintain the spell's duration. Additionally, strengthened soldiers could permanently absorb a portion of the enemy's soul power to enhance his own soul. However, the obtained soul power contained impurities and needed to be refined and purified before absorption. Refining and purifying might be difficult for others, but it was very simple for him. Both the Talent Giant Tree and the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal had the function of refining and purifying. With both combined, the soul power he obtained would be very pure. On the surface, the changes in the 2 origin spells didn't seem significant, but internally, the changes were substantial. Both spells were designed to grow stronger through battle, becoming more powerful the more they fought. If used well, they could significantly enhance his combat power. If he encountered the Abyssal Dragon Demon again, even without using the Black Star Beast's leg, Lin Moya was confident he could face it head-on. Chapter 1137. Chapter 1137, 1137. Chapter 1137, the second avatar of the Abyssal Dragon Demon. Shulin Moya let out a long breath. Up to this point, all spells had been converted to stellar level. Lin. A total of 27 blazing stars hung in the soul world. Some were independent and aloof. Some formed multi-star spells, interconnecting with each other. The entire soul world was bathed in light, dazzling beyond compare. In contrast, the only planetary-level spell, representing the soul-calming spell, looked somewhat lonely and isolated. This planetary-level spell, inherited from Antares, would never ascend to a stellar-level spell unless there was a heaven-defying opportunity. Its foundation was too weak, there was no way around it. Apart from this, the most special among all the stellar-level spells was Infinite Fusion. The star representing Infinite Fusion was the most dazzling and mysterious of all the stars. It stood high above, like a ruler overlooking all other spells. It seemed not to intersect with any other spell, standing proudly alone, but in fact, this was not the case. The Chaos Law turned into invisible threads, spreading from it and almost entwining all the spells. Even Strengthened Soldiers and Gather Power, the 2 origin spells, were entangled by the Chaos Law. In Lin Moya's perception, Infinite Fusion was like a commander, commanding all other spells. Even the 2 origin spells were inferior to it. Around it, there were 3 small spell planets, orbiting it like satellites. These 3 satellite-like spell planets were the fusion spells, Time Curse, Death Dragon Knight, and Skeleton God General. This made it even more unique. Its existence represented infinite possibilities. Lin Moya's gaze swept over all the spells, finally stopping on Infinite Fusion. For a few seconds, it seems I need to find an opportunity to create my own fusion spell. The current 3 fusion spells were not strictly created by Lin Moya himself. They were copied from the system's spell demonstrations by Lin Moya. Although they were very useful, Lin Moya knew in his heart that these were not truly his own spells. He needed to create a fusion spell that truly belonged to him. But that was very difficult and required a lot of time for experimentation and testing. Lin Moya opened his eyes and felt the surging power inside and outside his body. His realm had advanced from the 3rd stage of True God to the 4th stage, another significant leap. His combat power had increased again, and the Skeleton God General now truly possessed the combat power of a 1st-stage God King. In a siege, it could completely kill a 2nd-stage God King. As for the strongest Skeleton King, Lin Moya believed it could contend with a 4th-stage God King. A 4th-stage True God could fight against a 4th-stage God King. Just thinking about it was incredible, something unprecedented in the history of the great world. Zhu Kaiwa remained calm and serious. How did it go? In fact, when he asked this, he already knew that Lin Moya had succeeded. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased. Deity Kishui, standing nearby, twitched his mouth and thought to himself, asking the obvious. Lin Moya respectfully saluted Zhu Kaiwu. Thank you, Senior Zhu, for guarding me. I have successfully absorbed the 9-colored fire lotus. Zhu Kaiwu nodded. It's good that you absorbed it. He didn't ask further about the results, as there were outsiders present, and some things were inconvenient to discuss. Lin Moya glanced at the young man under Deity Kishui, slightly surprised, and thought to himself, his injuries seem worse, and his soul is very weak, as if severely damaged. Having part of his memory erased, it was normal for his soul to be injured. Looking at Deity Kishui again, his face didn't look good either. It seemed that something interesting had happened while he was absorbing the 9-colored fire lotus. Deity Kishui said in a deep voice, Guardian Zhu, if there's nothing else, we will take our leave. Zhu Kaiwa nodded. Take care, Senior Kishui. Until we meet again. Deity Kishui smiled bitterly. Better not to meet again. With that, he quickly left with his descendant. Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moya with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Let's go too. Lin Moya nodded and left with Zhu Kaiwa in another direction. As they walked through the blue flames, the temperature gradually decreased. Suddenly, the shell on Lin Moya's body lit up. Lin Moya took the shell in his hand, but it didn't show any arrows, indicating it wasn't a flash fire or flash star. Then Yuxingro's voice came from the shell. Where are you? The abyssal dragon demon has come to the source of the essence fire. Be careful. Lin Moya's heart tightened. The abyssal dragon demon had come to the source of the essence fire? Yuxingro wouldn't lie. Since she informed him, it meant she had really seen the abyssal dragon demon. Could it be his true body? Could my judgment be wrong? Lin Moya speculated that a being like the abyssal dragon demon wouldn't easily take risks with his true body. Coming to the source of the essence fire, he would be restricted. Even if his true body came, it might be dangerous. The most likely scenario was that he was waiting outside the source of the essence fire. But the war zone was so vast, with many paths, it was impossible to wait for him. Seeing Lin Moya's face change, Zhu Kaiwu asked, "What happened?" The voice from the shell could only be heard by Lin Moyo. Lin Moya said in a deep voice, "Senior Zhu, you should know that I killed the abyssal dragon demon in the 4th stellar essence fire cluster." Zhu Kaiwu naturally knew. He was about to take action at that time but didn't expect Lin Moya to turn the tables and kill the opponent. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "I know the abyssal dragon demon was just an avatar. Just now, Yuxingro sent me a message saying she saw the abyssal dragon demon again, and it seems to be coming this way." Zhu Kaiwa's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The abyssal dragon demon has more than one avatar. This time, it should be another avatar. The demon race has the ability to create avatars, and the higher the realm of the demon, the more avatars they can create. The avatars of the demon race are different from those of the human race. Humans can also create avatars, but they are more like puppets. They cannot inherit their own spells and attributes, and their strength depends on various materials. Strictly speaking, such avatars are not true avatars. But the avatars of the demon race are different. They are cultivated from their own flesh and blood, inheriting all their spells and attributes. The stronger they are, the stronger the avatars they can cultivate. Similarly, the stronger they are, the more avatars they can cultivate. However, there are also limitations. Too many avatars will affect their own strength. It will also reduce the quality of the avatars. So generally, the demon race rarely has more than 3 avatars. Why are you so sure it's an avatar of the abyssal dragon demon and not his true body? Lin Moya was puzzled. Zhu Kaiwa's attitude was too certain. He must know something deeper. Lin Moya wanted to compare Zhu Kaiwa's words with his own speculations. Zhu Kaiwa said, "The abyssal dragon demon's realm is too high. His true body cannot move easily. Only avatars can come. But even if it's an avatar, it will definitely be stronger than the previous one. If I remember correctly, the abyssal dragon demon has 3 avatars. The one you killed was his 3rd avatar, a god king realm avatar. This time, it should be his 2nd avatar, a deity realm avatar." Chapter 1138. Chapter 1138, 1138. Chapter 1138, The Division of Races in the Great World. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. The 3rd avatar was a god king, and the 2nd avatar was a deity. Then wouldn't the 1st avatar be even more powerful than a deity? Lin Moya's eyes flickered with worry. Zhu Kaiwa noticed Lin Moya's concern and said, "Its 1st avatar died in battle a long time ago, so you don't need to worry." "Ah?" Lin Moya asked curiously, "Didn't he replenish his 1st avatar?" Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "It's not that easy. If it were that simple, the demon race would be invincible. Moreover, in that battle, his true body was also severely injured. Surviving was already a stroke of luck, and even now, he may not have fully recovered. With the strength of the abyssal dragon demon, the death of the 1st avatar and the severe injury of the true body would take many years to recover. Clearly, that battle was extremely intense. However, there were no records of it in the information available. Perhaps it was a conflict between the human race and the demon race, as the 2 races are mortal enemies, frequently clashing in both large and small conflicts. It might have been one of those. Zhu Kaiwa continued, "But speaking of which, the demon race's ability to cultivate avatars is indeed enviable. Our human race doesn't have this ability. For example, this avatar of mine was created using special methods and materials. Strictly speaking, it can't be considered a true avatar, just a puppet." Lin Moya nodded. "This is indeed an advantage of the demon race. Yes, in the great world, there are countless races, but in terms of avatar cultivation, only the dragon race surpasses the demon race." As they walked and talked, Zhu Kaiwa shared his extensive knowledge with Lin Moyo. He explained the abilities of several races in the great world that could cultivate avatars. Among them, the dragon race had the strongest avatar abilities, followed by the demon race. Ranked 3rd was a special race called the Ghost Eaters, who also had powerful avatar abilities. Through Zhu Kaiwa's explanations, Lin Moyo gained a clear understanding of the races in the great world that possessed avatar abilities. In summary, while avatars are a magical and useful ability, they don't significantly determine the strength of a race. No race becomes powerful solely because of avatars. A truly powerful race needs to have top-tier strength within its ranks. When strength reaches a certain level, quantity loses its significance. Seeing Zhu Kaiwa's patience, Lin Moya shamelessly asked, "How exactly is the strength of races in the great world divided?" Since arriving in the great world, Lin Moyo had seen and read about hundreds of races. However, the exact criteria for determining the strength of races remained unclear. He knew which races were strong but didn't understand why they were considered strong. What distinguishes a strong race from a weak one? Zhu Kaiwa laughed. "This question will be answered when you reach level 5 authority. The information is all there. But since you asked, I don't mind telling you. It's not a secret anyway. The strength of races in the great world can be divided into 3 levels: top-tier strong races, ordinary strong races, and ordinary races. The requirements for top-tier strong races are the highest. They need to have top-tier powerhouses, vast territories, and a large population. After Zhu Kaiwa's explanation, Lin Moya finally understood the specific criteria for the strength of races in the great world. For example, the human race and the demon race are top-tier strong races because they have top-tier powerhouses, vast territories, and large populations. The starfire worms, which Lin Moyo had killed, were considered ordinary strong races. They had top-tier powerhouses but lacked sufficient territory and population, so they were only classified as ordinary strong races. Whether a race is a top-tier strong race or an ordinary strong race, there is a hard requirement: the race must have top-tier powerhouses. These top-tier powerhouses are not just deities but beings that surpass the deity realm. As for what lies beyond the deity realm, Zhu Kaiwa didn't say, and Lin Moya didn't ask. He wasn't qualified to know yet. Ordinary races lack top-tier powerhouses, territory, and population. The most crucial factor is the top-tier powerhouses. Without them, the other 2 factors are impossible to maintain. If they do exist, it would be a disaster for the race. The butterfly race was such an example. They had a large population and a decent territory but lacked top-tier powerhouses. As a result, they were seen as easy prey by other strong races, who would take bites out of them whenever they pleased. Some even tried to devour the entire butterfly race in one go. Fortunately, with the help of the human race, the butterfly race survived. Now, the butterfly race has produced top-tier powerhouses that surpass the deity realm, along with a decent territory and a large population. They have now entered the ranks of top-tier strong races, albeit as one of the weaker ones. But with the human race's support, no other race dares to trouble the butterfly race. After understanding the division of races in the great world, Lin Moyo asked, "Where does our human race rank among all the races in the great world?" Zhu Kaiwa smiled, "There isn't a specific ranking, but we are among the top, probably within the top 10. With countless races in the great world, being in the top 10 is already very strong." However, this statement surprised Lin Moyo. The human race occupies vast star regions and has an enormous population. Lin Moyo believed that there must be more than one top-tier powerhouse within the human race. Even so, they are only in the top 10. He wondered if Zhu Kaiwa was being too modest or if there were simply too many strong races in the great world. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "Don't be skeptical. The great world is very deep, and what you've seen is just a small part. For example, the starry fish human princess who gave you the shell. Do you think the starry fish human race is strong?" Lin Moya nodded unconsciously. "They should be very strong." Zhu Kaiwa laughed. "The starry fish human race is also a top-tier strong race. Their strength is not inferior to ours. Moreover, they are very mysterious. I suspect they have hidden powers. In addition to these strong races, there are many powerful starry beings in the great world. Each of them is a race unto themselves and equally terrifying." Lin Moya thought of the starry giant tree, whose strength was undeniable. It alone had the power to destroy a race. The great world is indeed very deep, unfathomably so. Lin Moyo adjusted his goals slightly, realizing he couldn't afford to be too arrogant. As they conversed, they left the blue flame star. Shortly after, a portal appeared in the space before them. Yuxingro emerged from the portal, holding the starry pearl. She looked anxious. "Did you receive my message?" Lin Moya nodded. "I did." "Then why haven't you left?" Yuxingro glared at him, seemingly angry but with concern in her eyes. Lin Moyo felt a warmth in his heart. "I just received it." He originally wanted to say there was no need to leave, but seeing Yuxingro's concern, he changed his words. Yuxingro said, "Then let's go quickly. I hope it's not too late." Suddenly, a strange aura descended, enveloping the starry sky. "You don't need to leave." A booming voice echoed from all directions. Chapter 1139. Chapter 1139, 1139. Chapter 1139, all avatars are dead. Shu Yuqing's face changed dramatically, unable to help but exclaim, "How could it be so fast? How could he find us so accurately?" Zhu Kaiwa pointed to the starry pearl in Shu Yuqing's hand. "This pearl has the mark of the abyssal dragon demon." Shu Yuqing was suddenly shocked. "It shouldn't be. I checked it carefully." Zhu Kaiwa shook his head. "The gap in your realms is too large. The mark left by the abyssal dragon demon is not so easily discovered." Shu Yuqing realized that she had been used. The abyssal dragon demon must have intentionally let her find him, and then she used the shell to find Lin Moyo, quickly catching up. She hadn't noticed that the abyssal dragon demon had been following her all along. Shu Yuqing's face twisted in an ugly expression, but Lin Moyo was not worried at all. Instead, he chuckled, "The old dragon is really cunning." With Zhu Kaiwa by his side, he had nothing to worry about. Seeing Zhu Kaiwa so calm, it was clear that he didn't take the second avatar of the abyssal dragon demon seriously. Zhu Kaiwa said calmly, "Just some underhanded tricks, nothing of great use." "Arrogant fool." The voice of the abyssal dragon demon echoed again. The voice came from all directions, directly resonating in the soul, making it impossible to discern the specific direction. But in the next second, a body over 100,000 meters long appeared, revealing the abyssal dragon demon. Its entire body was wrapped in the deep abyssal fire, coiled in the starry sky, only 1,000 meters away from Lin Moyo and the others, looking even larger than the stars. A terrifying pressure rushed towards them, making it difficult for Shu Yuqing to breathe. Lin Moyo stepped aside, blocking the pressure for Shu Yuqing. Shu Yuqing looked at Lin Moya's back with a complex expression. At this moment, Lin Moya was like a towering mountain, shielding her from the storm. The abyssal dragon demon was very strong. Under its soul lock, even though Shu Yuqing had the starry pearl and mastered the space laws, she had no confidence in escaping. Clearly, they were at the edge of the blue flame star, where the suppression of the great world laws was the strongest. But the abyssal dragon demon seemed unaffected, still possessing at least the strength of an 8th stage or even 9th stage god king. Previously, the abyssal dragon demon had ignored the suppression of the great world laws, and it was the same this time. Shu Yuqing didn't understand why or how he did it. Lin Moya could guess part of it. The abyssal dragon demon could partially bypass the suppression mainly because of its origin spell. Another part might be because its true body was too strong, a top-tier powerhouse beyond the god king realm. The avatar could borrow part of the true body's power, and the combination of the two resulted in the current effect. Other god kings would be suppressed to the peak of the true god realm, but he was barely affected, still maintaining strong combat power. Kid, you ruined my plan, killed my avatar, and took my treasure. Tell me, how do you want to die? But no matter what you choose, I will roast your soul in the abyssal fire for 10,000 years. The abyssal dragon demon clearly had great resentment towards Lin Moya. He didn't just want to kill Lin Moya, he wanted to torture him for 10,000 years. Lin Moya said softly, I just killed the third avatar. Is there a need for such resentment? Zhu Kaiwa chuckled. In the past, killing his third avatar was indeed nothing. Cultivating a god king realm avatar wasn't difficult. But now it's different. His true body is injured, and his first avatar has fallen. He temporarily has no ability to cultivate new avatars, so each avatar has become extremely precious. This was indeed the case, and Lin Moya understood. Shu Yuqing, however, seemed to be listening to a heavenly book, not understanding what they were talking about. She didn't recognize the old man beside Lin Moya, who seemed ordinary. The abyssal dragon demon looked at Zhu Kaiwu. Who are you? How do you know these things? Zhu Kaiwu ignored him and continued speaking to Lin Moya. I'm quite interested to see what happens if all his avatars die. Will his true body dare to move or not? As he spoke, Zhu Kaiwa's aura soared, like a rocket shooting into the sky. He quickly broke through the true god realm, then the god king realm, reaching the god king realm. And it wasn't just the first stage of the god king realm, he reached at least the 5th or even 6th stage before stopping. Zhu Kaiwa's god king aura not only dispersed the pressure of the abyssal dragon demon but also surged back, suppressing the abyssal dragon demon. The abyssal fire on the abyssal dragon demon flickered violently, reflecting its inner turmoil. It roared, who are you? Zhu Kaiwa said, that's not important. What's important is that your last avatar is also going to die. As he spoke, countless starlights flew from the distant starry sky, converging in Zhu Kaiwa's hand. These starlights looked different, containing strong law power. This was not Zhu Kaiwa's true body, just one of his avatars. Human avatars are more like puppets, unable to inherit the true body's spells and talents. They can only utilize the true body's laws. This was the current situation. Zhu Kaiwa didn't use any spells, only laws. A god king's laws are fully mastered. Their laws converge from branches and streams into a river, truly entering the Law Star River, becoming part of it. They can truly mobilize the power within the Law Star River. Lin Moya could feel Zhu Kaiwa's laws were strong, but he didn't know which laws Zhu Kaiwa was using. He only saw Zhu Kaiwa strike towards the abyssal dragon demon with a palm. The starlight converged into a brilliant giant palm, whistling towards the abyssal dragon demon. The giant palm moved slowly, almost leisurely. But the abyssal dragon demon seemed to be under a spell, its eyes filled with terror, unable to move, waiting for the giant palm to arrive. No, no. In the terrified eyes of the abyssal dragon demon, the giant palm slowly crossed the 1,000-meter distance and passed over the abyssal dragon demon. The giant palm disappeared into the dark starry sky, and the massive body of the abyssal dragon demon collapsed. It didn't crumble bit by bit but turned into sand, fine as dust. With a flicker of blue flame, the abyssal dragon demon's body was blown into the starry sky. Lin Moya reached out and grabbed a handful of the abyssal dragon demon's remains. He carefully sensed it. Although it had turned to sand, it was still a corpse and could still be used for corpse explosion. This was a valuable item. The second avatar was at the God King realm, and it was at the second stage of the God King realm. Using it for corpse explosion could probably kill a third stage God King. Lin Moya carefully collected the sandy remains. With it in hand, he had the confidence to face a God King directly. Shu Yuqing was stunned, her lips trembling. It's dead just like that. Zhu Kaiwo acted as if he had done something trivial, his aura rapidly receding, turning back into an unremarkable old man. Zhu Kaiwo looked at Shu Yuqing. Little girl, let me see the starry pearl. Shu Yuqing didn't dare refuse, respectfully handing the starry pearl to Zhu Kaiwo. Zhu Kaiwo examined it for a while. It said that the starry pearl is a treasure of your starry fish human race. It was lost by accident, and now it's finally recovered. As he spoke, he wiped the starry pearl. Alright, the mark of the abyssal dragon demon has been removed. He won't be able to find you through the starry pearl anymore. Chapter 1140. Chapter 1140, 1140. Chapter 1140, should we consider an alliance? In the terrifying world wrapped in abyssal fire, the eyes of the abyssal dragon demon opened once again. Lin, damn it, the star-shattering law, how could it be the star-shattering law? I remember your aura. When I recover, I will slaughter your entire clan. The abyssal dragon demon roared madly. With its roar, the demons in this world trembled, not daring to move. Yet, many demons were still killed by its roar, turning into nourishment for its recovery. A huge head emerged from the abyssal fire, revealing a terrifying dent on one side. Half of the dragon's head had been shattered into pieces. Moreover, a powerful force lingered at the wound, preventing it from healing. This force not only corroded the wound but also the soul. The demons it devoured were just a drop in the bucket for the abyssal dragon demon, not very useful. After roaring for a while, the abyssal dragon demon retreated again. The hatred in its eyes was overwhelming. The world returned to peace. Zhu Kaiwo had long known that the true body of the abyssal dragon demon couldn't move, so he didn't hesitate to kill the abyssal dragon demon's avatar. As the master of the human race in this war zone, he controlled 10-star fortresses. Just now, he borrowed the power of the 10-star fortresses to break through the restrictions of the Great World laws. Although it was only for one strike and he couldn't use spells, it was more than enough to deal with the abyssal dragon demon, who was also suppressed by the Great World laws. Zhu Kaiwo returned the starry pearl to Yuxingro and stepped aside, not wanting to be a third wheel. With Zhu Kaiwo gone, only Lin Moyo and Yuxingro were left in the silent starry sky, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Lin Moyo was grateful to Yuxingro. Although she was very strong, coming to the source of the essence fire was still dangerous. So, Yuxingro had been searching in the 4th stellar essence fire cluster and hadn't left. But for his sake, she came without hesitation. Lin Moyo remembered this favor. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Moyo spoke first. "Thank you for coming to inform me." Yuxingro said softly, "I didn't know the abyssal dragon demon would track us, almost causing you harm." Lin Moyo shook his head and smiled. "He wants to kill me, but it's not that easy." "Did you find any top-grade essence fire?" Yuxingro's face fell. "I found a 5-colored essence fire before, but it failed. It's just that my spells are too strong. The 5-colored essence fire isn't enough. I need a 6-colored or 7-colored essence fire." "Now there's no way. I can only wait until I become a god king and come back to find it." Yuxingro glanced at the source of the essence fire. The stellar essence fire here was too intense, making it dangerous for her. If it weren't for informing Lin Moyo, she wouldn't have come. As she spoke, a faint light flashed on Yuxingro's body, as if a layer of glass had shattered. Immediately, her clothes began to burn. Yuxingro exclaimed and quickly took out a small white pearl, crushing it. A stream of water covered her body, extinguishing the flames. Yuxingro said, "This place is indeed not somewhere I can stay now. I have to leave." She could only stay here for a while with the pearl, but not for long. Without the pearl, the high temperature alone would be enough to burn her to death. "Wait." Lin Moyo called out to her. Yuxingro smiled brightly. "What's the matter? Do you need my help with something? You still owe me a favor, and now you might owe me another one." Lin Moyo chuckled. "How many essence fires do you still need?" Yuxingro spread her arms and smiled even more brightly. "What, are you going to give me essence fire?" Lin Moyo nodded and asked again, "How many do you need?" Yuxingro held up 3 fingers, 3. Lin Moyo nodded, "Got it. Go back to the 4th stellar essence fire cluster and wait for me. I'll find the essence fire and bring it to you." Yuxingro's eyes lit up. "Really? Really? Alright, I'll trust you this time." With that, Yuxingro activated the starry pearl, and a space portal appeared in front of her. She stepped into it and disappeared. Zhu Kaiwo flew over from a distance, finished talking so quickly? "I thought you young people would chat for a while." Lin Moyo smiled. "Thank you for your help earlier, senior." Zhu Kaiwo waved his hand. "It was a small matter, not worth mentioning. Now that your spells have been fully elevated, are you planning to return?" Lin Moyo said, "I promised Yuxingro to help her find 3 7-colored essence fires, so I might need to stay here for a while." Zhu Kaiwo smiled meaningfully. A hero can't resist a beauty. Lin Moyo was both amused and exasperated. This serious senior suddenly seemed a bit mischievous. Unexpectedly, Zhu Kaiwo's mischief didn't stop there. He continued, "Kid, have you considered forming an alliance with the starry fish human princess? I've heard that the starry fish human race is quite special." Zhu Kaiwo spoke seriously, but to Lin Moyo, he seemed a bit unserious. This senior seems a bit inconsistent. Lin Moyo thought to himself but didn't show it. "Senior, Yuxingro and I don't have that kind of relationship." Zhu Kaiwo laughed. "I'm serious. Many races want to form alliances with the starry fish human race. They are indeed special. Their physique is unique. Forming a bond with them can increase cultivation speed. Unfortunately, that young lady is a princess of the starry fish human race, with a noble status and mastery of space laws. Getting her to marry into our race would be difficult, but if you were to marry into theirs, the human race wouldn't let you go. But it's not impossible." Zhu Kaiwo's chatterbox opened again, like an old man, rambling on. Lin Moyo had no choice but to listen as they flew towards the stellar essence fire cluster. He needed to find 3 7-colored essence fires for Yuxingro, as he had promised. Additionally, he needed to find flash fire and flash stars on his way back. Although his spells had been fully elevated, his physical body was far from its limit and could still be improved. Since he was already at the source of the essence fire, where the flash fire was most abundant and effective, he couldn't miss this opportunity. At some point, Zhu Kaiwo's chatter stopped. He seemed to have thought of many methods, but none were suitable. Lin Moyo felt helpless. He had realized that this senior wasn't trying to matchmake him with Yuxingro. He simply wanted to pair them up to utilize the special physique of the starry fish human race to enhance his own strength. In the end, it was all for the benefit of the human race. Zhu Kaiwo even considered kidnapping Yuxingro. The problem was how to do it without being discovered by the starry fish human race, leaving no trace. Lin Moyo was speechless. This senior seemed to disregard something called a moral bottom line. This time, luck was on his side. It only took 10 days to gather 3 7-colored essence fires. Then Lin Moyo began searching for flash fire to enhance his physical body. Chapter 1141. Chapter 1141, 1141. Chapter 1141, Cultivating the Physical Body. Zhu Kaiwa watching the show. The source of the essence fire is both dangerous and full of opportunities. Lin. In addition to the numerous essence fires, which can produce 5-colored or higher essence fires, there is also the flash fire. For most races, flash fire means death. So, people here are very cautious, even wearing powerful defensive artifacts. With the power of these artifacts, they can occasionally withstand the impact of flash fire. But often, people are burned to ashes by the flash fire, dying without even leaving a corpse. However, for those who cultivate their physical bodies, this place is a holy land. It's just that in the great world, very few people cultivate their physical bodies. People like Lin Moyo, who actively seek out flash fire, are rare. After spending half a day, Lin Moyo found a flash fire and quickly rushed over, waiting for it to appear. Zhu Kaiwa followed from a distance, jokingly saying, "You've already found the 7-colored essence fire, why not give it to your little girlfriend? This attitude won't do." Lin Moya's face darkened. "Senior, she's not my girlfriend, and I have a wife." Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "You know best." "Know best, my foot." Lin Moya deeply felt the straightforwardness of Antares. The dragon race's way of speaking is direct, without so many twists and turns. Zhu Kaiwa, who looks very serious, is actually quite improper, making Lin Moya somewhat speechless. The flash fire had not yet appeared when the shell suddenly lit up again. Yuxingro's voice echoed in his soul. Something came up. "I have to return to the clan. Keep the essence fire for this princess." Although her tone was calm, Lin Moya sensed something unusual. Yuxingro seemed a bit unhappy, though he didn't know what had happened. But since she said to keep the essence fire for her, it shouldn't be anything serious. Lin Moya's slight worry dissipated. Keep the essence fire, and give it to her next time they meet. Now, there was no need to rush. Zhu Kaiwa seemed to sense the change in Lin Moya's aura. Did something happen? Lin Moya shook his head. Nothing. Yuxingro had something to do and went back to her clan. Zhu Kaiwa responded with a no, seemingly unsurprised. She finally went back. She shouldn't have come out in the first place. Ha! Lin Moya looked at Zhu Kaiwa in confusion. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled. "Want to know? You'll find out when you enter the Divine City in the future." Again with the half-told stories, this improper senior is somewhat annoying. Lin Moya said in a deep voice, "Entering the Divine City isn't easy, right?" Zhu Kaiwa replied seriously, "It's a bit difficult, but also very simple. The Divine City is vast. The key is where you can go after entering. But these things are still early for you, no need to rush." Indeed, there's no need to rush. He should deal with the current matters first. The flash fire appeared, and his internal organs felt like they were being burned by flames, becoming extremely hot. The impurities in his organs were quickly burned away, making them stronger. Flash fire not only burns the physical body but also the soul. However, once the physical body completely withstands the flash fire, the soul won't be affected. If one can't withstand the flash fire's attack, once the physical body is burned, the flash fire will burn the soul, turning it to ashes. Lin Moya completely withstood the flash fire's burning, his soul unaffected, and his organs became even stronger. Next, Lin Moya continued to search for flash fire to enhance his physical body. Zhu Kaiwa tirelessly followed behind Lin Moya, like an elder watching a younger generation grow stronger. With the guidance of the shell, in the next 30 days, Lin Moya found a total of 18 flash fires, experiencing 16 times of physical burning. The other 2 times, he was a step late and didn't successfully enjoy the flash fire's body refining effect. However, he unexpectedly obtained 2 6-colored essence fires. Lin Moya now had 42 6-colored essence fires and 3 7-colored essence fires. Not to mention, just these 42 6-colored essence fires were a considerable fortune. Moreover, Lin Moya also had 20,000 ordinary stellar essence fires. Zhu Kaiwa murmured, "When I was at your level, I didn't have such wealth. Blame it on my lack of decisiveness in killing back then, not killing enough people." Lin Moya's eyelids twitched. Did he want to kill them? Those guys sought their own death, and he couldn't just let them go. Zhu Kaiwa's words made it sound like he was a ruthless killer. Whether he was ruthless or not was debatable, but he certainly killed without hesitation. Lin Moyo had long lost count of how many people he had killed. During this time, Lin Moyo mastered a new skill, selectively ignoring Zhu Kaiwa's words. Some words could be listened to, while others were better left unheard. Lin Moya said softly, "Senior, I plan to return. On the way back, I will continue to search for flash stars to enhance my skin, flesh, and bones." The flash fire's effect was diminishing, and his organs had almost reached the true God realm's limit. At this point, there was an imbalance between the strength of his skin, flesh, bones, and organs. Lin Moyo planned to find flash stars to continue refining his internal body. "Do as you wish, no need to consult me." Zhu Kaiwa looked as if he was just a spectator, meaning Lin Moya didn't need to consider him, treating him as if he didn't exist. Lin Moya was just informing him, not seeking his opinion. The firelight gradually dimmed, and the temperature quickly dropped. Watching the receding source of the essence fire, Lin Moya thought to himself, "I haven't encountered Senior Brother Su during this time. I wonder if he found any 6-colored essence fire." Lin Moya thought that if he met Su Jianxing, he could give him a few 6-colored essence fires. 6-colored essence fires weren't very valuable to him and weren't hard to find, but for others, they weren't easy to come by. However, he hadn't seen him recently, guessing he might have found the essence fire and returned. The Green Sword Deist also hadn't appeared, likely having returned. The Green Sword Deist's spells were perfect, and he was likely preparing for a breakthrough. The next time they met, he might be at the deity realm. Generally, as long as one returned alive, they would have some gains. Lin Moya calculated his gains from this trip. His cultivation had reached the 4th stage of the true god realm, his spells were perfect, and his combat power was comparable to the 4th stage of the god king realm. The gains were much greater than he had expected. Now, he just needed to find flash stars to push his physical body to the limit. The shell played a significant role, saving an unknown amount of time. With its guidance, finding flash stars wasn't difficult. Although the void was vast and the distribution of flash stars was much sparser than flash fire, he could find one every few days. Lin Moya was knocked flying by a flash star, uncontrollably flying a million miles in the void. Sometimes, being knocked flying would cause him to collide with dark stars, sometimes more than one, bouncing him around like a volleyball. Zhu Kaiwa watched with great amusement, laughing heartily. Lin Moya sighed, feeling helpless but having no choice. Fortunately, with each collision, his physical body grew stronger. The strength of his skin, flesh, and bones began to match his organs, making his body more perfect. After enduring more than 10 collisions, Lin Moya found that the impact of the flash stars on him was diminishing. From being knocked a million kilometers at first, it reduced to 800,000 kilometers, then 500,000 kilometers, until finally, the flash stars could no longer knock him away. He could even collide head-on with dark stars using his physical body. Chapter 1142. Chapter 1142, 1142. Chapter 1142, I want to take both paths. As the strength of his skin, flesh, and bones continued to increase, they finally reached the same level as his internal organs. The previous sense of division instantly disappeared, and his whole body felt integrated, bursting with a sense of power. Lin Moya even felt that he could shatter a star with a single punch. It wasn't an illusion, it was his real feeling. With his current peak true god realm physical strength, even without mobilizing any laws or using any spells, he had the power to shatter stars with pure physical strength. Pure physical strength had transformed from quantitative to qualitative change. Although it lacked laws, it was superior to laws. Lin Moya vaguely felt that if his physical body could continue to grow stronger, he might truly achieve the legendary state of becoming a saint with his physical body, impervious to all laws. Lin Moya's whole body radiated a dazzling brilliance. When he exerted force, layers of flowing silver light appeared, like a waterfall of stars, extremely magnificent. With the cultivation of the true god 4th stage and the physical body at the peak of the true god realm, Lin Moya had completely turned the tables, with his physical body surpassing his soul cultivation. Zhu Kaiwa smiled and generously praised, "Not bad, not bad. Your physical body has reached the peak of the true god realm. With a bit of opportunity, you might break through to the god king realm." Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moya as if he were a rare animal. Among the human race, those who cultivate their physical bodies are extremely rare, and those who succeed are even rarer. Lin Moya was a rare breed. Lin Moya knew that it wouldn't be long before he reached the god king realm. His heart of flame beat powerfully, and the blood it pumped faintly glowed with a golden light. A body of flowing gold was the hallmark of the god king realm physical body. The physical bodies of most deities were only at the true god realm. Only a few deities had physical bodies that reached the god king realm, and they were often at the peak of the deity realm. Zhu Kaiwa looked Lin Moya up and down and clicked his tongue. "Kid, the more I look at you, the more you seem like a monster." Lin Moya ignored Zhu Kaiwa's words and instead asked, "I feel that having a strong physical body has many benefits and greatly enhances combat power. Why don't we humans cultivate both the soul and the physical body?" Zhu Kaiwa laughed. "Do you think it's because we don't want to? It's because we don't have the ability or the resources. Cultivating the physical body requires consuming a large amount of resources and treasures to achieve success. Do you think everyone can be like you, finding flash stars and flash fire to cultivate their physical bodies? Here, even a god king would struggle if hit by a flash star. If they're unlucky, they might lose half their life. Moreover, the physical body naturally strengthens with cultivation, so most people choose to cultivate the soul and let the physical body naturally grow stronger." Lin Moya understood this reasoning but had his own thoughts. "That's true, but I still feel something is off." Zhu Kaiwa laughed. "There's nothing wrong with it. Having a strong physical body is certainly good, and no one would refuse it. But if it can naturally grow stronger, that's good enough. Here, with flash stars and flash fire, you can cultivate your physical body, but the peak of the true god realm is the limit. If you want to continue to grow stronger, you'll need other opportunities, and those are hard to come by. Think about it. You put in a lot of effort to cultivate your physical body to the peak of the true god realm, but others, after reaching the deity realm, naturally have a true god realm physical body. It might not be as strong as the peak of the true god realm, but it's not far off. In that case, who would be willing to put in the effort to cultivate their physical body?" Lin Moya wanted to say more, but Zhu Kaiwa didn't give him a chance and continued, "I know what you want to ask. You want to know about becoming a saint with your physical body, impervious to all laws. How many people in history have achieved that? Check the records. Those who have achieved it either belong to races with naturally strong physical bodies or have had extraordinary encounters. Even among the races with the strongest physical bodies, like the Ping race, not many of them cultivate their physical bodies. For us humans, it's even harder." Lin Moya couldn't help but smile bitterly. "So, am I just wasting my time?" Zhu Kaiwa shook his head and smiled. "Of course not. Having a strong physical body has great benefits for both your current strength and future cultivation. It's just that cultivating the physical body is difficult, so most people choose the easier path. You'll understand the reasoning in the future. For now, just follow your own path. From what I can see, your path is not wrong. Whether Lin Moyo understood or not, Zhu Kaiwo had said all he could. Lin Moyo nodded, having his own understanding and guesses. In his view, the soul and the physical body are two different paths. They are distinct but interconnected, mutually dependent, and complementary. If forced to choose one, the soul path is naturally the choice. But if both can be chosen, that's the best. So his path was not wrong. The soul must grow stronger, and so must the physical body. The return journey was much faster than the way there. After more than 100 days, Lin Moyo returned to the 4th Stellar Essence Fire Cluster. After a year, the 4th Stellar Essence Fire Cluster welcomed new visitors again. The danger caused by the Abyssal Dragon Demon had long been buried in the River of Time. Lin Moyo passed through the 4th Stellar Essence Fire Cluster and continued his return. The journey back was increasingly fast. He no longer needed skeletons to clear the way. Even if there were dark stars, he would crash through them without stopping. With his peak True God Realm physical body, ordinary dark stars couldn't stop him. They were either directly shattered by him or broken into pieces. With a peak True God Realm physical body, he could truly destroy the heavens and the earth, shattering stars with ease. During this time, he fully adapted to the changes brought by his enhanced physical body, and his physical strength became more and more at his command. By the time he returned to the 1st Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, his control over his physical body had become meticulous. Zhu Kaiwo, following far behind Lin Moyo, nodded in approval, acknowledging Lin Moyo's adaptability. Returning from the most dangerous essence fire source to the 1st Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, Lin Moyo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional as he looked at the sparse ordinary essence fires. This mission, which took more than a year, was the longest task he had ever undertaken. More than a year, even in his short cultivation career, was not a small amount of time. Time flies, Lin Moyo sighed softly. In the battlefield, the passage of time was no longer so precise. Lin Moyo instinctively wanted to check his status panel. He remembered that the attribute panel provided by the Human Emperor Network recorded his age. However, he failed to check it. Without the Human Emperor Network, he couldn't bring up the panel. He could only wait until he returned to check it. Silently calculating in his mind, I should be almost 33 years old. Lin Moyo murmured to himself, his voice very soft, but unconsciously, he used his soul voice. In the starry sky, ordinary voices couldn't be transmitted, so he had long been accustomed to using his soul voice. When something becomes a habit, it's hard to change. His words fell into Zhu Kaiwo's ears, and Zhu Kaiwo's eyes immediately sparkled with golden light. 33 years old, this kid is only 33 years old. Right, I haven't checked his bone age. If he's really only 33 years old, this kid's cultivation talent far exceeds my expectations. He might break the history of the human race. Zhu Kaiwo's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down. At this moment, a loud shout came from the side. Lin Moyo. Chapter 1143. Chapter 1143, 1143. Chapter 1143, Giving Face to the Xiangang Deity. A loud shout pulled Lin Moyo's thoughts back to reality, simultaneously suppressing Zhu Kaiwo's inner shock. Zhu Kaiwo saw 3 young men blocking Lin Moyo's path. 3 humans. The newcomers looked unfriendly, and the leader clearly harbored hostility towards Lin Moyo. Such hostile eyes couldn't escape the notice of an old fox like Zhu Kaiwo, who had lived for 10,000 years. Interesting, there's a deity behind them. Let's see how this brat handles it. Zhu Kaiwo's figure gradually disappeared, blending into the void. With his strength, unless he actively revealed himself, it was difficult for others to detect him. Lin Moyo found the voice familiar and looked at the newcomers, smiling to himself, so it's him. The 3 people stood less than a kilometer away from him. For a true God Realm cultivator, the difference between a kilometer and a meter was negligible. The leader, Xiao Ziyuan, had only met Lin Moyo once. This guy liked Gu Qingxian, but unfortunately, it was unrequited love. Gu Qingxian didn't fancy him at all. Because of Gu Qingxian, there had been some minor conflicts between Lin Moyo and Xiao Ziyuan. It wasn't a real conflict, just a difference of opinion. The great world was so vast that Lin Moyo thought they might never meet again in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, fate had other plans. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. What's the matter? Xiao Ziyuan sneered. You don't even call me senior brother. Don't you know basic manners? Xiao Ziyuan was exuding the aura of a 6th-stage true god, indeed 2 stages higher than Lin Moyo. Humans, inheriting from the human emperor, often addressed each other as senior and junior brothers. But this wasn't a strict rule, and there were no hard and fast regulations. Now, Xiao Ziyuan was using this to criticize him, which Lin Moyo found amusing. Don't you think you're being a bit childish? Xiao Ziyuan's face changed dramatically. What did you say? A dangerous aura rose from him, and a powerful pressure spread through the starry sky. The 2 people with him silently spread out, subtly blocking Lin Moyo's path. Xiao Ziyuan said, Do you remember what I told you before? Lin Moyo didn't even think before replying. I forgot. Did you say something? Lin Moyo's attitude clearly showed that he didn't take Xiao Ziyuan seriously. Otherwise, how could he forget what was said? In fact, in Lin Moyo's eyes, Xiao Ziyuan was just a clown. How could he remember what such a person said? It would be too tiring. Xiao Ziyuan's face grew even darker. I told you not to let me see you outside the human race. Lin Moyo thought for a moment. It seems someone did say that to me. So it was you. Boom. The starry sky around Xiao Ziyuan exploded as he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to crush the stars. Lin Moyo, you're courting death. Killing intent surged from him, and his eyes grew colder. There's no human emperor network here. Even if I kill you, nothing will happen. Lin Moyo remained indifferent. Is that so? In that case, I can kill you too. Xiao Zhaoyuan laughed maniacally. Kill me? Do you have what it takes? Lin Moya looked at him and sighed. You must have been on the battlefield for a while now. Xiao Zhaoyuan was slightly taken aback, not understanding why Lin Moya said that. Indeed, he had been on the battlefield for a while, ever since his last conflict with Lin Moya. Lin Moya thought that if Xiao Zhaoyuan had come recently, he would have known about Lin Moya's rise on the potential list and his encounter with the inspection team. Anyone with a brain could deduce Lin Moya's strength from these events. He wouldn't be here spouting nonsense. Xiao Zhaoyuan couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking, coldly saying, I'll give you a chance now. Kneel and apologize to me. Then never see junior sister Gu again, and I'll spare your life. Kneel. Lin Moya chuckled. For the sake of us both being human, I'll give face to the Xiangang deity. Apologize to me now, and I'll let bygones be bygones. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said before. Xiao Zhaoyuan was infuriated, feeling that Lin Moya was throwing his words back at him. What nonsense about giving face to his grandfather? Who do you think you are? My grandfather needs your face? You're courting death. Xiao Zhaoyuan roared, sending a white beam of light shooting towards Lin Moya like an arrow. The Xiangang law, ranked in the second tier. It was said to be born from a mysterious light in the starry sky, possessing sharp characteristics, capable of piercing everything. Among the second-tier laws, the Xiangang law's power was moderate, neither strong nor weak. The strength of its attack depended on the user. Lin Moya didn't dodge, letting the Xiangang beam hit him. His skeletal armor flashed, blocking the attack. The skeletal armor shone brightly, remaining intact. After reaching the peak of the true god realm, his physical defense had greatly increased. To Lin Moya's surprise, the skeletal armor had also become much stronger. He remembered the initial attributes of the skeletal armor, which were determined by his physical attributes. After evolving into a spell, the skeletal armor's defense was determined by his soul. But clearly, physical attributes still influenced the skeletal armor. This influence had moved from the surface to the background. Both the physical body and the soul affected the strength of the skeletal armor. Xiao Zhaoyuan's Xiangang law couldn't break through the skeletal armor. A 6th-stage true god's attack was too weak for Lin Moya. As the skeletal armor shone brightly, Xiao Zhaoyuan suddenly froze. His body was enveloped in white light, and a layer of fine white bones appeared. The spell linkage triggered an automatic counterattack from the skeletal prison. In an instant, Xiao Zhaoyuan was trapped, and the paralysis effect of the skeletal prison immobilized him. Only his mind could think, even his eyes couldn't move. In his horror, skeletal fangs and spears appeared, exploding on his body. With a scream that echoed through the starry sky, Xiao Zhaoyuan fell from the white light, covered in blood. His body was riddled with wounds, looking like a tattered rag. Although cultivators focus on the soul, not the body, physical injuries are still easy to heal. But the body is a vessel, and its collapse is not good for the soul. With a true god's recovery ability, it would take Xiao Zhaoyuan several days to heal his body. In his fear, Xiao Zhaoyuan took out a white pill and swallowed it. His body was immediately enveloped in light, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Lin Moya sensed the pill's immense life force and law power. It should be the life law, Lin Moya thought, his mind moving slightly. Xiao Zhaoyuan screamed again as his healing wounds reopened. The death power of the undying law erupted, clashing with the life power of the pill. Xiao Zhaoyuan's body became a battlefield for the two laws. Stop! The two cultivators with Xiao Zhaoyuan simultaneously attacked Lin Moya. Chapter 1144. Chapter 1144, 1144. Chapter 1144, Shenguang Deity, Borrowing Power. Lin Moya looked at the two people, still motionless. Lin. Although the two were slightly stronger than Xiao Zhaoyuan, they were only at the 7th stage of the true god realm. In Lin Moya's eyes, they were nothing. The two took out their magical treasures, two sharp swords gleaming with cold light. Judging by their aura, they were true god realm treasures. The sword slashed through the starry sky, carrying a cold light, and landed on Lin Moya. The skeletal armor reappeared, this time with some fluctuations and slight cracks, but it still did not shatter. The two were frozen in place, experiencing the same fate as Xiao Zhaoyuan. However, since their cultivation was one stage higher, their situation was much better than Xiao Zhaoyuan's, and their injuries were much lighter. The three of them were terrified, not understanding what was happening. Although they were from the great world and had extensive knowledge of it, they couldn't immediately connect it to spell linkage. Hidden in the dark, Zhu Kai's eyelids twitched several times. Defensive spell linkage. This brat doesn't just have one multi-star spell. Zhu Kaiwo had previously only known about Lin Moya's summoning spells, which were multi-star spells. Having one multi-star spell was already rare. Unexpectedly, Lin Moya had a second multi-star spell, and it was a defensive one. Not only was its defense strong, but its counterattack power was also not weak. With a 4th stage true god cultivation, he could withstand a 6th stage true god's attack and instantly severely injure a 6th stage true god. If it were a 5th stage true god, they might have been killed instantly. Xiao Zhaoyuan and the others trembled all over, their bodies becoming a battlefield for two laws, causing them immense pain. He shakily extended his bloodied hand, his arm full of holes and almost half severed. With great difficulty, he controlled his arm to press a jade token at his waist and crushed it. The jade token shattered, releasing a brilliant light. A figure emerged from the light, wearing a dark robe, with skin glowing with a mysterious light, and each hair shining like stars in the night sky. The Shenguang deity looked down at Xiao Zhaoyuan, a flash of anger in his eyes. Who dares to bully my grandson? Xiao Zhaoyuan cried out, "Grandfather, save me!" He was in so much pain that he couldn't even faint. His body felt like it was about to explode, with the laws constantly clashing. The Xianguang deity pointed a finger, and a light fell on Xiao Ziyuan, intending to use his own laws to dispel Lin Moya's laws. Xiao Ziyuan let out a scream. The Xianguang deity's power was strong, but no matter how strong, it still used his body as a battlefield. Although the undying law was strong, it was only at the true god realm and was no match for the Xianguang deity. The undying law was quickly expelled, and the pill Xiao Ziyuan had taken earlier finally took effect, starting to heal his wounds. Unfortunately, due to the previous clash, the pill's effect was greatly reduced, and the healing was slow. Xiao Ziyuan took out a few more pills, swallowing one himself and giving the other two to his companions. The pain subsided, and Xiao Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he had escaped death. The Xianguang deity, seeing that his grandson was fine, asked, "What happened?" Xiao Ziyuan pointed at Lin Moyo, filled with killing intent. "Grandfather, kill him for me." The Xianguang deity looked at Lin Moyo and, seeing that he was human, did not act immediately. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Did you injure my grandson?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "I didn't touch him. He attacked me and was injured by my spell's counterattack." "Is that so?" The Xianguang deity turned to Xiao Ziyuan and asked sternly, "Tell the truth, is that what happened?" Xiao Ziyuan trembled and stammered, "I did attack first, but..." "Enough!" The Xianguang deity interrupted Xiao Ziyuan with a low shout. Xiao Ziyuan immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak. It was clear that Xiao Ziyuan was very afraid of his deity grandfather. The Xianguang deity looked at the other two. "Tell me what happened, without any lies." "Yes, sir." The two were the Xianguang deity's disciples and did not dare to disobey his orders. They recounted the events objectively and fairly. Lin Moyo indeed did not attack, they were only injured by the spell's counterattack. Lin Moyo thought to himself, it seems the Xianguang deity is reasonable and doesn't favor his grandson. In just a few words, Lin Moyo had a rough understanding of the Xianguang deity's character. He might be a bit domineering, but that was understandable for a deity. However, he was not unreasonable. When he saw that Lin Moyo was human, his aura clearly weakened. It made sense. To be friends with the Night Wind deity, he couldn't be an unreasonable person. The Xianguang deity understood the whole situation and sternly ordered Xiao Ziyuan, "You three, return immediately and do not linger outside." The three of them turned pale, knowing they would be punished when they returned. The Xianguang deity then looked at Lin Moyo, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds before looking into the void behind Lin Moyo. Xianguang greets guardian Zhu. Zhu Kaiwo revealed himself from the starry sky, his face serious and stern as usual. He even exuded a faint pressure, clearly showing his high status. Zhu Kaiwo looked at the Xianguang deity. "Long time no see, Xianguang. Your cultivation has improved again." The Xianguang deity sighed. "Compared to you, guardian Zhu, my progress is insignificant. This matter was Xiao Ziyuan's fault. I apologize on his behalf." The apology was just words, not meant to be taken seriously. A deity wouldn't truly apologize to a true god like Lin Moyo. If it were an unreasonable deity, they might have killed Lin Moyo on the spot in this lawless place. Lin Moyo smiled. "Senior, you're too kind. It was just a misunderstanding. Your grandson was just infatuated and will understand when he returns." The Xianguang deity frowned, sensing that Lin Moya's words hinted at something more. Xiao Ziyuan hadn't mentioned the reason for the conflict, only that it was with Lin Moyo. Since he didn't say it, Lin Moyo helped him out. No need to elaborate, just a hint was enough for the Xianguang deity to understand. Xiao Ziyuan's face turned even paler, looking worse. From Xiao Ziyuan's reaction, the Xianguang deity guessed that his grandson had hidden something from him. He snorted and turned to Zhu Kaiwu. "Guardian Zhu, I must take my leave. Let's have tea and chat another time." Zhu Kaiwu nodded. "All right." The Xianguang deity waved his hand, enveloping the three in a brilliant light, and they shot into the depths of the starry sky at an astonishing speed. Before leaving, Lin Moyo noticed the Xianguang deity giving him a meaningful look. His eyes were calm, with a deep meaning that was hard to decipher. After they left, Lin Moyo said to Zhu Kaiwu, "Thank you, senior, for letting me borrow your power." Zhu Kaiwu chuckled. "I didn't do anything." Lin Moyo laughed. "Just your presence was enough." Chapter 1145. Chapter 1145, 1145. Chapter 1145, Reciprocity, Mysterious Iron Block. Lin Moyo was very clear that the reason the Xianguang deity was so reasonable and spoke kindly to him was not only due to the deity's own character but also because Zhu Kaiwo was present. In fact, the Xianguang deity had noticed Zhu Kaiwo as soon as he arrived. That was why he treated Lin Moyo with such courtesy, otherwise, he might have slapped him to death. Whether he could actually kill him was another matter. A deity's projection, with the combat power of a god king, still made Lin Moyo fearful. He could have used the powder of the abyssal dragon demon's second avatar's corpse to fight the Xianguang deity to the death. "You don't need to say that. It's just a deity's projection, you can handle it." Zhu Kaiwa smiled slightly, casting a meaningful glance. It seemed to say, "Others may not know you, but do you think I don't?" Lin Moyo remained humble. "In any case, with you here, the Xianguang deity was willing to reason with me." Zhu Kaiwa pondered for a second. "Actually, Xianguang is a decent person, just too indulgent with his grandson. Fortunately, you didn't kill him, otherwise, it would have been troublesome." Lin Moyo asked curiously, "Does the Xianguang deity have only one grandson?" Zhu Kaiwa laughed. "Not at all. Xuanguang's family is quite large, with many descendants. He just values Xiao Ziyuan because of his talent." "No wonder," Lin Moyo said with a smile. No wonder Xiao Zhaoyuan had the protective jade token from the Xianguan deity. As he knew, deities spread their bloodlines widely, taking multiple wives and having many children. This was to ensure the continuation of the deity's bloodline. Normally, a deity would have 10 or 8 daughters, and even more grandchildren. Some deities had hundreds or even thousands of descendants, forming families of tens of thousands, which was quite normal. The further the lineage went, the lower the concentration of the deity's bloodline. For a deity's children, achieving the god-king realm was not difficult, but becoming a deity was still challenging. As for the grandchildren, even achieving the god-king realm could be problematic. But with many descendants, there would always be one or two geniuses who could become deities again. However, with so many descendants, it was impossible to care for each one. Generally, it was difficult for descendants to even meet the Xianguan deity. Only those with strong talent, like Xiao Zhaoyuan, would receive the deity's attention and even be given protective jade tokens. At the same time, being valued by the Xianguan deity came with expectations for their cultivation. If Xiao Zhaoyuan's performance was poor and he couldn't inherit the legacy, he would eventually be abandoned. Such families were common among the human race. It wasn't cruel, it was just reality. In the family, one could talk about affection, but outside, facing other races, only strength mattered. Lin Moya returned to the forward base and then teleported back to Fortress Number 5. Zhu Kaiwa did not follow him back, they had parted ways at the forward base. They didn't exchange a word or say goodbye. Lin Moya was grateful to this senior who guarded the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Although Zhu Kaiwa initially protected him secretly on the orders of Domain Lord Zhu Tian, he later openly protected him, solving some troubles for him. Otherwise, just dealing with the Abyssal Dragon Demon's second avatar would have been a big problem, and it was uncertain if he could have escaped unscathed. "Hey, junior brother Lin, you're back too." Su Jianxing's voice interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw Su Jianxing walking over slowly. He was still as graceful as ever, like a refined gentleman. Lin Moya already knew that Su Jianxing was not from the Vermilion Bird Star region but had come out from the Divine City for training. His demeanor was different from others, which Lin Moya had noticed the first time he met Su Jianxing. At that time, he found it strange, thinking Su Jianxing was a descendant of a prominent family, but he didn't have the arrogance typical of such descendants. Later, he learned that Su Jianxing was from the Divine City. This made Lin Moya yearn for the human race's Divine City. Lin Moya smiled. "Senior brother Su, did you find the essence fire?" Su Jianxing sighed. "I found a 6-colored essence fire but lost a fight." He seemed a bit regretful. However, Su Jianxing remained cheerful, not disheartened even after losing the fight. Lin Moya asked, "Didn't you continue searching?" Su Jianxing didn't hide anything. "I got injured and was targeted by other races, so I returned for safety. It's no big deal. I'll go back after breaking through to the God King realm." Lin Moya asked, "How many more 6-colored essence fires do you need?" Su Jianxing held up 2 fingers, 2 more. "It's not too hard to find, but not too easy either. Fortunately, it's 6-colored essence fire, not like the 7-colored essence fire needed by the Green Sword Deist." Lin Moya had 3 7-colored essence fires, all prepared for Yuxingro. As for 6-colored essence fires, he had 42. Moved by a thought, Lin Moya took out a storage device. "Senior brother Su, this is for you." "What's this?" Su Jianxing took it with some doubt. After checking, his pupils shrank, and he was slightly shocked, his breathing quickening. 6-colored essence fire. In the essence fire source, 5-colored to 7-colored essence fires could be born. Most were 5-colored essence fires, with a few 6-colored essence fires. The rare 7-colored essence fires were hard to come by. Su Jianxing had gone to the essence fire source to find 6-colored essence fires. He found one but lost the fight and got injured. Originally, he planned to return after healing and breaking through to the God King realm. Unexpectedly, Lin Moya directly gave him 2 6-colored essence fires. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Jianxing returned the storage device to Lin Moya. "Junior brother Lin, keep it for yourself. I can find more." Lin Moya didn't take it back, smiling. "No need to be polite, senior brother Su. My spells have all been elevated, and 6-colored essence fires are useless to me." 6-colored essence fires weren't rare treasures. Even if he didn't use them, selling them could fetch a lot of points. But Lin Moya gave them to him directly, and Su Jianxing wasn't one to hesitate. "Then I won't be polite. Thank you, junior brother Lin." Su Jianxing said cheerfully, putting away the 6-colored essence fires, and took out something to give to Lin Moya. "This is something I obtained during a mission in the Divine City, from a secret realm. I felt it was extraordinary but couldn't figure it out after years of research. This time, I'll give it to you as a return gift. I hope you won't refuse." Reciprocity, Lin Moya didn't refuse and accepted the item from Su Jianxing. The extraordinary item Su Jianxing mentioned was a square metal block. It looked like iron but also like gold, glowing with golden light. Sometimes it appeared copper yellow, sometimes silver white. From different angles and at different times, it showed completely different colors. When Lin Moya touched the metal block, the infinite fusion spell star in his soul world jumped violently. Chapter 1146. Chapter 1146, 1146. Chapter 1146, Absorbing the Unknown Substance. The infinite fusion spell star was not reacting for the first time. Previously, when combating the Great World Rune Curse, it had actively intervened, devouring all the curse power attached to various spells. The Chaos Law seemed to have the characteristic of absorbing and encompassing all things. Now it reacted again, conveying its desire for this metal block. Lin Moya remained outwardly calm and said to Su Jianxing, "In that case, I will accept it." Su Jianxing was very pleased to see Lin Moyo accept it. I know this thing can't compare to the 6-colored essence fire, but I have nothing else to offer. I will thank you properly in the future, junior brother Lin. Lin Moyo shook his head. Senior brother Su, you're too polite. There's no need to be so clear-cut between us. After parting ways with Su Jianxing, Lin Moyo looked at the peculiar metal block in his hand and once again entered the teleportation array. From Fortress Number 5, he returned to Fortress Number 1, a teleportation spanning 30,000 light-years, along the edge of the battlefield, with several transfers, crossing more than half of the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Footsteps and voices came from nearby, and the aura of his fellow humans wafted over. Fortress Number 1 had a trading center and a mission center, attracting many cultivators. At the same time, Lin Moyo felt himself reconnecting with the Human Emperor Network. In the human world, he was used to the presence of the Human Emperor Network. After leaving its coverage, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Figures moved before his eyes, and information about each person appeared. True gods and god kings were not uncommon here. Occasionally, one could even see deities. Lin Moyo hid part of his information, only revealing his cultivation level. He went straight to the mission center, with the first task being to submit his mission. On the way, he took out the small iron block given by Su Jianxing and used a detection spell. Whether the Human Emperor Network was present or not, the detection spell could be used. However, in the presence of the Human Emperor Network, the accuracy of the detection spell would be higher, and the information obtained would be more comprehensive. Lin Moyo didn't know why this was the case, but it was a fact. It might involve levels he couldn't understand. In the small world, the detection spell was magical, and it remains so in the great world. The detection spell returned a result that surprised Lin Moyo. Unknown substance, a newly discovered material. If found, it can be reported to the Human Emperor Network, which will reward based on the material's function. The detection spell didn't know what this thing was. It made sense if the detection spell knew. Su Jianxing would have known too. Lin Moyo felt a bit foolish and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Does this count as being wise for a lifetime but foolish for a moment? Since even the detection spell didn't know what it was, he couldn't figure it out either. He decided to directly absorb it into his soul. Since the infinite fusion spell was interested in it, he would give it to the spell. The infinite fusion spell sensed the small iron block and immediately extended many law threads, dragging the small iron block back. The chaos law surrounded the peculiar metal, and Lin Moyo could feel the infinite fusion spell start tremble slightly. Lin Moyo stopped and watched the small iron block. After a while, he noticed that one corner of the small iron block seemed to have become smoother. Originally a sharp-edged cube, one corner had become rounded, no longer sharp. It seemed to have melted a bit. Lin Moyo checked repeatedly and confirmed that part of it had indeed melted, likely absorbed by the infinite fusion spell. The infinite fusion spell, containing the chaos law, could absorb and fuse any spell material, making it the most divine of all Lin Moyo's spells. However, the melting speed was very slow, indicating it would take a lot of time. Perhaps, after fully absorbing and melting it, the infinite fusion spell will undergo some changes. Lin Moyo withdrew his attention and looked at the mission center not far away, stepping inside. Many people were submitting and receiving missions in the mission center, forming long queues. Many missions required manual processing, so the speed was relatively slow. Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry and quietly queued at the end. He reflected on the gains from this mission. His cultivation and combat power had improved, and all his spells had ascended to stellar level. He had killed many aliens, collected a large amount of stellar essence fire, and obtained many 6-colored essence fires. Besides completing the essence fire collection mission, he had also killed Luo Fei, completing a bounty mission. The mission had been very rewarding. While summarizing his gains, Lin Moyo also thought about his next mission. The queue moved forward slowly, and after an hour, it was finally his turn. The octagonal mission counter had 8 staff members responsible for mission verification. These staff members were all soldiers, wearing military uniforms and exuding a unique military aura. They were serious and efficient in their work. Lin Moyo placed his battlefield token on the counter and took out a storage device containing 10 stellar essence fires. He reported his mission, Fortress Number 5, Zone 38 mission, collecting stellar essence fire. Please wait, we will begin verification. The staff member efficiently took Lin Moyo's battlefield token and began verification. The Human Emperor Network projected a light onto Lin Moyo. The entire process was no different from verifying missions in the human world. Lin Moyo continued, additionally, I have a second mission, a bounty mission. I killed Luo Fei, ranked 88th on the bounty list. The staff member acknowledged with a slight nod, indicating he had heard Lin Moyo and continued his work. The military style was decisive and efficient, without unnecessary words. Having been in the military, Lin Moyo was well aware of this and found it unsurprising. Their efficiency was high, and the results came quickly. Your mission has been verified. The Stellar Essence Fire Collection mission is complete, rewarding 5,000 points and 10 military merits. Killing Luo Fei, ranked 88th on the bounty list, has been verified, rewarding 2,000 points and 200 military merits. Points and military merits have been credited. You can check them yourself. Additionally, your battlefield token has other alien kill records, which you can settle at the military merit office. You can also settle them all when you leave the battlefield. The staff member returned the battlefield token to Lin Moyo. The Human Emperor Network's information slightly changed, and both military merits and points were credited. Thank you. Lin Moyo took the battlefield token and left. He didn't linger in the mission center, quickly finding a quiet place nearby to sit down. While completing the mission, he received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Your chain mission, Part 1, has been completed. The Human Emperor Network is evaluating your mission. Please wait. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry and waited quietly for the evaluation. He knew his evaluation wouldn't be low, as he had completed each mission perfectly, even beyond perfect. Based on the evaluation, the Human Emperor Network would issue different follow-up missions. Generally, the higher the evaluation, the more difficult the follow-up missions, but the rewards would be richer. Conversely, a lower evaluation would result in poorer missions, or even mission termination. Chain missions were also known as the tickets to the Divine City. If the mission was terminated, it meant one would never have the chance to enter the Divine City. I wonder what mission the Human Emperor Network will give me next. If the next mission is to be completed in the human world, it seems I will have to return early. Chapter 1147. Chapter 1147, 1147. Chapter 1147, Accepting the New Chain Mission. The tasks given by the Human Emperor Network are varied, with no exact set of rules. Lin Moya considered that if the task from the Human Emperor Network required him to return to the human world to complete, he would have to go back first. The Divine City is his goal, so the chain mission is currently his top priority. This is also why he hasn't continued to take on battlefield missions. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Human Emperor Network finally sent a message. Your chain mission, Part 1, evaluation is complete. Mission evaluation, 100. Note, full score is 100. Starting to issue follow-up tasks. Chain mission, Part 2, complete 3 of the following 5 tasks. 1. Bring a super god from the small world into the great world, complete registration, evaluation, and other matters. The higher the evaluation of the super god you bring, the higher your score will be. 2. Kill one of the top 10 enemies on the bounty list. The higher the rank of the person you kill, the higher your score will be. 3. Complete 5 battlefield missions. The higher the completion rate of the battlefield missions, the higher your score will be. 4. Accept the Human Emperor Arena Challenge task, fight 100 battles, and the higher your winning streak, the higher your score will be. 5. Accumulate military merits. The more military merits you accumulate, the higher your score will be. Please choose 3 tasks. The mission will start after selection. The second chain mission was divided into 5 separate parts. The first task was to bring a super god from the small world. Lin Moya was very familiar with this task, as he himself had been brought over. It seemed that Gu Qingxian had chosen to execute this task at that time. This task is the safest among the 5, but it depends on luck. If you're lucky and bring over a genius, the task score will be high. If you bring over an ordinary super god, the score won't be high. He glanced over it and ignored it. He wasn't interested in tasks that depended on luck. Lin Moya's gaze turned to the other 4 tasks. The second task was to kill one of the top 10 enemies on the bounty list. Opening the bounty list, Lin Moya looked at the names on the list. This list also had restrictions, corresponding to other lists. The top name was Sphinx, belonging to the Hell Demon lineage of the demon race, with a cultivation of the 5th stage of the God King realm. The second name was Guillermo, also from the demon race, belonging to the Abyss demon lineage, with a cultivation of the 4th stage of the God King realm. The 10th name was Yin Huemo, still from the demon race, belonging to the Hell demon lineage, with a cultivation of the 2nd stage of the God King realm. Among the top 10, none were below the God King realm. Looking down the list, 6 of the top 10 were from the demon race. The reason for this was mainly because the Vermilion Birdstar region bordered the demon race, leading to frequent conflicts. This list was only the bounty list for the Vermilion Birdstar region. If it were the bounty list for the entire star region, there wouldn't be so many from the demon race. But just from this list, Lin Moya could see that the human race had many enemies. The human race had been weak before, seen as a piece of fat meat by many races. Unfortunately, this piece of fat meat had hardened, breaking their teeth. He memorized the top 10 names. The issue now wasn't whether he could defeat them but how to find them. In the vast sea of stars, finding 10 demons was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Continuing down the list, he saw that the 88th rank Luo Fei was gone, replaced by another name. The list still maintained 100 names, indicating many replacements. Lin Moya wanted to do this task, but it depended on luck. If he encountered them, he could complete it. Moving on to the third task, it required him to complete 5 battlefield missions. The previous task of collecting stellar essence fire didn't count, he still needed to do 5 more. This aligned with Lin Moya's initial intention, as he wanted to stay here longer. The battlefield is a great place for honing skills and is full of opportunities. Compared to closed-door cultivation and comprehending laws, Lin Moya preferred to advance through combat. He also had a guess, since he was currently on the battlefield, the Human Emperor Network gave him battlefield tasks. If he were outside the battlefield, would this task change? The Human Emperor Network was never rigid, and Lin Moya had long felt its adaptability. He even vaguely felt that the Human Emperor Network might possess intelligence. Moving on to the fourth task, Lin Moya smiled, so that's how it is. The fourth task was to be a defender in the Human Emperor Network's arena, just like what Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai were doing. He had to defend 100 battles, and the Human Emperor Network would arrange suitable opponents for him. This task wasn't difficult for him, just defending 100 battles. Among those of the same realm, Lin Moya feared no one and could absolutely crush them. But from another perspective, this task had no challenge. Based on his understanding of the Human Emperor Network, such unchallenging tasks wouldn't yield high rewards, even if completed perfectly. He temporarily skipped this task and looked at the fifth one: accumulate military merits. The fifth task was to accumulate military merits, with no specific amount required. It didn't specify how much was a lot or how much was a little. It also didn't say when the task would end. This task was very vague, with no specific limits. Based on Lin Moya's understanding of the human emperor network, the higher the potential, the higher the upper limit. The key was that this task was very free. Lin Moya liked the feeling of freedom. In an instant, he made his choice. With a thought, he connected to the human emperor network. I choose the second, third, and fifth tasks. As Lin Moya made his choice, the content of the chain mission, Part 2, in the human emperor network immediately changed. Chain mission, Part 2. 1. Kill one of the top 10 enemies on the Vermilion Birdstar region bounty list. Status, incomplete. 2. Complete 5 battlefield missions. Status, incomplete. 3. Accumulate military merits. Status, incomplete. The mission prompts seemed very simple, without much specific explanation. Lin Moya understood the human emperor network's intention. It was designed this way on purpose. As cultivators advance, the world they face becomes larger, and the danger increases. The human emperor network, as a nanny-like existence, couldn't explain everything clearly. After the novice period, many things needed to be thought through independently, without over-reliance on the human emperor network. The human emperor network should transition from a nanny to an ordinary auxiliary tool. Lin Moya carefully considered the connections between the 3 tasks. Enemies in the top 10 of the bounty list might appear on the battlefield. Completing 5 battlefield missions will also encounter enemy races, and killing them can accumulate military merits. The last task of accumulating military merits seems like a task to be done along the way. From this perspective, it's possible that while completing the first 2 tasks or after leaving the battlefield, the task of accumulating military merits will be settled. This was just a guess, with a certain possibility. Lin Moya found it quite interesting and was full of interest. Chapter 1148. Chapter 1148, 1148. Chapter 1148, is this person sick? The military merit office was also crowded. Many people were holding battlefield tokens, settling their military merits here. Military merits were extremely valuable. They could not only be used to promote military ranks but also to purchase special items and even directly exchange for a ticket to enter the Divine City. Many cultivators, if they failed consecutive missions due to some accidents, would lose their qualification to enter the Divine City. However, the path to the Divine City was not completely cut off. They could accumulate military merits and use enough of them to directly exchange for a ticket to the Divine City. However, Lin Moya also heard that there were some restrictions on using military merits to exchange for a ticket to the Divine City, and it wasn't something that could be done at will. He hadn't looked into the specifics yet, as it wasn't his first choice anyway. Lin Moya stood in line obediently. No one would make a fuss here, and no one would cut in line. A whole row of soldiers stood nearby, holding weapons, exuding a formidable aura. Unless one had a death wish, no one would cause trouble here. Even a deity wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Although there were many people in line, the speed was fortunately not slow. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Lin Moya's turn. Similar to the situation in the mission center, a soldier took Lin Moya's battlefield token, and the light from the human emperor network shone down from above, enveloping Lin Moya. The soldier who took the battlefield token was at the 9th stage of the True God realm. He looked at Lin Moya with a slightly strange expression, with a hint of disdain. After all, Lin Moya's cultivation was too low, at the 4th stage of the True God realm, which was considered cannon fodder on the battlefield. Such cannon fodder had a very high mortality rate and found it difficult to earn a lot of military merits. Normally, someone with Lin Moya's cultivation would be more suited to doing tasks in the human star region rather than coming to the battlefield. But when he extracted the records from the battlefield token and verified them through the human emperor network, he was stunned. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Moya, just in time to meet Lin Moya's gaze. Their eyes met, and Lin Moya asked, "Is there a problem?" The soldier shook his head. "Nothing." He turned back to look at Lin Moya's records again, clearly puzzled. Those who died at Lin Moya's hands were all at the peak of the True God realm, and there were even God Kings. Lin Moya noticed that the soldier's epaulet had 5 stars, representing a warrior rank in the human army. 5 stars indicated a 5th rank warrior. This 5th rank warrior seemed to have figured something out, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a hint of disdain. After settling the battlefield token, he returned it to Lin Moya, his gaze following. Lin Moya felt his gaze, which now had a hint of disdain mixed with contempt, and thought to himself, "Is this person sick?" However, Lin Moya didn't want to start a conflict with such a person. After all, he represented the military, and it was just a look, not worth the trouble. "Your rank, True God realm. Total military merits earned, 2,300. Hearing his words, Lin Moya frowned, showing displeasure in his eyes. The soldier's voice was too loud, as if he was deliberately announcing Lin Moya's achievements to those behind him. This was personal information and shouldn't be broadcasted like this. He hadn't done this to others before. He did it on purpose. I don't know why he's doing this. Lin Moya gave him a deep look, memorizing his appearance, and took back his battlefield token. At this moment, Lin Moya noticed that some people in line behind him were also looking at him differently. Some had a hint of disdain in their eyes. Is he trying to make me a target? I don't even know him. Why is he doing this? Did I really encounter a madman? Lin Moya was puzzled and decided to stay away from the madman. After taking a few steps, he heard someone say in a sinister tone, "Another guy relying on his elders." The words were neither loud nor soft, just enough for Lin Moya to hear. Lin Moya immediately understood why this was happening. It turned out they thought he was someone who relied on his elders. Indeed, some people relied on their elders to severely injure enemies stronger than themselves and then let their juniors finish them off. This method could indeed quickly accumulate military merits, but if discovered, they would be severely punished. They exploited the loophole that there was no human emperor network monitoring on the battlefield. If this were in the human world, such a situation wouldn't exist. Lin Moya realized that he was being mistaken for such a person. But did it matter? Lin Moya was determined and unaffected, moving to the side to exchange items. He now had 5,510 military merits and had been promoted to a 5th rank warrior, allowing him to exchange for some items. When he first came to the battlefield, Lin Moya also had military merits, but he hadn't completed a mission yet, so he hadn't activated the exchange function. To exchange items with military merits on the battlefield, one must first complete a mission to activate the function. Military resources were limited, and if one couldn't even complete a mission, they weren't qualified to exchange for items. The military merit exchange platform was almost identical to the one in the trading center, except one used military merits for transactions, and the other used points. Lin Moya saw many military items, some of which were indeed different. The military had high-level warning beads, costing 1,000 military merits each, capable of detecting enemies within 1,000,000 kilometers. Compared to the warning beads in the trading center, which could only detect enemies within 10,000 kilometers, the effect was significantly enhanced. The warning beads were listed at the top, being the most purchased item. Lin Moya didn't buy them. Military merits were hard to earn. He had killed so many enemies, all with high cultivation levels, yet he had only earned 2,300 military merits. On average, each kill was worth only 10 to 20 military merits, with God Kings being worth more. Moreover, unlike points, spending military merits affected one's rank. Using military merits would directly lower one's rank. Lin Moya recalled some regulations about military merits, which seemed similar to those in the small world. Not exactly the same, but at least 70% similar. For example, the rule about rank reduction was the same in the small world. This made those who wanted to accumulate ranks cautious about spending. Otherwise, they could drop from an officer to a soldier. Lin Moya quickly scanned the item list. Some items required not only military merits but also a certain rank to purchase. Only those with the required rank could buy them. He was only a 5th rank warrior, so his options were limited. Fortunately, Lin Moya didn't have many needs. One item caught his attention. Flowing Light Return Token, consumable. Activating it will teleport you to the nearest forward base at the speed of light. Effective range, 10,000 light years. Restrictions, cannot be used in locked spaces, barriers, or formations. Price, 500 military merits. Because it was a consumable, the price wasn't high. It also had restrictions, such as not being usable in confined spaces, barriers, or formations. It was purely for travel. With it, he wouldn't have wasted so much time returning from the Essence Fire Source. Lin Moya bought 2 tokens. The exchange platform flashed, deducting 1,000 military merits, and 2 exquisite jade tokens appeared, emitting an aura similar to a teleportation array. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and grabbed the 2 flowing light return tokens. Chapter 1149. Chapter 1149, 1149. Chapter 1149, what explanation? Don't be so vague. Taking someone else's items directly from the trading platform is very impolite. However, Lin Moya was not afraid that the other party would really take the flowing light return tokens. Anyone who dared to snatch things here, even a deity, wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Moya turned his head to look at the other party, who was dressed in a military uniform and stood upright. He had a square face and exuded the aura of a god king. On his epaulette, there were also stars, but only 2 stars. Stars represent officers, who have already left the ranks of soldiers and are considered small officials in the army. Normally, a first-rank officer would have about 100 soldiers under his command, forming a combat team. A second-rank officer might have more than 200 soldiers under his command. What's the matter? Lin Moya looked at him, seeing only seriousness in his eyes. This was a straightforward person, Lin Moya felt. The officer's voice was deep and low. I am Meng Gang, the person in charge of military merits at Fortress Number 1. Lin Moya asked, what does Officer Meng need? Meng Gang said, I received a report from a subordinate saying that you are suspected of farming military merits. According to military regulations, farming military merits is a very serious violation. If discovered, it must be dealt with severely. Farming military merits is indeed unfair to many people. Military resources are limited, and if you farm military merits to purchase them, it might prevent others from getting what they need. This could lead to a series of negative consequences. There have been incidents in the past where someone farmed military merits and bought a large number of military pills. As a result, many people couldn't get the pills they needed, leading to many deaths during missions. It was later found that the person who bought a large number of pills had farmed his military merits. Now, farming military merits is strictly prohibited. Those who do so will not only be despised by others but also severely punished by the military. At the least, their military merits will be reset, and they will be expelled from the battlefield. At worst, they will be crippled. The military's methods are very direct and violent, aimed at preventing such incidents from happening again. The 5th rank warrior who had previously settled Lin Moya's military merits not only despised him but also reported him to his superiors. As the person in charge of military merits at Fortress Number 1, Meng Gang naturally had the duty to investigate this matter thoroughly. Lin Moya chuckled, just because of my records? Do you have any evidence? Meng Gang said solemnly, you are only at the 4th stage of the True God realm, yet you have killed many at the 9th stage of the True God realm. This defies common sense. Lin Moya squinted his eyes, is it not possible to fight across levels? Meng Gang continued, according to the records, you have also killed many God Kings, including one at the 4th stage of the God King realm. And according to the records, you were only at the 2nd stage of the True God realm at that time. Do you think this is normal? Meng Gang's words caused an uproar. The onlookers around them showed expressions of disbelief. A 2nd stage True God killing a 4th stage God King? How is that possible? Exactly, fighting across levels is one thing, but crossing a major realm and 2 minor realms, a True God killing a God King, is a bit too much. Nowadays, people dare to farm military merits so blatantly. Do they think the military is just for show? Being so blatant, does he have a powerful background? The surrounding people, one after another, expressed their disbelief that Lin Moya could really fight across levels. Lin Moya ignored these comments, so how do you plan to investigate? Meng Gang said solemnly, if you really have the combat power of a God King, please prove it. Lin Moya glanced at Meng Gang, what is your realm, Officer Meng? Meng Gang said, 2nd stage of the God King realm. Lin Moya squinted his eyes, then if I kill you, would that count as proof? As he spoke, a flash of killing intent appeared in Lin Moya's eyes, causing Meng Gang's hair to stand on end, and a chill to rise from the bottom of his heart. It seemed as if Lin Moya really had the ability to kill him. What audacity! Are you challenging the military? Just a mere true god, where does he get such audacity? Behind Meng Gang, several military personnel shouted sternly. Among them was the 5th-rank warrior who had previously settled Lin Moya's military merits and reported him. Lin Moya looked at them, his gaze growing more dangerous. Meng Gang raised his hand to stop his subordinates. The military has its own ways to prove it. We just need your cooperation. Lin Moya said, I have no problem cooperating, but I also have a question. Please ask. Meng Gang's tone softened a bit, becoming more polite than before. He was startled by Lin Moya's gaze, and his attitude unconsciously changed slightly. Lin Moya said, you should investigate such matters, but if you are wrong, shouldn't you also give an explanation? And just now, I didn't like his gaze. As a member of the human race, I have enough respect for the military, but at the same time, we are also doing tasks, providing resources for the human race, and we also need enough respect. This matter has nothing to do with cultivation level or task size. We are all members of the human race. As long as we are doing things beneficial to the human race and not harming others' interests, we are all equal. And even if someone doesn't farm military merits, can't they have good luck and encounter enemies with higher cultivation who are seriously injured? If they take advantage of such situations, would you still find it abnormal and ask them to prove their innocence? Wouldn't that chill the hearts of us cultivators? As he spoke, Lin Moya's aura gradually rose. In the small world, he was also a general in the military, and he knew how to deal with military personnel. Military personnel can be domineering at times, but they are generally reasonable. As long as you are more reasonable and more domineering than they will have nothing to say. His words were reasonable, and Meng Gang had no rebuttal. Meng Gang had the illusion that he was facing not a 4th stage true god but a high-ranking officer, and he was completely outmatched in terms of aura. He even began to believe Lin Moya's words, that Lin Moya might really be able to fight across realms, a true god killing a god king. After Lin Moya finished speaking, there was silence all around. The mocking voices from earlier suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding cultivators seemed to resonate with Lin Moya's words. Someone blurted out, yes, last time I encountered 2 enemies from different races. They were both seriously injured, and I took advantage of it. But when I returned, I was investigated for a long time. I've had similar experiences. As long as you kill an enemy stronger than yourself, you'll be investigated. Not only that, I once found a god king corpse and brought it back, but I was investigated for a long time, and my gains were almost confiscated. Exactly, the military investigates everything and makes us prove our innocence. They don't have to pay any price, which is indeed a bit too much. Some people think they're above everyone else just because they're in the military. Many people resonated with Lin Moya's words and turned to support him. Meng Gang felt a headache coming on. How did things suddenly go wrong? How did a few words turn the situation around, making him the villain? Meng Gang gritted his teeth. If you can prove you didn't farm military merits, we will naturally give you an explanation. Lin Moya smiled, looking kind but not letting go. What kind of explanation? Be clear, don't be so vague. Chapter 1150. Chapter 1150, 1150. Chapter 1150, Military Compensation, Honorary Title. Meng Gang's heart skipped a beat. He realized that today he had indeed encountered a tough opponent. Lin. Ordinary people, when faced with a military inspection, would be scared out of their wits and answer every question timidly. But the person in front of him was clearly confronting him head-on, and every word was reasonable, leaving him with no room to refute. At this point, Meng Gang could only grit his teeth and press on. Do you think we would deceive you? Lin Moya smiled. Whether you would deceive or not, that's for you to answer. Suddenly, Lin Moya raised his voice. You can also ask everyone here, has the military ever given you any explanation? As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted. No, not even an apology. How could there be any explanation? More like tape. Ha ha ha, we wouldn't dare ask them for an explanation. Yes, they must make it clear, don't be so vague. Lin Moya shrugged, it seems everyone doesn't believe you. Meng Gang's face turned extremely ugly. As a god king, sweat appeared on his forehead. Even in the face of extreme heat, he wouldn't sweat. But now, Meng Gang felt he had found the wrong person. The young man in front of him was not an ordinary person at all. His smile was like that of a devil. Meng Gang turned his head and glared at his subordinate, as if to say, "Look at the trouble you've caused me." Lin Moya said, "Officer Meng, let's not waste everyone's time here. Wasting time is wasting life, and it might even cause someone to miss an opportunity." Meng Gang said in a low voice, "Wait a moment." Lin Moya felt a wave of soul power. Meng Gang was clearly communicating with someone else. Lin Moya guessed that Meng Gang was probably consulting his superiors. There were some things he likely didn't have the authority to decide. "I hope they come up with something practical," Lin Moya thought to himself. His words were carefully crafted, forcing the military to give him adequate compensation. If they wanted to investigate him, he would cooperate. But at the same time, the compensation must be substantial. It had to be practical compensation, not just empty words. If they said there would be an explanation but didn't provide one, that would be meaningless. Under Lin Moya's watchful gaze, Meng Gang finally received a response from his superiors. Meng Gang said, "If you can prove your combat power, we will grant you an honorary title." Hiss! Gasps of surprise echoed around, and many people widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Moyo had seen the explanation of the honorary title in the records. An honorary title is a special designation given by the military to non-military personnel. With an honorary title, one doesn't need to join the military but can enjoy the same treatment and rights as regular soldiers. The rank is no longer just a rank. One can be assigned a team, or even lead an army, just like an ordinary officer. Moreover, the person remains a free individual. They can join organizations like the War God Hall without any impact. Therefore, the military rarely grants honorary titles. Over the years, very few people have received an honorary title. Lin Moyo understood that the military had made a smart move. If he were farming military merits, this compensation would be invalid, and he would still be affected. If he could prove he had enough combat power, the military wouldn't lose anything by granting an honorary title. After all, his combat power was evident, capable of fighting across realms. Not just a peak true god fighting a god king, but a second-stage true god reversing the situation against a god king. Such cross-realm combat ability defied common sense. It had already surpassed the realm of genius. For someone like him, granting an honorary title wouldn't be a loss for the military. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, instantly understanding the military's upper echelon's intentions. But the conditions offered by the military were already very good, and he could only accept them. He did want the honorary title. Maintaining his freedom while enjoying all the rights of a soldier was truly excellent. Lin Moya said, "I believe the military will keep its word." "Alright, how should I prove it?" Lin Moya's attitude shifted, and he didn't make any more excessive demands. He understood the principle of knowing when to stop. Seeing Lin Moyo agree, Meng Gang breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, a second-stage God King Star Beast arrived at Fortress Number 7. If you can kill it, it will be enough to prove your strength. Lin Moya nodded, "Alright." Seeing Lin Moyo agree so readily, Meng Gang's heart skipped a beat again. The more readily Lin Moyo agreed, the more Meng Gang felt that Lin Moya truly had the strength. But Meng Gang immediately added, "We will arrange for the military's combat arena. The arena has formations that will seal all items, tools, and treasures. You can only rely on your own spells." Meng Gang's implication was that he feared Lin Moya might not rely on his own strength but on some external force, which the military didn't need. Lin Moya nodded, "Understood." A second-stage God King Star Beast was nothing to him. "Then please follow me." Meng Gang led Lin Moya away from the military merit office to the military combat arena. In the fortress, there was a large area designated as the combat arena. Its function was similar to the human emperor arena, used to resolve conflicts between cultivators. Sometimes, it also served other purposes. For example, the military occasionally conducted exercises to showcase their combat power to cultivators. Through this, the military also recruited fresh blood. Lin Moyo arrived at the combat arena. Meng Gang had already informed the military's upper echelons, who had prepared the arena. Meng Gang said, "The combat arena is ready. Once you enter, the battle will begin. Please be prepared. We will do our best to ensure your safety, but we can't guarantee it 100%. After all, accidents can happen during combat. Your opponent is a God King Star Beast named Prison Lion. It can temporarily unleash the combat power of a third-stage God King." Meng Gang gave a final reminder. Lin Moya saw that the arena's formations were already activated. The sky above the arena was filled with people. The combat arena usually had spectators, and news of Lin Moya's situation with the military had spread, attracting many onlookers. Lin Moya didn't mind and turned to Meng Gang, "Officer Meng, you don't usually check the Vermilion Bird Star region rankings, do you?" Meng Gang was slightly taken aback, then nodded, "Not often." Lin Moya said, "Then you can check the potential and combat power rankings. My name should soon appear on the combat power ranking." After saying this, Lin Moya flew into the arena. Meng Gang was slightly stunned. He knew Lin Moya's name from the battlefield token records. As a military officer, he didn't pay much attention to the Vermilion Bird Star region's potential and combat power rankings. Those rankings were based on cultivation levels and had nothing to do with the military. He opened the potential ranking and immediately saw the top name. Top, Lin Moyu. Meng Gang instinctively called out Lin Moya's name, and even his God King body trembled slightly. Those who made it onto the potential ranking were all prodigies, especially the top name. Would such a person farm military merits? What a joke. Meng Gang realized he had made a mistake and glared at his subordinate, the 5th-rank warrior who had reported Lin Moy a coward, not daring to speak. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.